Good morning. Okay, we got that. Good morning. We got that. Then we go here. Start off our morning as we usually do, or afternoon.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told you. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told you. 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 And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Proceeds from this video will be going to the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea to create a challenge here in the music community to get more eyes on Black
Good morning,
Lives
good
Matter.
afternoon, good evening, whatever time it may be, wherever you are. What's up? What's up? How's it going? How's it going? Hey, Tones, what's up? How you making out?
I got some natives and here's what they telling me. They'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying, cause to them that be hella weak. Cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep at the wheel from here on smoking weed and pills, and everybody else and praying hope for people we should kill. Strength is kept as a secret. These people, they ain't really down to sing and dance of power now and then keep it up in the house. Is what you afraid of? Our natives who dying slow, so scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first, go out to look around and see what's still happening, cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing, but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete for anybody involved. We got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the booze or amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Know where you need to be. You know that this ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know which people got to die.
Need 6. Sativa box. Use it advanced 2-letter.
Dripped up in more pain.
Lord 525 hit fade 1312. Apparently they call off all didn't talk. But I missed that. I was just
Let's go. Calling out them AKs, 45s and ARs. Don't be tripping, man, cause you know that we will play hard. This is our country, so these strangers better stay far. Hella loco, man, put you right into that graveyard. Hear us with the battle sounds, fear us on the battlegrounds. Play around, let's gamble round, so much we can handle now. Fighting back became a cause since they started breaking law. Miss squad, Wabish Kaba, full blood will get your dog. Let the arrows fly, they will carry pride. They will bury times when the warriors collide. I will never run and hide. Creator be my guide for the people that I love. I will fight so they survive. We protect the young, we help them by God. We teach them to love, we raise them in life. I'm bleeding the blood of warrior time, seeking their blood to warrior cries.
I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the yard, protect the yard. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the yard, protect the yard. That is the warrior code.
Smudge with the brothers, roll up the loud. Never back down, warriors remain proud. Go grab your pistols, shotties and rifles. The death count rising like the American sniper. Beat the drum and a war cry. Fuck with the trap, someone's finna die. A medicine man, pray we move unseen. Praise no harm comes over to the game. If you didn't like me then, you won't like me now. Put me a serpent straight in the ground. Why do I think the way I think and do the things I do? I die for any member of my crew, cause I'm the chief and I live for mine. Die for mine, put a blade in your spine. Not scared of prison and no, not death. Mind like crazy horse till my last breath.
I live the warrior code. I got the the old. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
I'ma live by it, I'ma die by it. This code right here won't ride without it. I'm a Winnipeg boy and I'm loud about it. Got the cops hating, who care about it? I stay blessed from the streets. That's that type of love you don't beat. All these real thugs, real G's. That's them same wars you gon' see. On them battlefields we don't run. Black powder banging them guns. My neighbors speaking in tongues. Our elders banging them drums. Now what? Our time has come. For what? To show the devil we ain't done. Armageddon has begun. Warrior. Killing them one by one.
I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Don't mind me, I'm just in the middle of getting all my alerts put out there. I swear I'm in too many channels on Discord.
Wouldn't have believed if you told me last December I'd cross the border this year more times than I can remember. Back and forth from Canada to the United States. Yeah, we hustle on the move, we do whatever it takes. And I never could have imagined I would travel so much. My brown and documented people, y'all know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood, oh no, hold up. Must be playing, they the racist land invading, mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the natives who took time to share their stories. I can't put into words what y'all have really done for me. And Logan Savage fam been showing me the way, cultivating the rage, motivating me to stay brave. Like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who were holding it down in their ancestral homeland. They're gonna turn the shit around. To all the young sisters, always elevate your voice. You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If somebody tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous led land defense worldwide, native life demonstrating excellence. Born to ride, born to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance, all what got me on the road. Believe I had to examine every word that I wrote, cause the youth were listening when I was standing to speak. Cause I'm coming from the struggle and they was feeling the beat. So I had to make sure that I was coming correct. Took time to sit back and really reflect. If you wanna build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve is sharp, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time. Don't got much time left. No, no, huh? Woo. Huh? Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y paz. Spin the fire, rubbing for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land. Screaming fuck the police. We don't beg our oppressor, we hold court in the streets. Ferguson and coast to coast, it's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only way we live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's peace. But when you good at the shit, right? You learn to tell them like this: the liquor makes you sick,
really
the beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, the beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound. Bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Man, that's flashbacks in these tios. Borrachos growing up who only showed their stolen faces when they needed a buck. They get into the cases and then my mom could be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights, and that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are, and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for the whole of the song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking reckless. You could never kill my spirit, but you should just call me Dead Liz. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking reckless. You could never kill my spirit, you could just call me Dead Liz. That's it. 2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come.
Hope everybody's doing okay today. We are going to be looking into some new things to look at today. What are we looking at? Yes.
Welcome back, warriors. Tansei, Sego, Anibuju, Kwe Nin Deluizi Pam Palmater, and I'm the host of this show, The Warrior Life. This podcast is a show about living the warrior life, a lifestyle that focuses on decolonizing our minds, bodies, and spirits, while at the same time revitalizing our cultures, languages, traditions, practices, and governing structures. But it's also about asserting, living, and defending our sovereignty all over Turtle Island, and we do that in so many different ways. There's land defenders and water protectors, educators who empower our people, lawyers and advocates who push for justice, elders who share their knowledge, youth who are exercising their voices, leaders of all kinds, elected, traditional, community-based, all of us working towards the same goal. And that includes parents who raise happy, healthy children, and those of us who work inside and outside all of the systems to advance our common objectives. And this podcast is really meant to lift up all of those voices and honor their hard work. And today, I'm super honored to have my friend Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon. I have followed her work forever. She's literally a tireless advocate for Indigenous peoples, and she has worked in most, if not all, of these positions. I mean, she's a lawyer. She was a First Nation, the first First Nation judge appointed to the Provincial Court of Saskatchewan. She was the child and youth advocate in BC, and now she's a professor and probably most well known as a very reputable and credible independent investigator into a wide range of issues. Her work has earned her many honors and awards, including Time Magazine's 100 Global Leaders of Tomorrow in 1994, and then again in 1999 as Time Magazine's Top 20 Leaders for the 21st Century. She has done an incredible amount of work in a relatively short period of time. I am so honored that you joined us here on this podcast. Welcome to the show, Mary Ellen.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Professor Palmatier, for having me. I'm so happy to be on the show and really honored to speak with you and, of course, to support all of your important work and your viewers and listeners who need to get accurate information and need to understand how we address the most important issues facing us as First Nations people today.
Well, thank you for that, because I think that's also an important reminder. There's so much noise out there in media and social media, and there's so much political rhetoric. It's actually hard sometimes just to zero in on the facts and what do those facts mean and how do we deal with those. So it's I think it's really important that you're here today to talk about lots of things, but also a recent report that you did.
I did, and I think the issue about focusing on the facts is really important. And you know what tends to happen, and we've seen this recently, like with the constant misinformation and in fact racism that we've seen around residential schools and the responses that people have, like it's not fact driven. And so this recent report that I did for the government of British Columbia, the health minister, but also the First Nations leadership and Métis leadership, wanted a really complete look at whether or not racism exists in the BC healthcare system and what does it look like, right? So that was a fact-finding investigative process. It wasn't just, oh, I'm going to write an opinion piece. It wasn't just a piece of advocacy. It was a really thorough investigative report that, I engaged with more than 9,000 British Columbians, and I opened a 1-800 number that received 600 cases. This was in a 4-month period. And then I reviewed 185,000 data sets, if you like, or points involving people getting healthcare. So looking at what happened in emergency rooms for Indigenous people. So you look at everything and then you assess it. And that's what led to the report in plain sight that found that, that not only is there racism in the healthcare system in BC, but even how we talk about it and think about it and the words that are used, sometimes they can just be slogans. Like people will say, oh, we promote cultural safety and humility. And it's a slogan that I heard repeated. Yet then when I started to go into the cases and look at them and look at the information that came even from healthcare workers, it's clear that they have no concept of what these are. So concepts like, what is racism? What is direct racism? What is indirect racism? What is prejudice? What is bias? What are the main stereotypes that are circulating in the BC healthcare system? And then how does that lead to discrimination? These are systems that you have to really take apart. But what was quite staggering to me, even in BC, where we've had, a First Nations health authority, we've done a lot of work in British Columbia to address the colonial history that has so harmed people. But even here in British Columbia, the concepts, when someone says, they'll just say, well, I'm not a racist. And you're like, well, no, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether you're a racist. We're talking about, are there racist stereotypes? And would you even know one if you saw it, by the way? Because I have 600 people who have just given me cases, and in every single instance, they have identified very clearly and accurately a prejudice, a stereotype, and the kind of harm they experienced. And then said to me, I tried to bring it forward. There's no point bringing it forward because that system just gets defensive. So you're right, we have to come down to facts and evidence. And so, this is a 200-page report. I'm about to release a data report, which looks at all of the issues around data. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about what I learned about women, for instance, the disproportionate discrimination against women. But people often think, and I know you probably experienced this in your own life experience in research, Pam, people often think, oh, racism is something that's a rural and remote problem. It's a small town remote problem. It's not in our big cities. It's not in our big premier hospitals or whatever. And in fact, what the review found was there's no statistically significant difference between those prejudices operating in our premier so-called world-class hospitals as they are in our rural and remote urgent care clinics. And that in of itself, just that finding of itself, led to a lot of recognition in BC that their assumptions about what is racism, the conversation about anti-racist tools, we have to shift our conversation into anti-racism tools. The word racism has to be used, it has to be unpackaged, and in healthcare in particular, the dialogue has to become much more accurate around what's actually happening on the ground at the point of care, where people seek care.
Well, I think that's really important. It seems simple, the concept of really unpacking what is racism, what is systemic racism, what happens when it's, direct and indirect. But when I work with people and, some in the medical profession across the country, some of them still hold this view that racism is some kind of overt hatred, that I'm calling people names, that I'm, specifically treating them in a certain way, and not realizing that if you fail to treat someone who presents with a medical issue to you because you make the assumption that they're drunk, or that they're just doing it for gratuitous purposes, that is not racism. That's somehow a valid medical assessment, not realizing that you've only made that assessment based on stereotypes. And I think the work that you're doing will go a long way towards really getting through, because what hospital doesn't have some kind of diversity and inclusion, or racism plan, or all of this cultural safety stuff? I mean, I think they probably all have it, but do they understand any of those components?
No, and I think you're right. And there's an infographic I use in the report, and I know you're going to link it and make it available to your listeners or your viewers. It really shows sort of how these things relate, right? And how people get so mixed up. So the first thing that infographic does, and I'll just speak to it briefly, is it actually shows what are the main stereotypes. Like, what are the 8 top stereotypes? And I have to give a trigger warning when I talk about this, because for First Nations, Métis, or Inuit listeners, this is triggering. And we do have mental health supports available. If people go to the report, there are supports, because I'm talking about British Columbia, but I believe this is a national problem. And I believe that there will be, the top stereotypes might be different elsewhere. They might be, more, but I just want to say that we have to talk about them. So it's very triggering, and I recognize that, and it's important to get support, but it's important to validate, right? So I'm talking about it from the perspective of validate. So the most important thing, is the context setting. And I know you do so much work in this area in your advocacy and as an educator and as a leader, Pam. And that is to understand the deeply colonial history of healthcare, right? It was a segregated system with Indian hospitals, just like residential schools were a genocidal policy to destroy the Indian child, connection to their language and identity. A lot of those kids in those residential schools got sent to the Indian hospitals where they never saw their families, with substandard care, the TB hospitals. Then the Indian hospitals themselves, I had cases during this review where there were people that saw a veterinarian, not even a doctor. So that's what you got during the Indian affairs pathway of healthcare.
Thank you for a
So we have to always remember, in the Indian hospitals, the people that worked in the Indian hospitals were trained at our #1 schools, the universities of Toronto, the UBCs. People didn't just come from nowhere. They were trained there. There were people that did medical experiments on Indigenous children. There were people that did medical experiments on genetic material from Indigenous people without consent, which continues to be in recent memory, right? Living memory. In British Columbia, the Indian hospitals, one of them, which is in Nanaimo, the Sanemo people, they have 4 little postage stamp reserves. On one of their little reserves, they have a graveyard with unknown people that died in that hospital that aren't even from their nation. To this day, they're there. We don't even know. The history of the Indian hospital is something, the colonial history is something we've yet to grapple with, those records and that experience. So what I found, first of all, was that history of segregated care, meaning less than care because First Nations didn't deserve proper care, is entrenched. And people in our system, their parents or grandparents may have worked in that system or gone to schools that just normed, well, you're going to work in the Indian hospital. So I just have to always talk about, where do we come in? We come in through this lens of colonialism, eradication of Indigenous people, or less treatment. It's so entrenched. So people say, oh, that's in the past, or they used to say about residential school, just get over it. Although maybe some conservative leaders still say that. You should just get over it. I'm like, sorry, we can't just get over something that caused these barriers. So that's the first piece, I would say, Pam. For BC, we looked at all the history of Indian hospitals. And when I was interviewing docs, nurses, leaders in the healthcare field, there were people that still didn't know about Indian hospitals that are working today. They might be running a college, So you come in through that door, and I would say, Pam, when you get into that door, then you get into the point of care. All of the investigation found these top 8 stereotypes, okay? And I'm going to name them. As I said, they're triggering, but I'm going to name them. Indigenous people was primarily directed at First Nations people, are viewed as less worthy. They're viewed as drinkers, alcoholics. So the stereotypes include suggesting that First Nations people are drug seeking, bad or neglectful parents, non-compliant. They're often called frequent flyers, less capable, that they get stuff for free, and a lot of misogynistic views of women. So a lot of views, like I tell the story of an Indigenous woman that went to see a urologist for persistent UTIs, urinary tract infections, and the urologist is very rough with her during the process, and she complains and says, like, this actually hurts. And then the urologist says, well, I thought you Native women like it rough. And so that's an example. There's a lot of layering of views about Indigenous women being sexually available, being sex workers, having certain like sexually available or devalued, having too many children, not caring for their children, not understanding why they have so many children, where's their partners. So these are the top, what I call stereotypes in the BC healthcare system. And I think they probably are pretty common across Canada. But what's important, Pam, is that those stereotypes lead to something, which is direct interactions at the point of care that are discrimination. So what people don't understand is stereotypes, the beliefs that people carry around, lead to discrimination. What does discrimination look like? Let me describe what I found, okay? It looks like abusive interactions.
Oh, shit.
And I've just given you the abusive, physically and verbally abusive interaction with a woman seeking care from a urologist in a hospital.
Damn.
It also leads to denial of service. Like, oh, you're drug seeking, so we're not gonna help you. When in fact, I had patients come forward who actually had a stroke. They weren't drug seeking. Or I tell the story in the report of a 10-year-old girl with epilepsy. Her mom brings her to the hospital and they keep interrogating her that she's been drinking. Are you drinking? Are you drunk? Are you drinking? To the point where mom takes the child and leaves the hospital, and the child's epilepsy meds are off kilter, but they're constantly there's a barrage of, you must be drunk, you must be drunk. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm 10 years old. So that leads to this denial of service, ignoring and shunning, inappropriate pain management, this whole concept that you're drug seeking, so therefore you're tough, you can live with the pain. Or you're detoxing, so you're sobering up, so get over it, you're not getting your pain meds. Leads to medical mistakes because you don't listen to what the Indigenous person is saying, because you're so full of stereotypes and attitudes that you cannot hear them. So it's not like, we use the word not culturally safe communication. This is far from culturally safe. And then of course, disdain for cultural healing. And I would just say on that one, disdain for cultural healing, that really escalated me personally, Pam, when I looked at it. I had one case of a woman, she was very close in age to me, in her 50s. She was in the hospital, her daughter was with her. She put cedar behind her hospital bed, because that's an Indian medicine. She wanted to have it present. It wasn't interfering. It was on the wall behind her bed. The nurse came in and took it down and threw it in the garbage and said, we don't allow that here. And that was one of many instances where people would say, like, I have my traditional practices, my medicines, my views. So not just the question of like, oh, that's interesting. What does that mean to you? How do you use it? Which would be a respectful conversation. We do have like complementary Chinese medicine, for instance, in BC. But with the Indigenous medicine was literally pulled down, thrown in the garbage, and marched out. And the mom and the daughter were like, that's not respectful. I'm like, well, sorry, we don't have that here. So it was really hard to explain to healthcare workers at times, like, that is discrimination. It is. So when you have those stereotypes and discrimination, it's exactly what you said earlier, Pam, which is it means you don't get access. It means you have poor health outcomes, because it's not just a poor health outcome. You have to go right back to the stereotypes and the discrimination. It's a circle, and you'll see that in that infographic. It shows what precisely is present operating in the healthcare system in BC today. Maybe the listeners will find it in their own systems as well, but it is, racism is alive and well in the British Columbia healthcare system, and it must be rooted out. It must be eradicated.
Well, and your report really goes to this myth, in any kind of system, that, well, there's always going to be one or two bad apples, but it's not system wide. And what your report shows is, this isn't even 1, 2, 3, or 4 bad apples, that this really is a serious problem, and not just a, political problem in the sense of people being offended. This can have significant health impacts on people, or even risk their lives.
Yeah, and I think that was, and again, I've done a lot of work over the years in the child welfare system, in the justice system, like very high stakes systems where there's been mistreatment and racism. So it's not like I have never seen this. But when it came into the healthcare system is about taking care of health, right? It's supposed to be the positive system. Whereas like in child welfare, we know how awful it's been. In justice, we know how, when I was a judge on the provincial court in Saskatchewan, it was just being cheek to jowl with racism every day, so it was like so difficult. It was like going to the band office, going to the provincial court, and the worst things would happen. So I've been through tough systems where I know how it feels to be in those systems. In this healthcare review, people told me I would rather die than go back to that hospital. And it would be like a woman with treatable breast cancer, and so what really got me upset, and this is where I worked a lot with the colleges of physicians, surgeons, nurses. Everyone got really engaged here to say, you realize this is what happens, is people will not come to get care because at the point of care, it's been so bad. They are choosing not to get a treatable issue with treatment that should be a positive thing. Like, we're going to address it. We're going to get you back on your feet. We're a team. We're going to listen. We honor and respect you. They're choosing not to do that. And even in everything, like whether it's the transplant program, whether it's treatable vascular issues, whether it's cancers, and at first I was like, is this person being kind of dramatic? Is this just one dramatic case? And then I had hundreds of cases where people said, because of this, including I had a case, an 86-year-old indigenous man, First Nations man, who doesn't have the internet, but he did the survey. He followed the whole process. And he's like, I've experienced this my whole life. And I'm so glad. He says, it's a miracle I'm still alive because I've avoided that place because it was so awful. And he said, in part, I wonder if I'm alive today because I avoided it. But I'm like, well, no, you're not. You're just genetically fortunate, because if someone does get breast cancer, they need to get treatment. We can't lose loved ones with treatable conditions because the racism and the ownership for that racism. Indigenous people said to me, Pam, so strongly, they said, Mary Ellen, take that racism, give it back to where it belongs. Get it off our shoulders. Like, why do we have to carry it? Throw it right back, and then let's actually talk about what really is cultural safety, because cultural safety needs anti-racism tools. And anti-racism tools means understand when you have these beliefs and behaviors and systems that have normed it. So we've started to peel that back. But the evidence, Pam, the preponderance of evidence is overwhelming. And that's just one province.
And we know, we hear incidents in Quebec, in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. And I guess the thing that really concerns me is, everyone's focused on, racism and violence in policing. And so many Native women won't call the police for fear that they'll be arrested or assaulted. And they won't call social workers because they fear that their children will be taken. They don't call psychologists or counselors because what if they are deemed to be a danger to their children and then their children are taken away and they can't go to the hospital? It seems like all of the institutions that were set up to care for, protect, support, and assist Indigenous peoples, if you look at it on a total, it's really limiting to Indigenous peoples that we don't have the same access. So even if you never go to that hospital because of the racist experience, you're not going to have any of that really life-saving healthcare. And we know from the statistics and the things that you said in your report that we already have disproportionate socioeconomic and health indicators, you know, from this long history and continuation of, you know, these colonial practices. But if the caring professions, if the do no harm professions are not caring and doing harm, that concerns me for all Indigenous peoples, but especially for Indigenous women and children, because there's, you know, there's very particular nuances around that. And I know you just, you know, talked about it a little bit, but I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more about, you know, the very particular ways that Indigenous women are mistreated. So it's not just, you know, race-based, but it's also this kind of misogynistic idea that's added on top of that.
Yeah, that was really an interesting finding. And again, and I would also say, Pam, that one of the reasons why we were able to do the work we did and the work that's now going to have to happen is because the minister and the government in British Columbia, which have a lot to answer for, of course, they were prepared to do this. They said, let's have a comprehensive review. And when they saw the evidence, they also said, this is racism. Like, and I've noticed in some provinces like Quebec, the premier refuses, right? And that is really toxic, because when you deny people's experiences and you are not, because you do I'm not a racist, like that's not what we're talking about here. So like your example about women, I want to say that so many of the you know, citizens that engaged with me during the process were Indigenous women. As soon as we opened the lines to say, we want to hear from you, guess what? Thousands of women were like, by the way, I'm like 45. I have 5 kids. I have grandchildren. I've been trying to navigate this system for everyone. And my own personal health care has been totally compromised by this. And they gave me like detailed information about how, as women, they have faced additional barriers. And so I'll give you one example, Pam, that's a bit shocking and I've been debriefing on right now, which is we have a women's hospital in Vancouver. It's one of the premier world-class women's hospitals in North America, and it's associated to the university. When I looked at emergency care, Indigenous women are 11 times more likely than any other women to leave emergency against medical advice, okay? That is not just because Indigenous women don't want medical help. It's because they are not safe in that environment. They are not receiving care. So that's our premier hospital. We don't have, for instance, an Indigenous women's reproductive health resource for the entire province. We don't have a perimenopausal, menopausal, or postmenopausal specialty. A lot of women are living with issues that are treatable issues around their reproductive health, okay? They've had children, they have bladder issues, they have like things where they're not able to work because they have treatable conditions and don't get treatment. So that whole piece, we have a premier women's hospital with no Indigenous women's specialty. We have started midwifery through the First Nations Health, and that's coming along, but I'm talking about women throughout the lifespan. So there's no like provincial expert resource that Indigenous women can call to make up for the barriers of the past, because we know Indigenous women have been so shamed, right? 60 Scoop, how did that happen? Because Indigenous women were shamed to say, you're pregnant, you're worthless, like you're sexually done now, we're taking your children. Today, for Indigenous women, and a lot of women who have had done survival sex work that I engaged with around this review, they had some of the worst treatment. And they are in Vancouver, right? And I tell the story of one woman. She was a survival sex worker back in her 20s. She's now in her 50s. She thinks she has COVID. She's sick, and she has a really she has a seizure disorder. She has a lot of serious health issues. She thinks she has COVID. She goes to one of our main hospitals for a COVID test. She says, I'm really scared I'm going to die from COVID, because she's super scared because she's had bad experiences. So they section her under the Mental Health Act and take her over to the other hospital with the psych unit, with a police escort, where she sits for hours. And then the shrink says, well, no, you're not suicidal. I don't know why you're here. And she's like, well, I just want a COVID test. Then they release her at 4 o'clock in the morning to like take a cab back to her house in the downtown east side. She's been sexually assaulted by cab drivers in the past. She's really scared to get into a cab. She doesn't want to be on the street at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, and she's like, Mary Ellen, this is what I'm dealing with. And, you know, she's like, I'm only going to talk to you because it's you. Like, I would never talk to people because all they say to me is, I'm not a racist. I don't do, like, just this denial. But when you look at, she said, like, when you look at my life experience of what I've been through in my life, can I just now at this stage of my life receive compassionate care? And she said to me, there's something in that file of mine in that hospital. Every time I go in, it's like there's a purple dot or something in my file that says this is an angry Indigenous woman who makes up problems. But she has complex health issues and she doesn't get proper care. So she's been mistreated by pharmacists, by the hospital. Like, her story alone was a reason why not only our Indigenous women don't get care, but they're so poorly treated, they isolate and isolate. She's trying to network with other Indigenous women to get through this, but she just needs good healthcare. You know, safe, respectful healthcare. So for Indigenous women, I really, this report really is about how Indigenous women are trying, despite the racism, to navigate a healthcare system that has had so much mistreatment in it. And is it fixable? Well, of course it's fixable, but you have to know, you have to be able to diagnose what the problem is to fix it. When you just keep denying to Indigenous women that, like, I don't know why you're saying that, that's not true. And, you know, are you sure you're not drunk? Are you sure you're not, like, it's like so invalidating. So I think the key point, Pam, is that, you know, do I say that every instance of healthcare in BC is racist? Is every interaction racist? I can't say everyone, but it could happen to anyone at any time. So the operating stereotypes, those abusive interactions, the avoidance of care, the hardest hit cohort of people, if you like, are Indigenous women. And Indigenous women, it's interesting, in that caregiving stage, especially that, and as they get older, it gets worse. Like, you would think as it gets older, it's okay, I'm gonna get better care, they understand my life story. It's actually worse for women that are grandparents and caregivers. So very distressing, but also very fixable.
Well, and that's the thing, is to understand that it is fixable, not to take, you know, what some pundits would say as, oh, it's just so big, it took 500 years to create this, it's going to take 500 years to fix it, when in fact, I don't think that's the case. I think if we just admit the problem and go to the root of it and take the action that's required, that it is fixable. And I mean, that kind of leads us to some of the recommendations in your report. I know you can't share all of them, but what do you think are the most important ways to move forward on this?
Well, it's going to need a forceful move, right? So the first one is that issue we've been talking about, which is acknowledging at every level. And I, you know, it's interesting. I said to the Minister of Health, you need to acknowledge if you sincerely believe this. And he's like, I'm overwhelmed. Like, he's like, this is unacceptable, and I'm glad we did this. There has to be an immediate, fulsome apologies. I cannot be a health minister with this. So he was extremely ethical. But then I said to him, you know, but don't absolve and apologize for the system, because at the point of care, where there is like a First Nation in Chilliwack, for instance, where they've had there should be proper apologies there. So there needs to be that piece of work that you do with First Nations people at the point of care and their nations, and begin to acknowledge, have proper protocol and ceremony to begin to say, we're going to work on this, we're going to stop this. That's a really powerful thing, because that can create safety. But the 24 recommendations go to these three things, three categories: the beliefs that lead to racism, okay, that are actively there; the behaviors, like you have privileges in a hospital, you shouldn't have privileges if you can't deliver care in an anti-racist way. So pre-qualification should be understanding anti-racism tools and deal with this racism. And people will note that in the report, I talk about the more than 530 racist comments I got back from healthcare workers in the process. And then the third thing is systems. Systems have not been designed. There's no standard for what is cultural safety and humility. There's nothing measured. It's all ad hoc, episodic. Everybody says, oh, I did some online training, but actually it's like less than 1% of the healthcare workforce. And moreover, on the system side, there has not been sufficient hardwiring at the point of care. And even though we have a fantastic First Nations Health Authority, it's a little bit on the model of segregation too, right? Like, oh, we have a problem with First Nations, put it over there. Well, First Nations Health Authority administers benefits, like the uninsured services that they used to be called, and they're doing innovative work, absolutely. But they're not at the point of care. There's 5 health authorities, there's major hospitals, there's our schools. So the recommendations go to systems. And the one area I would comment on, Pam, is that, the Indigenous healthcare workers in the system, more than half of them that engage with me said that they personally experienced racism in the workplace. So it's not a collegial workplace in which Indigenous people can easily work. And not only have they experienced racism, but some of them had career limiting racism, meaning there's a First Nations nurse who it's like, wow, we got a great person here. We're going to tackle racism, this. And then she's like, I'm experiencing racism. And by the way, I have had to take a medical leave because the stress has led to physical problems. Or I've decided to quit this profession because I can't take it. And so that dynamic of a safe workplace, the collegial environment, like what are you talking about? Create a safe collegial environment. That's your obligation. So anti-racism work in the collegial environment. And even with the report, I had to say to people, now don't read the report and go to the First Nations doctor tomorrow and say, I just read Mary Ellen's report. What do you think? Don't do that, right? Like don't say, can you help me unpackage all my racist views? So even how to handle this, we are, because of the pandemic, has shown this insidious racism and the need to work on it. So the recommendations are about systems, meaning leadership needs to address. Quality needs to be defined in law in BC. Quality means quality healthcare without racism. Anti-racism has to be put every single place we can put it. And I've said that in the province. I also think for the Canada Health Act and the federal side, I wasn't empowered by the feds, but I made some observations and sent it to them and said, you have a lot of levers on First Nations health. The federal government has all kinds of legal levers and funding levers to address racism. And until recently with the pandemic, they have never acknowledged that racism. So more recently they have, which I'm glad, but also as they start to take more seriously, I hope, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 24 says you have a right to health care. Indigenous people have a right to health care without discrimination. And I actually took that Article 24 in BC, that's adopted the UN Declaration. And even though we're in early days of transitioning and educating, I took that Article 24 to docs, nurses, and everyone and said, are you aware that this is the law of BC now? You have to align your practice with this, not we need to think about it later. It is the law. So when I look at the federal side, there's been a gap and an absence there. And I know they're having some national meetings on racism in healthcare because cases like in Quebec with Joyce Echequan. That's long overdue, but having meetings is something I've seen a lot in my life. Meetings are good, but what I can go to meetings and then I just feel traumatized sometimes because you're like, we tell our story, but nothing happens. And Indigenous physicians told me a lot during this review. The one thing the feds should not do is bring Indigenous health professionals together to tell their story, which causes a lot of trauma without clear action. Yeah, so the federal government needs to take racism seriously. They need to unpackage this. And even when they talk about racism, they need to start to talk about the stereotypes and the beliefs that need to be taken apart. They need senior leadership. They also need to empower the Indigenous health professionals. And they need to have built into their funding agreements with provinces the requirement that care be delivered in an anti-racist way. And again, cultural safety is an end state. It's an outcome. I want cultural safety. But to get there, you need anti-racism.
Before we let you go, I think it's important to ask, what was the response to the report? Because there's, information that you give to healthcare providers and governments, but then there's also the general response from the public. And I'm wondering how that went.
Well, the response was mixed. Response from Indigenous people overwhelmingly like, thank you, finally, let's go forward. The response from some healthcare workers and the public was often to repeat those dangerous stereotypes I talked about earlier. They said like, oh yes, we understand they've experienced racism, but you appreciate they have too many children, or they do drink too much, or they get things for free. So what I found was doing a report on racism brings out a strong response, but people were so insistent that like, I'm not a racist, but those people drink too much. I'm not a racist, but those people are drug seeking. I'm not a racist, but they don't follow up and care. A lot of comments like dentists, and I looked at all health professions saying, like, we treat all people the same. I don't know what their problem is. And a lot of the response, like I saw with residential schools over the years, which is, yeah, we know they had difficulties, but get over it. We all do. And so, I'm not saying that was 100%, but there was an element, maybe 10%. And so it's like they identify what racism is to some extent, like those abusive interactions, they might see that, but they still have those beliefs. And so those negative perceptions about First Nations and Métis people are so entrenched in the society. But Pam, during this review, people said to me, well, we might have this in our healthcare system, but it's in the society. And I'd be like, well, that's not an excuse. Like, that is not an excuse. You're a healthcare system of excellence to do no harm. You have to lead. So healthcare professions, the minister, the system has really accepted the report because the evidence is strong, and I will have a detailed data report out shortly of all the health outcomes data. So I'm glad about it, but almost to a fault, they've said to me, we don't know what you mean by anti-racism tools. Can you show us? And I'm like, okay. First of all, your values, your beliefs, and then anti-racism tools, because the system has been afraid of the word racism for so long. They don't realize that to get at those core beliefs, you need anti-racism tools, which is, how you think Indigenous people are drug seeking? Stop. If you think that, let's stop and do a reflection and write this on a piece of paper. Indigenous people are not drug seeking. Stop racist beliefs. Put it in your pocket, carry it around for this week. That's your anti-racist thought of the week. It's really a practical problem, Pam, which is to dismantle racism means leadership, it means acknowledgement, it means care and compassion, but it also means what is that person that went to that world-class university in Toronto or whatever, who had so much privilege to never learn this, no longer has that privilege to continue, right? They have to stop. So I think younger people, maybe I hope will be more willing, younger professionals that get exposed to classes from you and others, but the obligation is not on Indigenous people to fix the racism problem. The obligation is in the system to fix an unsafe set of practices that have compromised the health. And I want Indigenous people to say, hey, I need healthcare, I'm really happy to go. And I did say, Pam, I would just say in conclusion, one hospital very close to a First Nation where the practice was awful, it was terrible. During the 4 months of the review, because we were in there every day, and I'm like, I have these complaints, and I was with the CEO and the head of emergency care, the chief, the community health workers, they took it apart and put it back together. Okay, and now, like the elders I was talking to say, like, we actually feel like rock stars when we go into the hospital. Like, we actually are excited to go. Now they're going for everything, but they need family care. But the point is, I was really happy. I'd like to see that sustained but it had to be taken down. And during that process, there were powerful docs that said, I'm not a racist. I don't know why I have to do this. And we're like, okay, can you just hold for a minute? This isn't a personal attack on you. We are dealing with a systemic issue. Let's take it down together and just see how it works, right? So I see good results, Pam, when you do that, but it requires creating a space where you actually work with Indigenous people and not just have your stereotypes, whether it's the noble savage, whether it's the drug-seeking bad parent. Stop the stereotypes, right? And for some of us, this has been sort of our life's work to deal with stereotypes. The big issue that I found was the lack of safety, cultural safety, and the experience of racism was really acute for people that were seeking mental health support. And the mental health, I just would say, like during the pandemic, this is a time where people need health care. And this pandemic has exposed inequities. It's exposed racism. It's exposed the ugly side as well as the heroic side of the healthcare system. I think I'm just like I've got such bad cellular, and welcome to the pandemic. I don't have the best coverage, but Pam, I hope you've got enough.
Mary Ellen, if you can hear me, and I don't know if you can respond, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you, Pam. I lift my hands up to you. Stay safe.
You too as well. I am so sorry that we had so many internet problems during this recording. I mean, we could have heard so much more from Mary Ellen, and we kept trying. We kept getting cut off, but eventually the internet defeated us. However, I am super grateful for the time that we did have together, because Mary Ellen just did such incredibly important work in her investigation and presenting the findings of her report. And it's important to understand that although she was looking at systemic-wide anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare in British Columbia, we all know from previous reports, inquiries, and commissions that this is likely also a problem in every other province and territory. So we shouldn't take this report lightly. For my podcast listeners and my YouTube watchers, I've tried to edit this in a way that's as seamless as possible so that our conversation flows, but it's going to be obvious in places that the conversation could have continued, but for the fact that we kept getting dropped, I couldn't do anything about the internet problems. And so probably in the podcast, but maybe even more so in the YouTube video, you're going to notice some bumps along the way and some lower video quality. But what I'll do is I'll make sure to post a link to her report. It's called In Plain Sight, Addressing Indigenous Specific Racism and Discrimination in BC Healthcare. It was dated in November of 2020, but what we don't want to do is lose it. Just because it was published at the end of 2020 doesn't mean it isn't relevant for 2021. I think it is literally what we need to be reading to move forward, especially during a pandemic. Mary Ellen also mentioned a forthcoming data set that she will soon release. And as soon as she does that, I'll also make sure to post a link to that as well. Thank you to all of the podcast listeners for tuning into the Warrior Life podcast. I hope that you will share this important conversation with Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond far and wide, not just amongst your family, friends, communities, but also within the professional realm, within the healthcare system. We all need to do our part to help shine a light on systemic, long-standing anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare, to make sure that going forward, Indigenous peoples are always treated with the highest level of respect, dignity, and professionalism, so that they can get the same kind of quality healthcare that other Canadians do. Till next time, keep living a warrior life. Walaaliag.
Nice. So, as we see, there's lots of things that happen still to this day. It is a constant. Can you imagine that? go to your hospital that's supposed to be there for you to help make sure that you're well, and they don't let your Irish heritage, they just toss it out in the garbage, or they don't let your Buddhist, or they don't let your Scandinavian, they don't let any of your nationality, any different nationalities, your traditions and your culture and your heritage, or things that you hold dear, and they just throw it into a garbage can and say, no, we don't allow that here. Can you imagine that? But they'll let crosses be up in hospitals, right? And a Bible in the little side desk. Right? Let's see. How to pick cedar.
How do you pick cedar? Is there a correct way to gather this sacred medicine from a cedar tree to be used in the proper way? You want to gather some cedar, but you're not 100% confident to ensure that you're being respectful and correctly honoring the sacred plant. Watch this video to find out 4 tips for picking cedar to make sure that you're doing it respectfully and honoring the Creator, Mother Earth, and the sacred medicine in a good way. If you are looking to gather cedar for a sacred medicinal use, but you're not sure that you're doing it correctly, watch this video to find out 5 tips for picking cedar to make sure that you're doing it respectfully and honoring the Creator, Mother Earth, and the sacred medicine in a good way. We've helped thousands of people find and gather sacred medicines, as well as how to use these medicines, and now it's your turn. By the end of this video, you will know exactly how to find and properly gather this sacred cedar medicine. You may want to gather cedar for many reasons. It might be to make cedar tea, to use in a ceremony or sweat lodge, or to use as a healing medicine with a cedar bath or treatment. In the indigenous culture, sacred medicines are very important to the culture and well-being of our people. We believe that the Creator has provided many gifts on Mother Earth to protect, heal, and maintain the health of all of her children, which are all living things and all creation. I'm very lucky that this has been taught to me by elders in my Anishinaabe, Ojibwe territory of Curve Lake First Nation. Different tribes and nations have slightly different rules for finding and gathering sacred medicines, and one is not right or wrong or better than any other. So we've put together 5 tips for gathering cedar to make sure that you're doing it respectfully and in a way that honors this sacred gift of the cedar tree. The first tip in picking the sacred cedar medicine is to identify the cedar tree. There are different species of cedar trees that are native to the region that they inhabit. Where I am in Ontario, the native cedar trees are typically very large and they look really abundant, meaning that there's lots of branches and leaves and they're very thick. When you are identifying the cedar tree that you want to pick from, you want to make sure that it's not on someone's private property. Even though we believe that all living things belong to the Creator and Mother Earth, you may want to ask for permission or gather from a forested area where the trees are plentiful. The second tip in gathering the sacred cedar medicine is to pick the cedar really early in the morning. After the sun has risen, all the living things are waking up, and it is believed that the energy and spirits come up from Mother Earth. This is a very sacred time of day because all of the living things that are waking up from Mother Earth are very receptive to us talking to them. Picking the cedar in the morning also allows the cedar to be the most fresh. This means that once the cedar is picked, they will have a better chance of revitalizing throughout the day, as opposed to picking it when it's dry. Do you guys have lots of cedar trees in your area, and have you picked it before? Please share with us in the comments below. Now we've looked at the first 2 tips for gathering cedar, which is number 1, to identify the best cedar tree to use, and number 2, to pick the cedar early in the morning. The third tip in gathering the sacred cedar medicine is to give thanks to the cedar tree and the Creator. This one isn't really a tip as it is essential. First, say thanks to the Creator for giving us the medicine a long time ago. Here is where you can offer tobacco or sama, as tobacco is the direct communication line to the creator. Therefore, it's the most sacred of the medicines. If you don't have tobacco, then you can just say thanks to the creator for allowing you to use the sacred medicine, and maybe mention what you intend to use this cedar medicine for. A great idea is to perform a smudge while you're doing this. If you would like to perform a smudge while doing this, then watch this video right here on the steps to perform a smudge ceremony. Now, the fourth tip in gathering the sacred cedar medicine is to pick the cedar from various parts of the tree. It is very important in the indigenous culture to leave our Mother Earth the way that she was before we got there. We don't own any creation. They are merely gifts that we can borrow from her and only take what we need. This means that when we are gathering cedar, find trees and areas of the tree that are most abundant. Pick a little bit over here and a bit over there so that the sacred cedar tree does not look damaged after we've gathered it. The fifth tip in picking the cedar medicine is to offer the cedar back to Mother Earth and give thanks. Once we are done with the cedar tree, it is best practice to give thanks to the creator and to that specific cedar tree for allowing you to use it. We are told to put them back in the north, as cedar is the medicine of the north. You don't need to make a trip to northern Canada, but the cedar can be left in the northern direction of your property or around your house. So now we've gone through all 5 tips for properly gathering the sacred cedar medicine, which are 1, to identify the cedar trees in an abundant area. 2, to pick it early in the morning. 3, to give thanks to the creator and offer tobacco. 4, to pick from various parts of the tree. And 5, to offer the cedar back to Mother Earth in the north. Now, after following these 5 tips for how to properly gather the sacred cedar medicine, you can feel absolutely confident when you want to pick cedar leaves to make tea or for another healing or protective use in your life. If you are wanting to learn more about the various sacred medicines and for more information on the smudging process, then download our free smudging guide in the link in the description below. Be sure to check us out at tribaltradeco.com and use this special coupon code for 15% off your order. Please reach out to us on Facebook or Instagram if you have any questions. If you like this video, please let us know by hitting the like button, tell us what you liked about it in the comments, be sure to subscribe and share it with your friends.
So the reason why we look at these things and we learn these things is, 1, conservation is very important. Indigenous people have always been about conservation. Unlike some people we know who only want to completely cedar tea, never thought of that. Well, we can watch that. Hey Lasu, I'm here, brother, just looking and resting my eyes, gonna listen a bit. Okay, no problem, Crystal. So cedar also is very good smudge. It also helps to cleanse things. So let us take a look at how to make cedar tea, from a tree to tea, in 5 simple steps.
How do you make cedar tea? Watch this video to find out how you can quickly and easily make cedar tea from this sacred medicine. I'm Mallory Graham from tribaltradeco.com, where we offer over 130 different styles of moccasins and mucklucks, as well as medicinal smudging products. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell so that you get notified every time we post a brand new video on the indigenous culture, sacred medicines, and lifestyle products. If you want to make your own cedar tea at home, then you'll want to follow these 5 simple steps. This sacred medicine has so many health benefits that you can quickly start gaining just by drinking this delicious tea. We've helped thousands of people find and gather sacred medicines, as well as how to use them. By the end of this video, you will know exactly how to make this wonderful, healing, herbal cedar tea. You may want to make cedar tea as a healing remedy to relieve a fever, cough, or a cold. This sacred medicine also has extremely high levels of vitamin C, so no wonder it is extremely effective for treating coughs and other illnesses. You can follow this fast and simple 5-step process to make cedar tea at home. Now, the first step in making cedar tea is to gather about 2 cups of cedar leaves. If you've never gathered cedar before, then watch this video right here on how to pick cedar respectfully, when to do it, and to ensure that you're doing it the right way. You want to gather only the leaves of the cedar and not the branches or the bark. So now that we've got our cedar leaves ready and in a bowl, we can move on to step 2. The second step in making cedar tea is to boil 4 cups of water. You likely want to use a medium-sized saucepan to boil your water. That way you can steep your tea right in the pan itself. But alternatively, you could use a kettle to boil your water in if you have a separate place to steep your tea in. Do you guys have a lot of cedar trees in your area? And have you picked it before? Please share with us in the comments below. So now we've done our first 2 steps for making cedar tea, as we've got our cedar leaves gathered and our water boiling. Now the third step for making our cedar tea is to add the cedar leaves to the boiling water and allow it to simmer. Oh my gosh, it smells so good. At this point, you can either cover up your pot with a lid or not, it's up to you. Now let the cedar simmer for 10 to 20 minutes.
So I just want to pass a note. Most indigenous, really traditional people won't stir the medicine like this young lady did. Just a note, we just let it boil. We let it boil. Once it starts to bubble up, then we put the medicine in and we let it sit for, usually we do a lot bigger pot than this. But this is how this young lady is explaining it and helping you to understand, so the basic gist of it. Once it's boiled for about 45 minutes, then we let it cool down.
Now the fourth step in making cedar tea is to strain the leaves from the water. Use a strainer to separate the tea from the cedar. If you happen to have a loose leaf tea diffuser, you can use that too. The tea should have this beautiful golden brown color. Now the fifth step in making cedar tea is to enjoy your tea. Tea will have a nice and soothing taste. It's best not to add any sweeteners or milk, just drink it naturally as it is. Once we are done with the cedar, it is best practice to give them back and thank the creator for allowing us to use it. Now, after following these 5 steps, you can quickly...
So one of the other things I want to mention is when giving it to younger children and those who aren't an adult yet, it is perfectly fine to add like some honey to it. Because cedar can, most traditional medicines like cedar tea or sage tea do have a bit of a bitter taste to them. So try to keep that in mind. And after a while, you start to get used to the bitter taste of it. But for children, you want to make sure that it's not really like, it depends. If they're like under 10 years old, you want to make sure that it is watered down somewhat for them, and then add some honey into it, so it's not too bitter for them. Otherwise, they won't drink it, and it'll be So rather than that, then you just get used to them to it. So as they get old, as the child grows and gets older, it becomes just they get used to the bitterness. As an adult, if it's too bitter, try adding a bit of water to it, or you may add some honey. And I wouldn't suggest putting in anything else but like honey. This to help you get past the bitter taste of it. Otherwise, suck it up, pull up your bootstraps, and enjoy.
Become a pro at making your own cedar tea at home. If you're wanting to learn more about the various sacred medicines, then download our free Sacred Medicines and Smudging Guide at the link below in the description. Please reach out to us on Facebook or Instagram if you have any questions. If you like this video, please let us know by hitting the like button. Tell us what you liked about it in the comments. Be sure to subscribe and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you have an amazing day, and we'll see you next time.
Yes, plenty of medicines out there in North America that have massive use and benefits health-wise. Here we go. Significance of cedar tea. Let's see what you got to say.
So I really enjoy the work that I do. I get to spend time with a lot of really amazing people. Earlier this week, we work with this group in North Bay. They have cultural practitioners and healthcare practitioners, like Western healthcare practitioners, and they are doing everything that they can to make sure that both are working together really well. And so I was brought in as a resource person for them, and I've been having so much fun with them. It's just a little working group, and they asked some really amazing questions. So earlier this week, I was asked about cedar and toxicity, which I'll get to in a minute. But one of the ways that we answered that question is first to understand the importance of cedar, which is like outrageously like one of the most important medicines that somebody could ever be engaging with, for three main reasons. We look at detoxification. So one of the ways that your body detoxifies itself is through your lymphatic system. You poop, you pee, and you sweat. How does your body get rid of waste via sweat? Is through your lymphatic system. And because one of the mechanisms that it has is these little doors that empty. One of the lymphatic system's major jobs is to scavenge in all of the dead space in your body. So everywhere where your blood vessels are not, your lymphatic system is. It collects raw proteins, it collects garbage, and it transports it through the lymphatic system. Some of these pathways can empty into a sweat gland. Most of it just gets dumped back in your blood, and that toxins will tax your kidneys and your liver. One of the things that cedar does, though, is it activates a lot of these vestigial doors that apparently don't work. We found out recently that in the presence of cedar, those doors open, the lymph is sucked through and emptied into a sweat gland. That is then, when you sweat, all that is thrown out through your skin. Compounded on top of cedar's really effective strategy to encourage a process called diaphoresis, which is just your body sweating. So if you're one of those people who don't sweat, cedar is going to help with that, as well as stimulating your lymphatic system is going to be operating faster. So junk is going to be taken from the site, thrown out through your skin as fast as possible. And as well, one of the things that it does is it repairs the lymphatic system. This process, this brand new process, brand new to literature, called lymphangiogenesis, where your lymphatic system will recreate tissue, heal broken parts and stuff like that. So now the highway that lymph is traveling on as fast as possible to get thrown out through your skin, all those potholes are filled. And so you could fly. And it's really, really good. So the detoxification is totally amplified, much faster, and without the taxation of the liver and the kidneys. Sometimes, you know, the lymph can take days to travel through and get back into your blood. In some people, the lymphatic system is so lethargic that it doesn't even move at all. It just builds up, and you have these swollen lymph nodes everywhere. This is big dealio. So cedar is really important to help all that go through faster. So it's a really, really important tool for detoxification, but also for like energy utilization and partitioning. The lymphatic system, there's tissue that covers the first part of your small intestine, and its job is to collect fats from the food that you eat, get those fats circulating through your blood. So it goes from your small intestine back into the major artery that is then allows it to the fats to be circulating through your blood, that then get utilized as energy. Of course, the faster that absorption and transport into the blood, the faster that energy is going to be able to be utilized. Long form endurance or cardiovascular exercise, you're burning fat for energy. So like cardiovascular exercise or doing cardio is incorporated into like every weight loss regimen. But when like we've worked with a lot of people who, you know, they're having trouble utilizing fat for energy, that process of absorption and transport is ineffective and inefficient. So one of the things that cedar is going to help with is the absorption of those fats is going to be a lot more dramatic, because there's going to be a lot more tissue, lymphatic tissue covering the duodenum, the first part of your small intestine, and then all of that fat can get into your blood and then converted and utilized as energy. Super important for cardiovascular exercise. Any type of fasting is, this process is ketogenic, and then as well as engaging in different ketogenic diets. So you're going to be able to have access to more energy a lot faster from the food that you're eating. So super important for detoxification, energy, absorption and utilization. But one of the main things that I wanted to talk to you about today is how important your lymphatic system is for your immune system. It's responsible for transporting your immune system. Remember how there's two parts to your immune system, the activated immune system and your innate immune system. The innate immune system deals with things every day. They're responsible for killing the pathogen before it causes an infection. Once you have an infection, then your activated immune system has to turn on to be able to deal with that infection. And it makes antibodies, and that takes days. That's when you're sick. Cedar helps you get better faster. So you're sick for a shorter period of time. One of the reasons why is because of the restoration process that it does to your lymphatic system, but also stimulation so it's working a lot quicker. So your immune system is able to transport itself a lot faster. So yeah, when you're sick, you get better faster. One of the things that I can't stand the most, that really bugged me, one of the things that we hear often is this idea that the more often that you're sick, the better the stronger your immune system is going to be. So we let our kids get sick and, just fight it off. You're going to come out of this stronger. It's something that a lot of us can even teach our children. But the reality of that situation is that you're not telling the full story. So it is true. Your immune system is going to be getting stronger. It's going to be developing more memory. One of the most important things that we have to understand is that when we're talking about common colds, like the other common coronavirus, you only have immunity to those for between 8 months to a year. So that immunity doesn't last. So you can repeatedly be getting the same coronavirus every single year for the rest of your life, unnecessarily. Your immune system is not getting smarter or stronger. And what's actually happening is when your body goes to fight off an infection, your activated immune system is turning on. Sometimes this can take days for those B cells to actually be responsible for creating the proper antibodies. Those antibodies to travel through the lymphatic system via lymphocytes that then deliver them to the site of infection. Antibodies clear the infection, yay. But in that period of time when you know that there's an infection, how long it takes for that activated immune system to turn on and deliver the antibodies, in that giant period of time, sometimes days, your innate immune system is causing it's wreaking havoc. It's causing a whole bunch of damage, and that actually is one of the scariest things. So one of the reasons why what we're dealing with right now is not really how deadly the virus is, but how deadly all of the damage that your immune system causes to your body. So the cardiovascular risk and the respiratory risk is very real. So what happens then is your innate immune system goes there, and it's just this giant war zone, and your innate immune system is going to be trying to control the infection. And in those processes, it's going to be damaging a whole bunch of normal tissue. And what it's creating, one of the things that it's creating are these zombie cells that we call senescent cells. So cells that are not dead yet,
although it was on the
12th. Your immune system comes in, kills
I have it still up there
damages
too,
a whole bunch of
raise money
new
to get myself
healthy material,
computer setup,
healthy cells,
like an actual computer desk and stuff,
and convert those into senescent cells, because these are cells that are not dead, but they're not doing their job, so they ask to be killed, and they ask to be killed with those pro-inflammatory cytokines. And so your immune system is attracted there again. There's more immune presence that ends up damaging more cells, and really one of the most important ways to understand this is inflammation. And so it's just causing this vicious cycle of inflammation, and that can manifest itself, depending on the tissue that's being damaged, as chronic disease later in life. CEDAR's role is to give the lymphatic system all the tools that it needs to be able to function as fast as possible. And when you're this is why that mindset of the more often I get sick, the stronger I'm going to be. This is only true to a very small degree. What you have to understand is that there are damages incurred, and you could very well be paving the way for the early onset of chronic disease. So one of the things that I really like to get to talk about is when we look at Western healthcare, one of the, what it does very, very well is give us the ability to live with chronic disease for a very long time. That's the goal. How long can we live with diabetes? How long can we allow our patients to live with autoimmunity? Whereas, the way that plant medicine works, or Nishlamemshkika works, the way Gishgandagabo works, Cedar tea works, is that it gives you the tools that you need to prevent the onset of chronic disease. And so you look at the disparity of the two goals, preventing the onset of chronic disease for as long as possible versus giving us the tools we need to be able to live with chronic disease for as long as possible. You can understand the disparity, but the importance of, what are we going to be capable of when we're working together. So when you're looking at, this, the common colds and flus and infections that your body is dealing with, and we want to make that as short as possible. Shorten the duration of infection to as short as you possibly can, to minimize the innate immune system damage that is incurred and sustained and accumulating for the rest of your life. And so and then being one of the primary drivers of the aging process, these are some really, really important ideas that we really need to be looking at. If we're really concerned about healthcare and traditional medicine's role, or Nishnawimshkika's role, plant medicine's role within the healthcare system that exists now, there is a partnership that has to be made. And so, it's one of my favorite works, favorite capacities to work in is with different health teams that have this goal of working together. And I think, once these systems are going, we're going to be able to be capable of so many amazing things. So to remember, cedar's role in detoxification and energy utilization and partitioning, and then as well as helping your immune system, but not just helping your immune system, but giving your immune system the tools that it needs to be able to work as fast as possible, minimizing the amount of inflammation, chronic low grade levels of inflammation that is sustained or incurred and sustained and accumulating for the rest of your life, driving the aging process. That's where cedar's real effect is then going to be measurable, is supporting us through the aging process, preventing the onset of chronic disease, which will eventually kill us. But
I want to first off take a moment. Thank you for those who donated just recently today, have donated to helping me to get a new computer set up. I greatly appreciate it. I don't want to dox any of you all, but thank you very much. I truly greatly appreciate it. Like I said before, numerous times, I'm going to be setting up, once I get my setup done and everything's done and I got it all set up and everything. Oh, good. It did go through. Thank you, Cannoli. I appreciate you big time, bro. I'm gonna be taking pictures of it, and then I will be showing on stream as well as putting it in my setting up a spot in my Discord, so that you see that your money is actually being spent on what you're donating it for, and that it's good practice, right? Transparency is always good practice. As well, let us not get these into the hands of big corporate. But I would suggest all of you who are watching, or maybe watching the vlog a bit later, to look into different indigenous owned and run businesses that help you, that you can like order cedar and stuff, to help you through this time period, as well as sage. Sage also helps remove illnesses and stuff throughout your home when you smudge, when you light it and let it burn. So these are some very important things to remember, especially when we're looking at dealing with what we are with pandemics and stuff like that. These things are not necessarily the cure, but they may or may not be, but they most definitely are of substantial help, alongside with your masks, your gloves, making sure that you wipe down your most frequent used areas properly, and sanitizing and stuff like that, with hand sanitizers, all those things. It's just an indigenous information to help you get through it. Right on. Any little bit can help. Exactly, Cannoli. Any little bit can help. This isn't those things that you look and go, oh hey, this is something that, hey, these are natural medicines that come from the earth, that come and they help. It's not, and by no means am I saying that these things are the cure-all, although some people may have what's the word they use? Testimonies later on down the line, but nonetheless, this is to help. And being that both Canada and the United States government has screwed the pooch and has handled COVID very poorly, this is a way to help. To help yourself through this. Being that I know it's a little bit difficult sometimes. We've also learned that, you can go out and how to find cedar and stuff like that, or sage. I recommend what us Sioux Nation calls buffalo sage, which is the leafy sage. There's a few different times. There's like the little tiny little leafy ones that are mostly in British Columbia. Then there's the California sage ones, and then there's the prairie ones that have like a really long leaf on them. I would recommend those ones that have the really long leaf on them. Not that the other ones aren't helpful or good as well. It's just my own culture's, my own nation's preference on what we use. But when it comes for like making a sage tea, we do recommend you use the leafy ones. The buffalo sage. As well as there's sweetgrass. There's a plethora of other medicines. But this gentleman, and I'm going to actually like what he has to say because he is speaking very much deep truth, and I'm going to also subscribe to him. So we want to be able to make sure that people remain healthy and strong through these times. Like I said, you may have older family relatives who are at a high risk. This will help to reduce that high risk. These things help to reduce that high risk. You may have children that are at high risk. This will also help. You may have, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, mom, dad, cousins. These things help. Like I said, it's not the cure-all. It's not, oh yeah, just never mind or whatever else. This is added extra help to ensure that we survive this COVID crisis. That as many of us as possible can survive. I'm sure the rich aren't batting an eye on how many of us are surviving or not. So we have to understand that we have to take ownership and responsibility for our own lives and livelihood, and be responsible for ourselves to ensure that we survive, that our family and loved ones survive. This is the whole thing that we've been facing, because for at least a decade, if not more, they have been constantly pushing this individuality, where never mind the other guy. That includes your partner, your children. It's always been this whole entire thing of individual, just you. We have to get past that. We have to stop looking at life in this way and start looking at this as a community thing. Also, on the same topic, if you see someone outside or you go to a store or something and someone doesn't have a mask on, first ask them if they need a mask. Don't get mad at them. Please don't rage out on them yet. At least find out whether they don't, if they don't have a mask, and give them the opportunity, maybe hand them an extra mask that you may have, or buy them a mask at the store. if they are in the percentage that if they catch COVID, that it's a death sentence for them. Have human compassion and understanding that these people that you're talking to, if they are out and about without a mask and they are that percentage, if they catch it, they're dead. They'll die from it. That they may not have somebody there that's able to help them. They may not have somebody that is willing to go out and get them stuff and things like that. Extend a compassionate hand. Exactly, right? So when you see that and you hear out of their mouth that they're saying, hey, I don't have the luxury or the privilege to have someone go out and get me stuff because it's just me. So what am I supposed to do? Be locked up inside and not be able to get any food or anything? I'm supposed to starve and stuff inside my home? Take that into consideration. And extend that compassionate hand. Exactly. Extend a compassionate hand. Say, hey, here's my cell number. Text me. I'll go get what you need. Don't get all Karen on them. Don't go all apeshit on them. The only way we're going to make it through this thing is if we help each other. We show compassion, we show love, we show respect, and we show kindness and gentleness to each other. And we help each other. That's the only way we're going to make it through this. There may be some that you come across that are COVID deniers. I don't know what to tell you with those ones. Unfortunately, there are those. But please make sure that you check to make sure that the person's actually a COVID denier and is not someone who literally has no one to be able to help them to go get anything, and that they have no other choice but to go out, even though it's a death sentence if they catch it. You have to be aware of these things. You cannot just sit there, and automatically assume, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Right? That's what assume means. You assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Right? So come from that understanding. Share that. Let it go out all over the place. Let these understandings go out all over the place. I know it's a scary time. We all know it's a scary time. This shit is serious. This shit is real. But we cannot lose our humanity because of it. So let's finish watching what the brother is talking about.
But it's how long can we prevent those diseases from happening will determine, the quality of life that we have. And then once we have those chronic diseases, how then can we healthfully live with these? So that's real cool. I mean, so going back to the initial question, which was toxicity of cedar, it's actually really simple. And so one of the things I wanted to share with everybody is that with every medicine, we have to express a certain amount of caution. Using plant medicine and incorporating different things into your diet, we should be doing all of these with an extreme amount of caution. But one of the main fears with Eastern white cedar, Thuja occidentalis, as having a dangerous terpene called thujone. And thujone, can cause so many problems, cardiovascular risk and damage and all of this stuff. But which is true, but one of the things that we have to understand is that thujone is not water soluble. So when you make tea, you're getting next to nothing. Certainly nowhere near the at the levels where it will cause problems. And actually, there was a really amazing study that was done, probably just to spite this idea, was done on white-tailed deer. Their favorite winter food is cedar. I mean, they just eat cedar all winter long. And if a deer is harvested in the winter months, there's more thujone present in a certain amount of the deer, the consumable parts of the deer, that then would be in a year of consuming cedar tea on a regular basis. So not that, and then also with that study, looking at the safety profile of consuming winter deer, or deer that are wintering near cedar, it was still a safe food to eat. And so toxicity of cedar, we really need to, throw this idea out the window. It's not really a concern, especially when you're thinking about thujone. Obviously, you take a certain amount of common sense into the equation, which, I mean, I guess I really shouldn't be doing as a teacher, but a couple cups of tea a day is, maximum what you would need. Most of us will just have like 1 or 2, maybe 3 cups of cedar tea a day. It's perfect. It's beautiful. You could do that every day for the rest of your life, and it's only going to do good. But you're not going to have a gallon every day. After you have a gallon of cedar tea every day, after a month, your liver enzymes might start getting a little out of whack. But so a certain amount of caution, a couple of cups of tea a day, perfectly fine. And you're amplifying your body's detoxification processes, energy utilization and partitioning, and helping with your immune system. But not just your immune system, allowing that aging process to not manifest itself until later in life. So I just wanted to share with you guys, a couple little things that we're doing, and that I just can't help but share some of these. Sometimes we get caught with these really neat questions that I think everybody should have a very clear understanding of. So hopefully I was able to bring that all into a pretty decent perspective for us to understand Gish Gandagabo, or cedar tea, just a little bit more. So, see you guys later.
Nice. So, once again, this is what we're looking at, right? So, I'm actually going to be posting this up in a few places, and one especially is a friend of mine who I want to ensure has this in their endeavors. Suggestions, links, any questions from me in the LH after section. Oh, Doc, why don't you have it? Here it is. All right, that's taken care of there. Very important message of the day. Oh, excuse me. And we're going to go back to here. I got to go. Thank you for the education. I'll have to go back to work. Take care. Okay, Cannoli, have a good one, buddy. Thank you for hanging out and chilling. And also, there's the link to the video that we just watched. Oh no, wait, that's my Discord invite link. Feel free to join if you haven't joined yet. More than welcome. So it's very important to remember there are some serious things on this planet when it comes to indigenous healing and medicines. Oh yeah, and we're gonna take
we the people are the ones who gonna have to fight. We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? The truth is, we're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? On.
Yep. And oh yeah, here's a good one. I like this one.
Get the fuck off a mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the fuck off a mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Open our eyes to see a better way. Work together for a more collective say. Not go half a call it, go all the way. We living in a blessed era of Max Holloway. It is what it is, us champs grind every day. Steady banging, I know o Hawaii ne. Jedi Guardians of the Galaxy, non-fiction, I'm fallacy. Our home, not a theme park, museum or gallery. Off the grid, down in the valley. Living sustainably and happily. What we need, we get plenty. Nobody crank it. Go easy, spank it with your hanky panky. Whole anti. Making big noise and we got them listening. Chanting, singing, dancing, and we whispering. In a battle never ending. Mount a defending, trending. This rebellion beginning to the happy ending.
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
In this circle of assassins, we use words as weapons, tearing tyranny apart while we teaching lessons. Chanting down this Babylon system on pressing, lighting up the darkness, cleaning messes and spreading blessings. Ready, willing, and restless. Kiaki frontliners in the trenches, ready to wreck shit. Dug in deep on heavy gangster beat. Bring the heat, never back down, surrender or retreat. Small victories, slight adjustments, press repeat. Our stories we now speak, we no need sneak. Nature over concrete is how we snatching victory from your jaws of defeat.
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Kila ke mauna wake e ho'olo no I ka buve. O ka la hui aloha ina hoina kia I mai uka ke ke. E hulia e huli mai 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 e hulia e huli mai. Kila ke mauna wake e ho'olo no I ka buve. O ka la hui aloha ina hoina kia I mai uka ke ke. E hulia e huli mai 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 e hulia e huli mai.
get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Kidney beans have the nutrients you need. Mushrooms. Damn. It's not hard. Hey, buddy. Yes, you're lurking. You're not twerking. So I want you to understand, start looking at these things. Because if you are starting to understand and starting to see what's going on around you. Hey, Kodo. It's with a K, not a J, Kodo. When you start to understand what's going around and see what's going on around you in the world we live in today, how are we going to make it through this? How are we going to survive? And it's always going to be a question. How is we as human beings are going to survive? Well, there are prime examples of stimmies, yeah. We don't always, you know, that's the thing though. See, governments have made us, and corporations and the 1% have made us so reliant upon them for our existence that we have almost nearly forgotten how to rely upon ourselves and our community to exist, to survive. We rely on the government for way too much. We rely on these 1% and big corporations way too much. And it's not like they make it easy for people either, right? Oh, never mind this stuff. If you do this stuff, oh, well, we have to come up with some law that says you can't do this stuff. I've been starting to garden in my apartment, and I have a huge carrots to grow on the spring. Already started some vegetables in my bathroom, and lion's mane feels great so far. Exactly, Kodo. Exactly. Start looking at what you can do at home, in your very own home, in your terrace, your balconies, talk to your, if you live in a building, talk to your building owners to see about setting up a gardening encapsule on top of it. All these different things that you can look at. Plenty of things. Once winter's gone, you can start looking at, community gardens, all these different things that can be looked at and done. Granted, you may get some pushbacks, but hey, skeptic, quick question: is there any indigenous anarchist channels you would recommend to us? You and the serfs are the only indigenous lefters I know of. Also, I'm good, skeptic. Silver Spook is another one. And then there's Anarchist Laboratory, which Sean is an indigenous person as well. A lot of the other ones I know of that are indigenous, well, there's what is it? Dr. something? why do I forget his name? He's a cool guy. But there's a lot of people that literally, a lot of indigenous culture, a lot of indigenous people on Twitch mostly do streamings of video games. But yeah, I would say Silver Spook is definitely a good one. He's a Hawaiian brother. Very good. I am looking to see if I can find some other ones that do it as well. From, let's say, Australia, New Zealand, and other places, you know, that have indigenous streamers that talk about these things and talk about their culture, heritage, traditions, way of life, and stuff like that. I think it's I think it's a small percentage right now. Hopefully it will grow. But once again, if I recommend someone, it's because I know what they're talking about and they're talking real truth, and not fake bullshit. Well, Skeptic, I'm working on that. I've met 3 indigenous sisters from over in, I think, New Zealand, Australia area, that I am looking at talking with, and maybe hopefully I can get them to come in and we can do an interview with them. And hopefully we can start looking at getting these things set up. Yes, I do believe some of them are Maori. So I'm working on it. It's in the works. You know me, man. Right from day one, I've always set up my channel so I promote indigenous streamers as much as I can. When I find them, I promote them. This isn't one of those contests of there can only be one indigenous streamer and they must have all of the people following them, and any other one must be subservient to one. No. That's that's not a form of praxis that has anything to do with socialism, capital, or communism, or anarchism, or anything to do with indigenous culture. We don't think that way. That is colonized bullshit. So, you know me, I'm all about making sure you all know the hard truth and facts. And when I find something that doesn't sniff right, I walk away from it. As long as they have good content and good ideas, then I'm interested. Exactly, Skeptic, exactly. And this is what I try to make sure, that those that I promote have that. You know, and there's, you know, Zots, Kamazots, there's a few. Which is why, you know, like I'll sit there and I'll do Pam Pameter. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a Twitch. She's not a Twitch streamer. Then there's the other ones that we have watched and seen, and that I previewed on here.
Unless you're one of the first Americans, a Native American, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Hey Lilith. Hi Alexis. How you doing? How's my sister today? Half Truth, what's up? Hey Della, how you doing, sister? So I am always going to be constantly pushing for promoting indigenous streamers from all around the world, so that we can understand and have understanding of indigenous people, and that everyone can start to learn better or understand better or learn more. Once again, we have to pay respects and respect the factor that what works in that country may not work in yours, but it works for them. And learning and understanding and then developing one's own for your own culture wise. But like, once again, I always try to find and promote indigenous people throughout the world that I come across, that speak truth and are real in what they're talking about, and not some colonizer mindset or facsimile of such. And I have, there are other people that I am currently talking with, that I am working towards trying to get them to start doing that, start streaming those things, so that we can understand more, or that there's more information going out there from the different indigenous communities or cultures out there on our dear planet Earth. And I want to be able to sit back and make it so that we have multiple different people, from indigenous people from all over planet Earth, streaming about their culture, their heritage, their histories, their way of life, and so forth, right? The knowledge is good. Knowledge is power. This is why when we look at our education system, it doesn't teach us a whole hell of a lot. And it teaches us misinformation. So let us call this an education program. Real education. And understanding what it is to be a human being and how we can move forward upon this earth as real human beings. Not the made up, brainwashed robot drones that the 1% capitalists, companies, and governments want us to be. That we can learn how to actually be human beings. These things I want to always promote. And like I said, when I find them, the end goal of the Canadian education system is patriotic customers and to be obedient to the capitalist system in society. It's to breed. Yeah, exactly, Skeptic. And that's the same thing with the United States and other countries. This is their whole entire idea. A patriotic consumer. Breed patriotic consumers, yes. To feed their greed not to look after us, but to feed their greed. We have to awaken ourselves from those things and start to learn how to be a human being again. This is what I talk about when I talk about how we are brainwashed from the moment that we start to understand. From the moment that we are as a child start to comprehend and understand things, we are bombarded with brainwashing to be a patriotic consumer wherever we live on this planet. This is the fundamental reality that the 1%, big corporations and government are pushing. You see, the 1%, big corporations and government live in socialism, while they make the rest of us live in capitalism. How is that fair? How is that right? These things we have to look at. These things we start to have to understand. You know, if you have been at one point in time a soldier, you're double brainwashed, because once you get into boot camp, you're hardcore brainwashed to be nothing but a killing machine for the government, the 1%, and big corporations. That's all you are, is a brainwashed killing machine. They work on taking away your humanity. You must obey orders without thought, without hesitation. Protecting the ideology of the American dream and its freedoms. When I was in grade 7, I learned in my social studies class that Sir John A. Macdonald was the founder of Canada, who united the country and saved us from American expansionism. The education taught us the impression that Sir J. A. Macdonald did was necessary and justified. It wasn't until I graduated high school when I realized that our society is controlling the way we think of the world and censors important information out. Yeah. Well, skeptic, did you know that when it came to like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, if it wasn't for the Métis and Louis Riel out from the Métis, who was the leader of the Métis at that time, if it wasn't for them, Manitoba and Saskatchewan would not have become part of the Confederation of called Canada. It was Louis Riel who sat down with the settlers and the indigenous like Cree, Ojibwe, and Sioux tribes there in Manitoba and Saskatchewan and worked it all out. And Sir John A. Macdonald didn't do anything but move the Canadian Army in so that once it was formalized, he can go in and kill off as many as the indigenous and Métis as he possibly could. Because it would have looked, the systems that we see of governance in Saskatchewan and Manitoba would have looked way different if it wasn't for Sir John A. Macdonald's treacherous, treasonous acts that he did. At least not forget all the other treaties that he broke and everything else. So and then the setting up of the residential schools, boarding schools. This man did a lot of genocide. He is not the great hero that we are taught in school. He's just another form of Adolf Hitler. The education system gives us a bad impression of Louis Riel. We learned that he was mentally ill, who was a terrorist. McDonald killed him because he went against the establishment. Yeah. So, back in those days, when someone went against, even still today, there are a plethora, a huge amount of indigenous activists, land defenders, water protectors that have been charged with treason in Canada and United States for simply speaking truth, which does not benefit the narrative that the governments wish to portray to the population. There are brothers and sisters that are sitting in penitentiaries today that may never see the light of day. There's so much Native American protest that happens in Canada all the time that the mainstream media never covers it. Yeah, it's a bourgeois shithole. Yeah, exactly. Why would they want to cover it? I mean, it's not like we had, truth and reconciliation or something going on, you know what I mean? Right, skeptic? These things we have to think about all the time. They had a program where they were literally taking people who have the most racist, shittiest ideas about indigenous people and bringing them onto reserves and helping them to understand the history of why it is the way it is and what we're looking at and why it became the thing that it is today. You don't see that get much play anymore. Even though supposedly we're in truth and reconciliation. That's not on mainstream channels. You may find that on like APTN, Aboriginal People's Television Network. But you don't see it a whole lot on mainstream. Why? Because it defeats the narrative. It starts to remove the brainwashing that people in North America have been experiencing for generations. I hope, Lilith, I hope your stream went well. Hey, Kali Kami. These things we have to look at. People think this issue has been done and dealt with, but in reality, they're not even close to that point. Yeah, exactly, skeptic. Exactly. People have been thinking it's not even done with, but yet they're thinking it's over. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's good. Now we can get back to business as normal. It's not done with. It's not even anywhere near close to being done with. They didn't even scratch the surface. Then we have premiers like Jason Kenney and Doug Ford who are perpetrating the resistance of white supremacy, of having white supremacy as the ultimate vanguard. and trying to move away from truth and reconciliation, because why would they want to do that? That defeats the white supremacy ideology. That defeats the white privilege. That defeats these ideas and ideologies and principles that white people are better than any other breed, race, or color. That they are supreme. It is hard to remove yourself from the sheep herd because of so much propaganda I was raised in, especially for me because I was born and raised in rural Alberta. Yeah, exactly, skeptic. Exactly. But it can be done. I get a kick and laugh out of it because I see a lot of these so-called white supremacists in Canada, if they get thrown in jail, they're best friends and buddies all of a sudden and sucking up to the indigenous people, natives in prisons, to ensure that they're able to survive being in prison. Really? But then on the outside, you're all about, we must end the inferior races. Really? Lots of things heard that I heard about that. Yeah, exactly, skeptic. It's true. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it. But that being, in Canada, it is the majority of indigenous people are the ones that are sitting inside prisons. Majority of prisons are filled with indigenous people. And other nationalities have a smaller percentage of being inside prisons. Whereas in the States, it's a mix between indigenous people and black African people that are being astronomically slammed into prisons. Majority of indigenous people are in foster care system as well, I believe. Yes. We hold that too. Yes. Majority of indigenous children are in foster care systems. The majority of the population in foster care systems up here in Canada are indigenous children. In the States, I think it's a mixture between indigenous people and black and people of color and black African children that hold the majority of those in the States, in foster care system in the States. So once again, and then they say, well, if you've been a part of the foster care system, so therefore you are unfit to be a parent once you age out and become an adult and age out of the foster care system and social services and whatnot. And you have a child, then you have a social worker comes and says, oh, well, you were in our care growing up, so therefore you're unfit to be a parent. If you're the ones teaching us how to be an adult and how to have, raise our children properly and everything, then why are we deemed unfit? Oh, no, wait, that's right. You're just perpetuating keeping a shit ton of children in your system to continue on you making wealth off of children. Same thing with prisons. Things you need to remember, things you need to think about. Take an honest look at. If you haven't so far, maybe it's time to look. Just saying. Maybe it's something to take a look into. Just saying. Oh, I like this one. This is a cover too. So.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, and I thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon, cause I'm here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, with your one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, cause we all lose when they feed on souls on the innocent, undrenched pavement. Keep on moving through the water, says raging. And I make you can't lose your way. I'ma drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you. No way, no way. Oh, sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, with your one day, one day, one day. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There will be no wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day. One day, one day, one day.
So when they talk about feeding on the souls of the innocent, when the song references feeding on the souls of the innocent, think of that. Foster care homes, social workers that come in and steal people of color's children's, BIPOC, people of color, they steal the children. They are and make a living off of that. They are feeding on the souls of the innocent. Hey, Gaya. They are feeding on the souls of the innocent. Innocent children. And yet they claim they're doing it for the children. Most of the homes that they steal them from, they could take that amount of money that they make off of these kids and put it, even half of it, and put it towards prevention and helping the families get out of poverty, because that's usually what it is it's a poverty level. But they don't want to do that, because then, you know, that ruins the whole entire self-supporting ecosystem of the foster care and child welfare system. that cannot survive unless it has children to feed off of. The souls of the innocent. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. Oh, here we go. I like this. Here we go.
So what is reconciliation anyway? There's a number of things that are not reconciliation. Hiring more Indigenous peoples is not reconciliation. Having more artwork in offices is not reconciliation. We should already be doing these things.
Before how I can help comes as a question, I think they first need to understand.
All you need is access to Google, and you'll be able to get onto the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's website and read the report. And even if you don't want to read it, you can read it in YouTube videos, have it read to you.
And then not just know the truth, but there's the justice part where you actually address and make amends for everything that's happened and is still happening.
The reality is that First Nations kids are still getting between 20 to 50% less funding across every public service.
So until there's no more murdered and missing Indigenous women or our people over incarcerated in prison, how can we skip forward to the fun reconciliation part of things?
There is no federal plan to eliminate those inequalities. And some people say, well, you know, there must be a reason for this. But let's take boil water advisories. The government of Canada can get a DART team in the air, fly them to an earthquake zone halfway around the world and get clean water pumping in 24 hours. So why can't they do that for First Nations communities in Canada? We're making choices to allow the racial discrimination to continue. And that's what we need to stop.
We will never get to real truth, justice, and reconciliation until there is a substantial transfer of power, wealth, and resources. And that means lands have to come back. That also means there has to be us sharing in the resources. And it also means a recognition and full implementation of our sovereign right to be self-determining.
When you think about the greatest human rights abuses that were done in Canada,
Columbus
the Chinese head tax, the internment of Japanese Canadians, and residential school, they all have two things in common. First, they were all perpetrated by the Canadian government. And second, we all let it happen because we couldn't watch the injustice and speak up and do something about it. Reconciliation is our chance to learn how to not turn away.
If I help these people in professional positions or positions of power understand what it is Indigenous people have been going through and have gone through, it's going to help my children in school right now. It's going to help their children, and it's going to help, 7 generations.
That's why I never talk about reconciliation without talking about truth, justice, and reconciliation. You won't get that from hanging artwork in an office.
Help TVO create a better world through the power of learning. Visit tvo.org and make a tax deduction.
I like it.
Before you ask, how can I help when it comes to the Indigenous narrative, you first need to understand what has happened. I've been speaking for over 20 years, mostly about Indigenous ways of knowing. Some of the obstacles I face is when I present the information, people get overwhelmed. The response is to go to a solution-based position. The best way to help is just to listen, just to listen. left Toronto at 14 because of a fight with my mother, a physical. I was, receiving the physical. And so I left and I jumped on a bus up to Sault Ste. Marie to look for my father. He tried to help me as much as he could, but it wasn't as supportive as I needed. So I ended up on the streets and sleeping in stairwells, and I engaged in an altercation where they said a racial slur, and then I got charged. When I got incarcerated, my father signed my probation, my court document, saying that he didn't want to have anything to do with me. I addressed it with him when I was in my mid-20s. And I asked him why he left when I was young. He left when I was 2. And he said he thought I would be better off. And then I asked why he signed that he didn't want to have anything to do with me. And he just said I was too hard to handle. I was too hard to manage. Back then, I remember being very angry. At the time, I think I just wanted him to care, but instead of just kind of like washing his hands of me, which I understand. He was taken to residential school at a very young age, chaperoning in residential school in Shingwa. They took him, I think, from 18 months old, and then they tied him up in a chicken coop. And then he almost starved to death. And then at 7 years old, he was trying to speak to his sister across the cafeteria. And they put him in a box underneath the stairs for 3 days without food or water. Those were the only 2 stories that he'll disclose to me. The rest are too hurtful for him to even talk about. So understanding why he removed himself from my life is understandable to me. I do forgive him. I was doing my community hours after being incarcerated as a young offender. I heard the drum and I heard singing, and it just kind of grabbed a hold of me. And so I just knew that I wanted to learn how to do that. I wanted to learn how to sing like that. I wanted to learn those songs. There was a library close by that had the largest indigenous selection in Ontario, which I totally lost myself in. So many culminating events really kind of put me on a path of learning, but essentially a path to connect me to my identity. So the song that I sang for you is actually a song I composed, and the words in the song are Manadu Megaze Oshpeming, Vidukawe Anishinaabe. So as the spirit of the eagle is rising up, please help the people, please help the human beings. I believe that most Canadians have only maybe 5 to 10% of the story. The impacts are still obvious and overt within the nations right across this country. So I guess my message to people that are just first finding out the narrative is to let it process, to ask themselves questions of why are they resisting? Why are they in disbelief? How can you help? Read a book, watch a documentary by an Indigenous filmmaker. So that's the part I think I have to relay to the people within Canada and North America, is that to just do their research, to look further into it, and understanding why is so powerful.
Help TVO create a better world through the power of learning. Visit tvo.org and make a tax-deductible donation today.
Canadians have been breaking their...
The buffalo always sustained us. The newcomers saw this. When they started killing them off, we started to die from hunger. Our leaders realized we had to find a new way to live. They came together at Fort Carleton and Fort Pitt in 1876 to meet the Crown's representatives. They negotiated our future through Treaty 6, a nation-to-nation agreement. Our people were told that the newly arrived Northwest Mounted Police were there to protect us. Livelihood, education, health care, hunting rights, and more were all promised in exchange for sharing the land to the depth of a plow. We were told we kept our freedom, and because the treaties were done through our traditional ceremonies, most believed the promises made by the Crown. No one knew the Government of Canada was preparing the Indian Act at the same time, which said Canada could dictate our lives. No one knew the Northwest Mounted Police was there to push us onto reserves. No one knew the written document said we surrendered the land. Big Bear and a few other leaders wanted to negotiate a better deal. Government representatives, like Indian Affairs Commissioner Edgar Dewdney and his assistant Hayter Reed, wanted them all to move away from the coming railway, so they used hunger as a weapon against anyone trying to resist. Big Bear tried to choose a reserve near Little Pine and Palmaker, but it was not approved. He and his people were sent to Frog Lake, Alberta. The government brought in an Indian agent named Thomas Quinn, who had a reputation for cruelty. He continually refused rations to the starving people. Another man, John Delaney, forced the women to trade their bodies for food for their hungry children. On April 2, 1885, the Cree warriors, led by Wandering Spirit, finally pushed back with force, killing 9 men they knew as their oppressors, including Thomas Quinn. The reserves in the Battleford area were also kept hungry. A group of leaders and warriors went to Fort Battleford to meet with their Indian agent to ask for food. The people of the town of Battleford got scared and barricaded themselves into the fort. When the Cree and Nakota arrived, the Indian agent refused to come out, and so some of the hungry people took what they needed in the deserted town. The government was already sending troops north from Swift Current to find and punish Big Bear and his warrior chief Wandering Spirit. One troop's leader, Colonel William Otter, decided on his own to attack Palmaker's camp. Palmaker went to Little Pine and Sweetgrass, requesting the warriors come to his camp. He felt that a large number of worthy men would convince Otter to turn back. Otter attacked before dawn. He fired into the Cree camp without negotiating, but the warriors protected the people and defeated Otter's troops. Eventually, Big Bear, Palmaker, and Wandering Spirit turned themselves in to ensure safety for their people. Big Bear and Palmaker were sent to Stony Mountain Prison. On November 2nd, 1885, 8 warriors, including Wandering Spirit, were tried without legal representation and sentenced to death. The government brought people in from nearby reserves to witness the hanging. Children from the residential school in Battleford were also forced to watch, to be taught what happens if they stood up for themselves. People are starting to learn about these schools and their terrible legacy, but they don't know about the other ways the Canadian government has oppressed us. The rights outlined in our treaties were ignored and overshadowed through the Canadian government's policies and laws. The Indian Act took away our traditional governance structure and imposed a chief and council system. The Indian Act criminalized our ceremonies, which is a way of criminalizing who we are. Because of what happened in 1885, the government introduced a policy called the pass system. This meant that our ancestors were confined to their reserves unless they had permission from the Indian agent. When our people began to pursue land claims and organize against our own oppression, the government added a section to the Indian Act that stopped us from hiring lawyers.
Yep.
Soon, we were outlawed from gathering in groups of any kind.
Yep.
The RCMP enforced it all, arresting anyone who resisted.
Yep. Something you're not going to learn in school. Tell me something. If your mom, your sister, your auntie, your female cousin had to go and allow someone to defile their body in order to feed you, would you think that's acceptable? All I can remember is the crap the way people put on at Boy Scouts, where they dressed up as indigenous. Exactly, Solaris. Exactly. The stoic mythologic indigenous person who's romanticized. Imagine that. It's interesting that they can do what they want to steal the aesthetic and romanticize it, but like totally miss the point. Exactly. Exactly, Solaris. Exactly. Things that people haven't realized yet.
It is a 7-decade-old mystery that has brought Ontario's provincial police to these northern woods. What they are looking for are graves.
We're going to walk about a mile. That's a long way to be hidden, I guess.
In 1941, 3 young boys went missing from here, never seen again. For years, the people of Fort Albany begged police to excavate what they believe is a 70-year-old crime scene.
That's all we want is some cooperation, some belief.
That's where we were told in an area that it was, so we're going to make a wider perimeter so that we can search a little wider area than that.
Time has hardened the unanswered questions into a deep and abiding suspicion of what really went on in one of Canada's most notorious Indian residential schools. It was called St. Anne's, funded by the government and for decades administered by the Catholic orders of the Oblates and the Grey Nuns. Generations of children from remote James Bay communities were forced to attend the school. Running away was not uncommon.
The 3 boys ran away from the school one night in early to mid-April, and it was determined that the boys had tried to cross the river late at night to get to the other side, and in doing so, there was a breakup of ice at that time, and that they were likely washed out to sea.
That is the 70-year-old official story, but Cree elder Ed Matatawaban says a community story handed down through generations is that the 3 boys returned to the school and were punished to death.
It has to be looked at. It has to be investigated. The boys didn't die in the bush. They died under custody.
The charge is really that people at the school, people associated with the church, murdered 3 boys.
Yeah.
Is that conceivable to you?
Oh, yeah. The people that have received physical punishment, they know it's conceivable. So that's not beyond belief for us.
There is no school today. Fire destroyed the last remaining buildings 4 years ago. But talk to anyone who went here, and the memories still sear.
There's so many things that happened to them, happened to us when we were here.
74-year-old Angela Shishish was just 7 years old the first time she arrived at St. Anne's. Coming back was more than she could handle.
Right now, it seems that I'm traveling back in my younger days. I could hear the kids. Now we better go back.
You don't want to hear anymore.
No, I'm feeling too weak.
Okay. Let's go back then. Come with me.
I remember we used to go in another building to go and take our breakfast. I didn't want to eat the porridge because it was too thick, didn't taste right. And the other girl that I saw, she got sick. Same thing happened to me. One of the helper, the big girls, was the one pulling my hair, and then was standing beside her, grabbed a spoon and fed me my vomit. Couldn't swallow it at first. Couldn't swallow it.
They called it a prison, and it must have felt like it. Instead of names, children were given numbers. Ed Matatawaban was number 4. He lived at St. Anne's till high school, later becoming one of his community's leaders. The punishment he remembers most sounds almost unbelievable.
We were electrocuted in the electric chair.
That's right. He says the school had a homemade electric chair.
It sat in the dormitory. If you don't behave, you will get electrocuted.
Can you describe for me what the chair looked like?
Metal handles for the armrest. And I think there was a continuous flow from the right side to the left side so that the current would travel through our bodies. People would cry, people would squirm, and different reactions.
There were priests, nuns, fear, isolation. St. Anne's was a petri dish for abuse. Angela Shishish remembers one priest in particular who would translate for the visiting dentist.
In those days, you know how when they used to give you a needle to freeze, it was very painful, eh? My hands were tied up like this, so was my legs.
Tied to the chair?
Yeah. And he says I saw two of them that I have to fix.
It was when the dentist left the room that the priest took over.
That priest started to kiss all over my face. And I was scared. And I cried, sitting in a chair like that. And the dentist came out. Are you afraid? You're crying? Are you afraid? And that priest kept on saying, yeah, afraid.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to offer an apology to former students of Indian residential schools. The treatment of children in Indian residential schools is a sad chapter in our history.
In 2008, Canada's historic apology to residential school survivors came with a promise. In return for not suing the government, former students who could prove abuse would be compensated. The government would prepare a summary of what was known to have happened at each school. Adjudicators would decide what each claim was worth. As with most things bureaucratic, it got reduced to a formula. Points would be awarded for different kinds of abuse. Sexual abuse would get the most points of all. Based on that, St. Anne's survivors like Evelyn Korkmaz joined tens of thousands from across the country in filing claims.
I thought, good, I could, get some kind of compensation where somebody is acknowledging what happened to me.
Imagine that. Imagine that. You get taken away from your home, placed in some place, beaten, tortured, raped, and abused, and it's all reduced to a point score. Imagine that. a spreadsheet like you would if you were going gambling. A point spread. Anyone who has been a victim of abuse think of that, all being reduced to a point spread. Ugh. That gives me shivers just to think about it. And not the good kind of shivers either.
It was part of my healing process.
As a child, Evelyn was raped at St. Anne's repeatedly. For hours, she detailed the abuse for her adjudicator, only to have her claim denied.
Oh.
He said he didn't believe it. He didn't believe a word I said, no. It was traumatizing, I came home, I was shocked, couldn't believe that this was the process.
According to the adjudicator's report, Evelyn's account of her sexual abuse was not credible. And nor, it seems, were other St. Anne's claims, which struck the former students as odd because there was a record of their abuse going back a decade and a half. In 1992, after years of silence, the community came together and decided it was time to start telling the stories of what went on at the school to police.
You want us to take the tape down, Greg? Yeah, we can do that shortly.
This is the Ontario Provincial Police officer who heard the stories first. In 1992, Greg Delgadez was just starting his policing career. He would come to know the St. Anne's community well. His investigation lasted 7 years.
What kinds of things were you hearing?
Physical and sexual abuse that was taking place on students from staff at the school, some religious personnel, some civilian staff at the school. There were also allegations of physical and sexual abuse on children by other children.
Widespread?
It was widespread, and it was systematic, and it was out of control.
By any standard, Delgadez's investigation was massive, one of the first in Canada to examine residential school abuse. 700 former students and staff were interviewed, more than 70 alleged perpetrators.
So those of us who have gone through being abused, imagine somebody sitting there telling you, it's not real. Nah, what you're saying can't be real. Couldn't have happened. No, sorry. Imagine that. Even though there's evidence proving that it is an actual fact. Yeah. The other factor, Gargoyle, is reducing the numbers. Blatantly reducing the numbers. This is how the government deals with it. Reduce the numbers down to an acceptable amount that we can easily pay out to get them to quiet it down. Now let me be clear.
Unless you're one of the first
hey.
Americans, a Native American, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Hey, Corin. Welcome in, buddy. How you doing, bro? Thank you for joining us. Rating in. Love you. Appreciate it. I want you to understand that, folks. These things actually... Hey, Sea Bunny! These things actually happened. These events actually took place and worse. But it's been reduced. to reduce the amount of money or reduce the amount of claims so that the government can easily brush it off. Here's a few bucks, okay, go away. Hey, what's up, Zoni? Imagine that. Think of that, like seriously. This is just residential school. That's not including the 60 scoop, which was the continuation of residential school, just stealing children, indigenous children, and selling them to non-indigenous people. And all the abuse and shit that went on there, or the foster care systems, prisons, all these things. It is just a constant bombardment of it. And all the government wants to do is reduce its numbers so it can easily manage to pay off a couple of bucks and make it all go away and continue on as business as usual without doing anything to change it. Without owning it, without actually doing anything. Ownership of it doesn't mean you get up on a little podium in front of the news crew and say, yeah, we apologize for this happening. Here's a few bucks, now go away. That's not reconciliation. That's not truth. That's not justice. Damn.
Identified, and yet only 5 would be convicted, despite all the testimonies police collected.
Did I not believe them? Absolutely not. I believed every one of them. There was no issue with that. The Crown Attorney's Office spent nearly a year reviewing all allegations and deciding which ones would be marked for prosecution. And it was at the end of that those numbers showed up.
The OPP investigation consisted of more than 12,000 documents, but after the trials, they were filed away. The police had them, of course. The government...
12,000 documents, and only 5 out of 70 of the perpetrators went to court, got charged. What? What?
Would later admit it had copies too. And yet when former St. Anne students started filing compensation claims, time and again it seems no one knew what they were talking about.
We were surprised that they didn't know the story. We told the story to the police, and all of us thought we were telling it to the government. But they were coming to us as if they didn't know anything about what had transpired before.
Indeed, the government's official summary of St. Anne's, distributed to adjudicators, said there were just 4 known incidents of abuse at the school, all of them physical. No known sexual abuse at all. It was as if Detective Delgadiz's massive investigation had never happened.
Well, when you heard that, what did you think?
Very disappointed in the whole matter. What kind of a cover-up is going on that they deny that there ever was even an investigation? I was on the investigation for 7 years. Absolutely, there was an investigation.
Children at St. Anne's Residential School suffered nightmarish levels of abuse, and yet the Office of the Attorney General suppressed thousands of pages of police evidence that identified those perpetrators.
NDP MP Charlie Angus has been trying to get answers from the government for years.
When I learned that there were thousands of pages of police testimony and documents and evidence and the naming of the perpetrators that had gone on to reveal, this house of horrors, you expect as a Canadian that justice will be done, and then it never was done. And then when you see the process that's supposed to be in place for compensation and reconciliation, you think, man, it's a slam dunk for the survivors of St. Anne's. This should be a pretty straightforward process, and it wasn't.
Obviously, they were playing games. They didn't want to release the documents.
Because?
It implicates too many people. Implicates people in government. It implicates people in church. Why would you hide something if it doesn't implicate somebody?
That's a good question. Why would you hide something if it doesn't implicate? Right? Do you see what I mean, people, by being bamboozled and brainwashed? Do you see why Indigenous people are so upset? Why we're so upset? Why we're so hurt? Why, when you sit there on the left and ignore us, brush us off, why we're upset? Even though we still stick our hand out and our hearts. Do you see what I'm talking about? When you do this, you are literally continuing on this same bullshit that the government is doing. No accountability. No nothing. Just, oh well, whatever. When you watch non-Indigenous people sitting there cutting up North America and still keeping reservations for Indigenous people and having no Indigenous people or representation there at all, and you wonder why we're upset. You wonder why we say what we say.
We come back. The St. Anne survivors go to court, and we reveal those police documents for the first time.
There's no respite from the darkness until you close it at the end.
Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the ills done to Indigenous people over decades and centuries of colonialism in this country are shameful and are something that we need to learn from and move forward on.
Since Canada started compensating survivors of Indian residential schools, nearly 40,000 claims have been approved. The payout has been more than $3 billion. But the government has also spent something approaching $3 million fighting survivors of St. Anne's residential school in court. In 2013, former...
Let me explain something to you. Prime Minister or President after every single one has had the ability to end it, to put an end to it, to stop it from the continuation. Do you not think we are sitting back too going, we know that when it goes to court and a monetary value is placed upon the settlement, that it is all of us Canadian citizens, including us Indigenous people through our taxes, that are paying for this? Do you not think we haven't sat there and told them, hey, you know what? If you end these things from happening now and put an end to it, it will save taxpayers money tremendously. Just stop doing it. Put an end to it. Keep the promise of setting up healing centers for those of us that have gone through this already.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Keep that up. Keep that doing. Make sure that there's healing centers all across Canada. Make sure it's fully out there and aware. Stop the theft of the children. Stop this stuff from continuing on. So there's no more court cases. End it. And the people in Canada or United States don't have to worry about having more taxpayers' money go to paying off some crime that people in your government agencies commit. We brought that to their attention. We've told them 1,001 different times. And they've done nothing but spend more money to fight it in courts and to continue on doing it. I want you to understand that. They continue it on.
Students sued the government for access to documents they believed would prove their compensation claims. Documents collected as part of a 7-year police investigation. Investigative files aren't meant to be public. Few outside the police and government had ever seen this one. Until last year, when someone delivered CBC reporter Jorge Barrera a package.
I received 3 CD-ROMs of these documents in a brown paper envelope that was slid across a food court table at an Ottawa mall. And I didn't know what was actually in there until I got back and I put it into my laptop and I realized that these were the OPP documents from the investigations into St. Anne's.
Barrera had covered the survivors' court fight to get the documents, but even he had no idea of the darkness they contained.
Every single page almost in these documents was just an itemization of abuse and torture alleged by the people the OPP interviewed. And it was incredible. There's no respite from the darkness until you close it at the end.
What the documents confirm is what St. Anne survivors had claimed and been told there was no evidence to prove. That electric chair, it existed. There's even a diagram.
So this one has vomit.
The forced eating of vomit, there were dozens of accounts. Physical abuse was common at the school. A one-time principal, who later became bishop, was reported to have beaten a student unconscious with a whip. And then there was the sexual abuse that the government's official summary of St. Anne's concluded had never happened. According to the police documents, it was rampant. Children sexually assaulted by nuns, by priests, by school employees, and sometimes by each other.
"7 years old." Oh my God.
Of all the offenders, one of the worst was a priest who was at the school for nearly 4 decades, Father Arthur Lavoie. Which one is he?
This one in the middle.
What do you know about him?
Always hung around with the girls and boys, and always he would start touching you here, and then his hands would fall down and touching you. He was always touching you.
For many, it went a lot further than that. Lavoie groomed his victims, told them the sex he forced on them would ensure their place in heaven. The OPP recorded 313 complaints against Lavoie. He died before he could be charged. Is it credible, is it possible that the people who ran the school did not know that this abuse was going on?
I don't think that that's possible.
Why?
because there were so many people doing it and it was so out in the open.
So all of this information the government had for years and yet argued wasn't relevant to compensation claims. In the end, a judge told the government it was and ordered the documents be turned over to the St. Anne survivors. But that didn't end it. The government is still fighting survivors in court today as they demand their claims be reviewed. Some reconciliation, says Charlie Angus.
They've gone to the wall with the most excessive legal arguments to go after such marginalized people who are so clearly in the right, with a government that is so clearly committed to reconciliation, tells me that the dysfunction in Canada about a justice for Indigenous people runs really, really, really deep.
The government says 96% of St. Anne's claimants did get some kind of compensation. But it won't say how many of those cases were adjudicated before the OPP documents were turned over. Won't say if the absence of those documents meant some people were denied compensation or at least got less than they were entitled to. The agency responsible for compensation claims told us answering our questions would take too much work.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear with the member that we are not blocking reopening of cases.
Carolyn Bennett inherited the St. Anne's file from her Conservative predecessor. She's on record as saying mistakes were made. So what's she prepared to do to make things right?
Minister Bennett, hi. I'm Gillian Finley from the...
After refusing our request for an interview, we caught up with the minister in her constituency.
Can you tell us why it is the government continues to fight these people in court when they are simply trying to get compensation?
Well, as you know, we are not fighting them in court. They have decided to see us in court based on their lawyer's advice. We think they've been getting bad advice.
These are people who had information withheld from them by the government that they claim, they say has affected their...
Okay, what? What? They've gotten bad advice by their government or from their lawyers. The government's not fighting, yet they're spending millions of dollars fighting these things. When it's truth that they're fighting. Truth and reconciliation, remember, folks? Look at the cover-ups. Look at how disgusting that is. What the fuck?
Their ability to file proper claims and that they're owed money. What is wrong with reviewing? Why can't you at this moment say...
We are working with all of the St. Anne survivors to make sure that they get exactly what they deserve and more if possible.
They don't see that. They see the government fighting them yet again.
I think if you look at the Justice's statement on why there has been such difficulty, it is not on behalf of the government.
Yes, it is on behalf of the government.
Why can't you just simply, as the minister, say enough of this? We've been fighting too long. Why don't you as minister say, we want to review this, and we're going to review this, and we're going to do right by these people.
We are reviewing it, and we want to be at the table. That's where this will be solved. We don't want to be in court.
Why do these people not know that?
We don't want to be in court.
They want.
They are full of shit. Okay, the Supreme Court of Canada also ordered them to pay off all the family members that were of the children from the 60 Scoop or those children that are still in foster care, including the children that are in foster care now, and the families who are affected by this, by the theft of children from CFS. They're taking them to court too. So, and the government's going, oh no, we have to fight it. We have to fight it. Really? Understand, people, the government is fucking you all of us over. Every time they do these things, they're not just fucking over Indigenous people, they're fucking over you as well. Because they're spending more taxpayer money to fight. To say, oh no, and hide shit and try and not let the truth be known of how fucked up it really is. To keep their narrative. Think about that.
to sit down with you.
We want them to get everything they deserve.
No, they don't. I'll tell you something. The 60 scoop settlement that they had was $750 million for 4 law firms, while giving $25,000 to survivors of the 60 scoop, and it was only I think it was like Della and Alexis. Do you remember? I think it was like 20,000 they only wanted to admit to. Yet there was, at the time that the stats were taken or polls were taken, 30,000 signed up for it. I'm sure the number is even higher now. That they denied, even though it is a reality of actually what happened to them. So, chump change for indigenous people, massive money flow for government, lawyers, and non-indigenous people. All off the taxpayers' money. And we have still yet to see any healing foundations set up across Canada like the government promised they would do. And there is a mass load of people who are still waiting because of apparently COVID has stopped the whole entire process of the 60 scoop claims. So there are mass load of us that are still waiting because apparently they can't work from home on their computer. They can't move forward with it due to COVID. Think about that, people. Yeah, Gargoyle. Yeah. And they give no land back. They made all that money off the resources stolen when they stole the land using tactics like residential schools. Yes, exactly the road to equality. Yes. Exactly.
Betrayal permeates everything when it comes to St. Anne's. Betrayal by government, betrayal by the Catholic Church. To this day, the Oblate order that ran the school has never admitted abuse happened here. And today, the sense of betrayal continues. The OPP search last fall lasted less than a day and found nothing. The mystery of the 3 missing boys endures. Ed Matatawaban was disappointed, but not surprised.
And inside was a statue of the Virgin Mary.
Time and again, he says, the people of Fort Albany have trusted the white man's notions of salvation and of justice. Like St. Anne's itself, trust is now gone.
They ran away. And what they left behind was a mess. I don't think we will ever recover in our own lifetimes what happened. They're still continuing to hide it until there's nobody left to fight, until all of us are gone.
That's the process. Push it off until everybody's dead, and then they don't have to deal with it. They don't have to own up to it. Nothing. They don't have to have anything to do with it. Once people are dead, they can just bury it away. Think about that. This is the things they're not telling you, people. They're not telling the general public these things. They're trying to act like they're doing the best thing possible, but all they're doing is pushing it off until the people that they've done this to are dead. And then just go, oh well. And continue on like nothing has changed, like nothing. Continue on doing the same practices. Wow. These are things that they're not telling you. These are secrets and things that they're trying to hide from you. What's this one?
Gary was on the news recently, and I'll send you a link and you can watch his story and learn a little bit more about him.
Homeless people.
It's been just over 2 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report and put forward 94 calls to action. CBC has taken a hard look at how far we've come and how far we have left to go on the road to reconciliation. Senator Murray Sinclair was a Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner and wrote the 94 calls to action. I sat down with him and asked him if Canadians today were better informed about residential schools.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question of that. I think the question, though, is whether they're more motivated than they were on the day the report was released. And because over time, the energy from events like that tends to wane and drop off. So I think among the public, the public still largely struggles with the question of what can we do about it.
I guess for people that maybe don't know anything about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, how would you explain it to them?
So Truth and Reconciliation Commission was about giving a forum to the survivors and also to those who had worked in the schools to be able to come together in a process to address what had happened in the schools, but also what had happened in this country.
When you were writing the calls to action, who did you have in mind?
You, young Indigenous people, because I always said at that time in 2015, we were faced with a federal government that had already indicated that through their own actions, not so much through words, but through their actions, that they were unlikely to pick up the calls to action and do anything with them. And in the event that they continued in power, we said that we were writing this for those people who wanted the tools to be able to do something about this. And the phrase I used to use with the staff is that we have to write this for the reasonable.
I know that there's a lot of people that don't believe in reconciliation after Cormier and the Gerald Stanley verdict. What would you say to those people that feel like reconciliation isn't possible anymore?
Well, reconciliation is inevitable. I mean, you're always going to have a relationship with this country, with other people in this country. The question is, what kind of relationship do you want? And if you want to have a relationship of distance, then have a relationship of distance, but just know how to have it.
We've seen all of the headlines about Senator Lynn Bayak. What would you say to people who think that the residential schools didn't have that much of an impact on Indigenous kids?
Well, what I've said to her, and that is that the only way you'll know is to talk to them. And don't talk to them and then ignore what they're telling you and make up stuff, which is what she tends to do. It is about understanding them at a visceral level and imagining what it would be like if you went through that process, or if you can't do that, imagine what it would be like for your children to go through that process. And understand that the process of taking children away for the purpose of indoctrinating them into a different culture is inherently a negative process.
I know that there were criticisms about using the term cultural
unless you're one of the
genocide
first
instead of just
Americans,
genocide.
a
Would you
Native
still use
American,
that
you
term
came
today?
from someplace else.
Cultural genocide
Somebody
is
brought
genocide.
you.
You know, people need to understand that. And I would continue
Hey,
to
Matt,
use it.
thank you
I
for the
don't
raid.
think
Welcome,
that,
Raiders.
there's anything wrong with using it. I think it has meaning. And it's more descriptive of what the process was really all about. The schools were not put in place for the purpose of killing the children. The schools were put in place for the purpose of killing the culture in them. And that's what we wanted people to understand. This process and other processes are all about too. The child welfare system does the very same thing because they fail to recognize the importance of that culture to Indigenous children. They think that there is no culture. They've convinced themselves of that without realizing, in fact, that that's a cultural value that they live with.
Only 10 of the calls to action have been completed out of the 94. How do you feel about that?
I'm surprised any have been completed, quite frankly. It's only been 2 years.
How do you think the government has performed in terms of their obligations in the calls to action?
The federal government?
Poorly.
Well, they haven't performed very well. I don't think there's any question
Poorly.
of that. I think we're beginning to see some change. And in my conversations with government leaders, I always said, you don't have a plan. And we gave you a plan. The TRC calls to action are a plan. Pass a royal proclamation on reconciliation. Create a covenant on reconciliation and invite the provinces and the territories and the First Nations leaders and the Métis leaders and the Inuit leaders and the church organizations, all of whom have contributed to this relationship, to sign the covenant on reconciliation.
What would you say to people?
Welcome in, Raiders. Please remember to double click the little icon of my name there so that you're counted as viewers. Your viewership is counted. I don't know, Twitch is funny about its analytics that way. Welcome in. Hey, Catboy. Honored and glad to have you here. We are going over some very serious topics today. I will give a fair warning. Some of these things might instill some very harsh and very strong feelings. If you need to self-care, I understand. But I do urge you to listen, learn, and understand. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer. While we're at it, I would also like to ask or say, take this moment, if you haven't followed, please feel free to follow. If you can, feel free to subscribe to this channel and help this channel to grow. I am trying to work on reaching partnership instead of...
Unless you're one of the first Americans,
oh my God,
a Native American, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Hey, what up, Emily and Raiders? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Once again, please double click the icon name so that your viewership counts. Once again, we are going over some very serious topics that may incite some strong feelings and emotions. If you need to self-care, I understand, but I would urge you to watch, learn, listen, and understand. It's a 5G raid, Dorian. If you're not following, please give a follow. If you're able to, feel free to subscribe. Help build this channel.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follows. Truly appreciate it. This is an indigenous channel. This is an indigenous stream. I cover all forms of topics from indigenous history to indigenous issues going on today in today's world, as well as showcase indigenous artists throughout all of indigenous countries throughout the world. It's all about indigenous things, indigenous world. And all about truth and reconciliation. Things that you weren't taught in school, things that you weren't shown growing up or taught growing up, to help you to understand that we indigenous people are not the enemies that we are portrayed to be, that you learned in school, that we are very, very, very different people than what we were portrayed to be. And some truths that the governments have been lying and trying to cover up from the rest of you all.
People who aren't sure of how to get involved in reconciliation, what advice would you have for them?
Oh, that reminds me, while I'm here, I am also working on trying to build up a whole computer system setup with, like, a computer chair, computer desk, a double two screens, a new computer, an actual mic, booming mic that I can use, stuff like that, which is why we have helped La Sue get a new computer. These are all the things that I'm working towards getting, so that once I can get them, I will be showing pictures of those in my Discord, as well as doing a stream on showing everyone where your money has gone to, that you've donated to help me with this goal and achieving this goal, so that you could see it all. I believe in transparency and honesty as a praxis, so that you know that your money is being spent properly and not mismanaged or misspent, or being bamboozled or tricked. It is part of our indigenous way of life that we're honest and forthcoming and truthful and transparent, and this is what I do. This is a part of what I do. If that goes out into the rest of the Twitch community, and people start to actually take that practice up more and more, all the more better. I think all of us are entitled to that form of respect for each other, basic human dignity and respect for each other, and honesty with each other. Just saying.
Well, I always tell them you're already involved, whether you like it or not. This is not an audience sport. Reconciliation is a participant sport, and they're already engaged. So the question is, how are you engaged, and how do you want to change your engagement? That's the real question. And when people ask me, what can I do? I will say, well, first of all, read the report. Read the summary, at least. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. And if you can't figure it out after that, read the calls to action and figure out which one of those interests you, or which one of those you can do something about, and then do something, because people who can should.
What makes you hopeful for the future?
You. and others like you, because you have an interest in making change. You have children, and your children will have children. And we believe in our children. We believe that we have an obligation to make change for our children. And that's what's key. As long as we have that belief in the need to improve the future, then the future will be improved.
Yeah. Choose. Choose.
Tonight on Nation to Nation, we sit down with Senator Murray Sinclair in a wide-ranging interview, including his impact in the Senate.
And I'm not one to shy away from opportunities to remind them when they say and do things that ignore the rights of Indigenous people.
Sinclair is most known for being chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but he has a warning for society if it keeps ignoring Indigenous people.
We will likely be creating a population of young Indigenous people who will be prone to thinking about acting out violently against society.
Hello, I'm Todd Lamoran, and welcome to Nation. Those are strong words from Senator Sinclair. And earlier this week, I got a chance to sit down and talk with him, where he had a lot more to say. Everything from growing up just north of Winnipeg to chairing the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry to the TRC. Here now is the whole interview. Senator Sinclair, welcome to Nation, and thank you for talking to me.
Well, thank you for having me.
We're going to start with you're born on the former St. Peter's Reserve, just outside of Selkirk, meaning your family obviously didn't go to Peguis. First of all, why didn't they end up going to Peguis?
Well, actually, there were a number of
from the
families
same
that stayed
reserve as me.
behind after the illegal surrender of 1913. There was about 90 families that refused to leave. Well, my grandfather was one of them. He had been a farmer in that area. He owned an acreage of 90 acres on the reserve, and he farmed it, and he wanted to stay there. He liked the area, plus he was a fisherman, and then the relocation, the place where the St. Peter's people were sent up to what is now Peguis, was no agricultural benefits, and the fishing was unknown and proved to be not as good as it was down in the southern end of the lake where St. Peter's was located. The question of the legality of the surrender was referred to the what we would now call the Federal Court of Canada. The Federal Court of Canada ruled that it was an illegal surrender, and so the government reacted to that decision by issuing a law called the St. Peter's Reserve Act in 1916, basically saying that the illegal surrender would be legalized if everybody who purchased land in the area would pay an extra $1 per acre into a fund, and all of those First Nations people who stayed behind had to enfranchise. So my grandfather was one of them.
So obviously that must have helped shape your future life and being enfranchised already.
Yes, it was one of the issues that we were confronted with early on, and that is the lack of status between myself and other members of my family who did live in the Peguis area, and so the question of how that all came about was one that we were informed about early on. But it actually wasn't an issue very much. I did a paper one time on the benefits and burdens of the Indian Act, and whether being a member of a First Nation and having status under the Indian Act was actually a benefit or not. And my conclusion then was that it provided no benefit whatsoever. There were no educational programs off reserve. There was no funding for post-secondary students. There were no services provided off reserve, and any services provided on reserve were inadequate. And the provincial government services were much better, but it did clearly address and cause us to lose our sense of culture and identity.
I'm going to turn, I guess, to your career as a lawyer. One of your first cases, you the judge mistook you for the defendant and asked you what you were charged with. That must have really hit home for you how Indigenous people were treated in the justice system.
While I was in law school, I became really quite enamored with the law and how the law worked, and I saw its weaknesses. I particularly saw the fact that it was used as a weapon of colonialism for many years, and I also saw that many of our people, Indigenous people, were being victimized in the system because they didn't have proper representation of people who understood them. And so, plus I loved being in court. I just loved arguing with people. And so I went to court a lot when I was in law school. I enrolled in the courses it took me to.
I just want to say this gentleman, Murray Sinclair, is from the reservation that I'm from in Manitoba. So more than likely, he is probably a relative of mine. I just want to point that out.
To court. And then when I got out, I practiced law for a while and thought, I'll do this before I get into politics. So that led to a career as a lawyer for about 8 years, and then led to a career on the bench for 30 years.
Is that what sidetracked you from politics, was your career on the bench?
Very much so, yeah. It was, but you know,
But you were offered a judgeship twice, not once but twice, and you turned it down.
Oh, 3 times actually. Third time I did accept. The first 2 times, I didn't really want to be a judge. I saw it as a sort of like a dead-end job in the sense that you went to the bench and you didn't really do anything after that, and you had limitations upon your freedom to speak, your limitations upon your freedom to associate with people in the community, and you know, plus, quite frankly, most of the people on the bench were old white guys, and not the kind of crowd that I was used to hanging out with. You know, Indigenous leaders, Phil Fontaine, Elijah Harper, Eric Robinson, basically took me out to dinner and said, you have to do it because we need someone to get in that doorway and open the door for other people. So I said, well, I'll do it for 3 years. And then I was sworn in as a judge on March the 5th of 1988, and on March the 7th of 1988, J.J. Harper was shot, and everything changed.
Of course, and to remind our viewers, J.J. Harper was shot by Winnipeg police. Within 48 hours, the shooter was exonerated by the police. And that, of course, with his death and the death of Helen Betty Osborne, led to the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry, which you, of course, ended up co-commissioner of. So what were your expectations heading into that 3-year process?
Well, in a way, I saw it as an opportunity to take the issues of the relationship between Indigenous people and the City of Winnipeg Police in particular, but the justice system generally, and bring that to the public fore, and to give Indigenous people an opportunity to speak about their concerns with the way the legal system was working, and also to do a general review of how the law in its historical context had been used by governments and others to limit the rights of Indigenous people, not just their legal rights as Indigenous people, but their basic human rights, the right to vote, the right to wear their cultural costumes, cultural garb, the right to participate in ceremonies, the right to do their traditional ceremonies as well. I set out to do what I can to make the system understand what it was doing and how it should change.
Of course, there's a bunch of recommendations out of it. I know in the conclusion, there's a quote by an elder. His name's Rufus Prince, and I'm just going to quote him. And he talked about implementing the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry. You've got to do this or we're going to suffer repercussions, and the bureaucrats are going to find a nice high shelf for your report and recommendation, and a generation later, if they have another commission on the same subject, they'll find it there covered with dust. Of course, we're a generation later. Have the recommendations in that report gathered dust, in your opinion?
In our report, the AGI report, we talked about the need for an implementation process, and we made recommendations around an implementation process. And we targeted specific areas that we said really needed to be focused, such as addressing the way Indigenous people within the correction system, within the child welfare system, and by the police needed to be changed, and that somebody needed to monitor that too, and then to report on it publicly, to say this is happening, this is not happening. The one thing that we didn't do then that we did do following the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, was we didn't count upon the public reaction to the report, and we didn't try to harness that public reaction and to talk about the importance that the public was going to have in change. And I would say that to the extent that the report's recommendations, the AJI report's recommendations, have made their way into solid policy and law, it's because the public has demanded it. The public has said we need to have these changes.
But ultimately, I mean, people would argue that things have gotten worse, and some of the figures they talked about.
So, I want to explain something. My grandma's mom was born in St. Anne. It was born on this reserve that Murray Sinclair was from. My grandma's dad came from Sioux Valley in Manitoba. My grandpa came from a Sioux reserve in Saskatchewan that used to be there, and it was in what's now called Young Saskatchewan. That because they're once again the government trying to close down and say, oh, there's not enough supposedly people, or trying to move them away from the area because they found some resource that they needed to get to, rather than leaving us indigenous people with our traditional lands. So this is what we look at. This is a lot of the history that they don't teach you and they try to hide from you in school. These are actual things that transpired and have happened.
About especially the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in prison back then, even worse today.
Oh, absolutely, and the child welfare rates are even higher than they were before. A couple of reasons for that is because the way in which they've been implemented have been to, in fact, enhance the authorities of governments who don't know what they're doing. And in addition to that, populations have changed. We are the fastest growing population in Canada, still are. And so when you have a vulnerable population like that, plus population growing up in poverty, growing up in circumstances where their social connections are not strong, plus they feel disconnected from the educational system, you're going to have a disenfranchised group of people who are going to become more and more vulnerable to these processes. And so that that's occurred, and in fact, we did predict that if we didn't do things effectively, that the numbers were going to get higher. My concern then, as it is today, is that that energy from that group of disenfranchised youth could easily become a violent energy, and it has to a certain extent. There's a social philosopher by the name of Franz Fanon who wrote in 1948 that when you have a colonized people who have been oppressed by one society, first of all, they tend to submit to the colonization oppression. But then when they start to recognize what they're experiencing, they will resist. But when that resistance is quashed, then they will start to take out their frustrations upon themselves. So the high rates of personal abuse grow. Secondly, they'll take it out upon those around them. So violence against family members, against neighbors, against people in their community will grow. But eventually, they'll take out their violence on the oppressor. So then you'll have rebellion. And so my view is that if we continue to ignore what society is doing to Indigenous people in terms of the poverty, the education failure rates, And I'm not talking about the individuals who are failing, I'm talking about the educational system that's failing. And the child welfare rates, we will likely be creating a population of young Indigenous people who will be prone to thinking about acting out violently against society.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, we need to take a break, but we'll be back after a short break with more from Senator Marie Sinclair. Welcome back. Here now is part 2 of my sit-down interview with Senator Marie Sinclair. Okay, Senator Sinclair, before the break, you briefly mentioned the TRC, which is probably something you're going to be most remembered for. And when you were first approached to be a commissioner, you turned it down. Why was that?
Well, I had done an intervening inquiry, and that was into the deaths of 12 babies at the Health Science Center. And it took an emotional toll on me to listen to evidence about how babies died, particularly when I concluded that 9 out of the 14, or a number of them, didn't have to die, that if they had been handled properly, they would have been alive. But when the first set of commissioners couldn't get along and stepped down, then I was called again. And by that time, in addition to that, I was aware of the reaction of the survivors and the real disappointment they felt and their sense of victimization again at that. And I thought, well, I'd always told students when I lectured at law schools that our obligation is this: if you can, you must. And so I took up my own challenge. I could, so I did.
And you, of course, were there for several years. What got you through that? Because I know it must have been difficult at times.
It was, again, an emotionally very demanding process, but I was better prepared for it because of the experience of the HAI and the baby death inquiry. This time I instructed the commissioners and the staff to ensure that we had proper supports in place. So we had spiritual supports for each of the commissioners, for each of the senior staff, and for all of the staff. And that we had cultural supports for those who we required or wished to have the access to elders and ceremonies. But all of the survivors who were doing that at the end of every day invited us to join them. And so we sat in a healing circle with them at the end of each day. And they insisted that we had to, at the end of each day, that we also had to participate in those kinds of recovery processes because they could see the burden that it was having on us. You know, we listened to them, we showed them our respect, our concern, and we believed them, and they, in turn, took care of us. So that was important.
Of course, at the end of it, there were more recommendations. They were called calls to action, of course. And the first 5 concerned child welfare. How deliberate was it to put those at the front?
Actually, the first 25 or so calls to action are really aimed at the immediate problem. So the changes necessitated by what's going on in the child welfare system were front and center, as were the changes required to address the health issues of Indigenous people, the incarceration rates of Indigenous people, and the substandard housing, substandard living conditions that Indigenous people were facing. They're all at the front end because what we said is, it's hard for you to talk about the big questions of life when it's those little questions of survival that you really have to struggle with every day. And sometimes they take up incredible amounts of energy and prevent you from getting to those really big questions. So we said these things have to be addressed so that people will be able to look at the larger questions down the road, and that is, things like how do we change the relationship with government? It's hard to talk about that question when you're fighting a social system where your grandchild is being taken away that very morning, and you're spending the next 3 or 4 years fighting to get your grandchild back. And that's what's important to you at that time. And so we said that needs to be fixed first.
Bill C-92, the reform of child welfare, appears to be the result of call to action number 4. But what's the biggest problem you see so far with that bill?
Well, there's lots of problems with the bill. It's not anywhere near what we had written about as necessitated by the experience that Indigenous people are having with the child welfare system. It doesn't address adequately the question of provincial jurisdiction. It doesn't deal quite well with the question of funding for Indigenous agencies. The Human Rights Tribunal decisions are still not being implemented and are not going to come any close to being implemented by this particular bill. So it has a lot of weaknesses. But the one thing that it does have that people must not lose sight of is that it clearly recognizes jurisdictional rights of Indigenous communities, Indigenous people, to making all of the child welfare decisions for themselves. And so if Indigenous communities find themselves in a position where without government support, without government involvement, they can exercise their right to deal with child welfare issues in their communities or for their members.
There's a huge effort on right now to get it passed. This week alone, it's in the House and Senate committees being studied and pre-studied. I guess what's your gut feeling? Is this one going to be one that actually gets royal assent?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Some days I wonder if we're going to get anything done in this Senate at this time. But the bill actually hasn't reached the Senate yet. We did a pre-study of it through the Aboriginal Peoples Committee, and the pre-study identified a number of weaknesses in the bill, and the minister's team in the House has indicated that they will look at the report from the Aboriginal Peoples Committee and to identify those areas that they feel they might be able to address. I know that 2 areas that were...
Remember, when they say they will look at it, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do anything about it. It just means they'll look at it.
Identified as being very major concerns for the committee were the area of funding and the question of provincial jurisdiction. And so whether the federal government is prepared to put amendments in place before it gets to the Senate so that we don't have to amend it in the Senate and then send it back and get into that back and forth action remains to be seen. But the reality is that the Senate has a role to play here, and so if we don't like it, we can amend it and send it back, and then they have to decide whether they accept it. And if they don't want to accept it, then they send it back, and so we keep doing that. And theoretically, we could.
Of course, we're running out of time to do that now.
Yeah, but I keep telling people we have until the middle of October, so let's not be so shy about that. Nobody wants to stay here over the summertime, but if it's important enough, then we'll do what we need to do. And the same is true for the Indigenous Languages Bill. It has the similar kinds of weaknesses.
Of course, you do a lot more than work just as a senator. You led a review of the Thunder Bay Police Services Board, calling for its complete overhaul. Why did you agree to do that review?
It was a moment of foolishness, I think. And I only say that partly facetiously because I thought I would have the time to do it. But it was an important public responsibility, and I was asked by the Ontario government to take it on. And having had some experience working with people from Thunder Bay, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, I knew that the question of policing in that area was a really serious issue. And I had good staff to work with me on it. And so when we undertook the review, we identified throughout the process the major issues that we felt needed to be taken care of. And when I issued my report last year, I was pleased to see that they acted very quickly on them. Immediately suspended the board and put in place a new commissioner. So I think they've started the process of change that's really important.
Finally, you became a senator just a few years ago. You talked about you wish you could get more done, but is there something that you feel you have gotten accomplished in that short time?
I do have this sense that my mere presence changes the way people think and talk about things. Certainly the way they talk about things, I think, is changed. And I'm not one to shy away from opportunities to remind them when they say and do things that ignore the rights of Indigenous people or ignore the fact that this is going to have a negative impact upon the Indigenous community, or to tell them that we need to do more than what we're now doing when it comes to the vulnerable Indigenous community, which has been put in that position by past government legislation, including former acts of the Senate. And so I said, the Senate has a role to play in reconciliation as well, and they need to accept that. And so, having said that, now I'm giving some direction, I think, to helping them understand how to make that happen.
Well, I wish we could talk more. It's been fascinating to talk to you. Senator Sinclair, thank you for speaking to me.
Well, thank you very much, Todd.
We'll have more after another short break.
Wow. A lot to take in there. Yeah. If you wouldn't mind, Rye, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Rye, another awesome mod in my channel. Awesome sister. You can type !dono to help me with this. I will be, like I keep saying, I will be posting the pictures once I have everything done and gotten everything for the new setup I'm trying to actually get in my Discord, and then also doing a stream to show so that way everyone sees that your money is actually being spent. Any donation money that you're actually doing is being spent on making sure that it is actually spent on what it is. And I don't know who Lemon Tugboats. We're just going to ban them. We're just gonna ban them. So anyways, because I believe in that kind of practice and honesty and being transparent in everything that I do. I know lots of channels are like, doing the whole United States elections and all the stuff that's going on there. I try to give a respite or a chill mode, if you will. Although, if the exchange between Joe Biden and Trump works out well, then no big deal. If it turns into a shit show, well, I will be looking at that too. But in the meantime, you entered into the indigenous land.
One world, one people, one tribe, one tribe. What I know, we are one. What I know, no. We are one.
It all starts with the people. One people, we stand all together. One voice saying, yes, we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest to the block, to the Perry, to the rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power of the people when we stand as one.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be indigenous, you heard of us. Max Heaven, the murderers, spreading the love with the water and earth and the stand against hate. Gotta know what the purpose is. We rise, the climate is changing, the signs of the times. It's time to start praying. Pray for the world and community. Prayers are more powerful when we're in unity.
What I know, we are one. What I know, no. We are one.
Woke up today, Hungry for a change, new path to take. Can't stay the same, it's been too long. Pointing out who's right or wrong, can you hear me out? All we need is a little bit of love. Take time to heal and it starts with us. Hand in hand, I put my trust. In one world, reunite, it's a must. Hold on to hope, we can overload. We can break the code with a single note. Sing out for the world to hear that our time is now, no more for tears. I looked into my son's eyes, a new day in a new light. Lift the veil and dwell so peaceful. Come together, one world, one people.
What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one.
It's who you are, it's who I am. We all bleed the same blood, yeah. One world. We all bleed the same blood, yeah.
We got beautiful differences, let me give you a peek. Over 500 tribes, but we all unique. And if we could not compete to eat, nothing could beat us. Jealousy is more dangerous than diabetes. See this unity? Imagine what it looked like. You would think we would do whatever it took, right? I would do anything for this good life. We could do anything if we unite. Come on.
Young native, you are my savior. So you're rare for our inspiration. From the block to your reservation. Any color, all my relations. From the basement, worldwide invasion. Every day we're painting our faces. Fighting back but learning our language. Dancing our dances, saying our prayers.
What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one.
We only got one world. We only got one world. We only got one world. Yeah.
All we got is one voice, one choice, one earth, one love, one birth, one life to live. One life to live, yeah.
One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fan. From the rest of the block to the Perry to the Rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power, for the power of the people when we stand as one.
What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one. We are one.
Oh, Amboashteno, Kenny. Good to see you, Comrade Kenny. Yes, please do check out Comrade Kenny. Isn't that Taboo from Black Eyed Peas? I used to book him all the time. Yes, Kenny. That is Taboo from the Black Eyed Peas. Yes, that is. Honored to have you here, Comrade Kenny. Good to see you here, brah. So I want you to see and understand. After 500 plus years of all the genocide and the things that we've just been watching about our people going through, indigenous people going through and enduring through, we still have managed to be able to hold on to our culture, our heritage, and work towards continuing keeping that going. And still holding our hands out to the rest of the world and our hearts. Imagine the strength that it takes.
We were told long ago that we would see America come and go. I often wondered what generation that would be. What would be the signs that we would see America in its failing times? And I think we're in that. And I think that this kind of exploitation is more recognizable and identifiable. The cultures are getting stronger and beginning to realize it's about your own survival and not about America so much. But the more pollution there is, the more cancer there is. So you begin to see a nation dying from within.
So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is a day where we finally had enough from this day forth. Now all the days we're standing up. Too many years you oppressed us, infect us with your disease and left us. Millions of my people dead, now expect us to forgive and forget like it don't affect us. You could try to change history and hide that it wasn't genocide, but read between the lines and you will find war crimes masterminded. Now you wonder why people turn to suicide and have a hard time searching and finding who they really are, cause they're constantly reminded of the time when you came uninvited, entered our homes and took your young kids crying away from their families. The tragedies left scars so deep, no apologies will ever cover up the pain that you caused us. Now is the day where you see my people stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough from this day forth. Now all the days we're standing up. Now all the days you'll commend and respect us. Gone all the days you apprehend and offend us. Pretend to us you're a friend, but forget trust. We all know the scheme that you're hiding your agendas. We all see through the deceit and the lies. A smile in the skies, but your eyes can't hide it. But now is the time we'll speak and we'll rise. All you want is our demise, but we can't stay silent. Through our chiefs and the elders we have guided. Divided we fall, but together stand united. For our earth and the water we will fight it. Our mother earth is crying, now you can't deny it. We are not the enemy that we're set to be. We're thinking of the generation that's ahead of me. So we'll continue to take the earth back for all of us. White, black or brown, well together we should stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough from this day forth. Now all the days we're standing up.
And in a world where we need to build on mutual respect, it's moving slowly across this country and educating people. So I think there's a time when all racism will be abolished.
We see it all over the place, people. We see it all over the place. Well, apparently, this is interesting. Let's check out. Is that civilians with AK-47s, which are apparently supposed to be illegal in the United States? But because they are not people of color, they're permitted to have it? Interesting.
because I want to show them that I'm out here to show support. I don't know. I felt like coming down here.
And a message to the government. We come in peace. We do not intend to commit violence, but I am pleading with you, with tears in my eyes and cracks in my voice. If you continue to oppress the American people, they will remain rational no longer.
Hey, he's got a pride flag.
And we wanted to make sure that this protest remained a nonviolent protest. After seeing the events at the Capitol of our nation last week and the storming of the Capitol and the attack on democracy, and after hearing intel and rumors and chatter about possible mischief or violence, we certainly were intending to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. And I'm happy to report that as of 3 p.m. right now, we have had no incidents of violence. We have had protesters at the Capitol, and we've had protesters, and it has all stayed peaceful. Everything has been calm.
Okay, Dorian.
Columbus has to 500 years. Kill him!
Thanks for the follow, Fat Cat. Government buildings all across the United States have military, apparently have military all over them. Here's a good one.
Tanse Jahanache,
Yeah, Dorian.
La Helen Ushe Doste Asche, Prophet River First Nations. I'm 28 years old, and over the past 2 decades, I've watched Fort St. John and the Peace River region change dramatically. I've watched the areas that we used to explore as kids turning to housing developments to accommodate the new influx of families and workers within the territory. I've watched the places that we used to gather as a family disappear, either disappear because of pipelines or become gated off and inaccessible. I took my grandmother berry picking the other year, and where we went, we were surrounded by pipelines and different developments, and she asked me, are these berries even safe to eat? And I couldn't say yes without feeling like I would be lying to her. That's one of the scary things, is practicing your traditional activities and not knowing whether or not you're harming your family by giving them contaminated food. Through my own experiences and the experiences of the other Indigenous women that I grew up with, I've learned that violence in its many forms accompanies the rapid growth of living in an oil and gas-based region. In 2014, the per capita crime rate of Fort St. John was the highest out of 33 communities in BC, almost 2 times as high than Vancouver. I've worked hard at trying to address issues that I see within the territory. And some of those issues are violence against Indigenous women and how that connects to violence against land. At first, they were almost separate. And it's been through like my own reflection and witnessing the things that are happening around me within this community and within this area and seeing that the two are connected.
I used to be able to go uptown and know a lot of people, and now it's like, you know, it's a lot of strangers, and I've lived in this town my whole life.
I found when I moved down south for a few years, and then I moved back, the ratio of men to women, like I wasn't used to it anymore, and I came back and I was like overwhelmed, or I'd getting anxiety, like going to the grocery store sometimes. I'm like, oh my God, there's so many men everywhere.
I see going, even coming and flying back and forth as much as I do, the amount of people that are flying in to come and work here is crazy. It's astronomical. There's like a bus that sits outside for the flights.
That was one of the frustrating pieces, I think, like living down south, is I'd meet a lot of men that live like that north and south split, work up here and then live down there, and they always talk bad, like, oh, that place is such a like a hellhole or blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how dare you? Yeah. You know, you take your livelihood from this area, and then you go back home and then you talk bad about this place when it's what's giving of itself to you in order for you to maintain your lifestyle.
How do you say upriver and downriver? I forget.
Down is Yitse.
Yitse, Yichige.
Yichige. That's river.
Saki. Saki.
Oh, Saki. This is Saki Nachi, they call it. Indians call it Saki Nachi. You go everywhere.
About a month ago, I was out at the Peace Point, and on our way back, we came across a pair of shoes and then a sweater and then this young, tall, Indigenous woman. And she was distressed. You know, she had one of her pant legs rolled up. She wasn't dressed for the weather. She was in a tank top and it was cold out, and I was so freaked out. I mean, I was like, I can't leave her out here. You know, I was so terrified about something happening to her. It reminded me of my own story and, you know, the last like sexually violent thing that had happened to me. And, you know, I was under the influence, and I just know that, you know, there's times where people take advantage of that. And I almost didn't come back from that. By that time, you know, I had already went through a lot of sexually violent encounters, you know. Was like 24, and that was my 4th one. And so, you know, I just was like, I can do this. I can make it through this because this has happened, and I know that I can survive this. You know, I remember going to bed and putting my hands like over my ovaries and things, because I was wondering, you know, could I even have children after that? And And I could not sleep at night, and I couldn't stay sober after that. You know, and I've had a long life struggle with addiction, and once that came, I lost control. And it's really hard to live with stories like that. And especially when you won't give voice to them or you won't tell anybody. And when I seen that lady, I just thought about, you know, the stories that she held that put her in that position, or, you know, the things that could happen to her. And I don't want any of those things to continue to happen in this area or to happen to some of our young girls. You know, I have young cousins that are teenagers and they're going to be women soon. And I have a lot of family within the communities, and, you know, I work with a lot of youth, and I just see them as these amazing young women and girls with all of this potential to be anything. And a part of that fight is just fighting for a world that sees them that same way, that they don't have to worry about those things happening to them, because, you know, it's a good chance people don't come back from that. And I'm grateful to be on this side of it, to have reclaimed my voice and my power so that I could do what I can when I can.
What was it like to be down here, you know, doing the prayers and stuff like that, just on the land right beside where sort of all the construction is going on and all the trucks driving by?
I think it was really powerful because, you know, as people drove in and out, we prayed for them. We prayed for the workers as well, and for the people that are sitting in offices, as well as, you know, the water and the land and the animals and the other individuals that have been struggling and suffering from, you know, the impacts of Site C and what it could be. And it was good to be able to sit in that manner and pray with brothers and sisters. You know, it touched my heart.
In case you're unfamiliar, man camp.
This place, in which was created for us, gives us little choice but to stand. It is where silence is not favorable because silence equals erasure, equals invisibility, equals death. My voice, our voice, the people's voice is life.
Understand that a lot of these man camps and stuff is very much an intricate part of murdered and missing indigenous women and girls, sanctioned by the government and big corporations. There's some really serious things going on that the governments are hiding from people. Oh, look at this. Oh, let's check this out.
The first point to realize when you're assessing the Indians' position in Canada and the kind of civilizations that they had, it would be to realize that the Indians had developed skills that were particularly adapted to the circumstances of the country. They were perfectly at home in the northern forests and knew how to get around. They didn't get lost.
The canoe, the birch bark canoe, the kayak, snowshoes, toboggans. I mean, the list is extraordinary. Agriculturally, the Aboriginal societies had developed things like potatoes and tomatoes, corn, beans, and squash, tobacco. They had a whole range of leisure time activities. They had arts, whether it was porcupine quill work, embroidery on a deer skin, wood carving, or just in costume in general.
They didn't differentiate between the spiritual world and the physical world. They're two different aspects of the same reality. The importance of knowing that there are forces and counterforces.
When you talk about Native religion, it's just a respect for all nature, the rivers, the trees, the air that we breathe, the sun that's shining today. We can still hold the buffalo sacred to us, and he'll always be sacred to us. We wouldn't exist if it hadn't been for our ancestors surviving off of the buffalo. The stories that carried on through the many generations still exist within our people today.
In our tradition is this idea of the creation of North America. It's a story of this woman falling from the heavens and falling on the back of the turtle. And the water bird slowly brought her down gently onto the back of the turtle. And the water animals came up and brought pieces of earth from the ground and laid it on the turtle's back. And that is North America. It's a fascinating tale, and it's one that's been retold and retold.
Most of their tales are describing how men became human, became fully men, through the intercession of the gods. You need to have some kind of a guiding spirit from the other side who takes the form of a crow or a coyote or whatever, and he comes along and he teaches you the lesson. Regular initiation rituals, and it was through the initiation rites where they would determine their lot in life. There were certain rules that had to be followed if you're going to have a harmonious development as a people and in a community. Otherwise, you'd end up in some kind of a disastrous situation.
We had a matrilineal society in traditional times. Women are the teachers, women are administrators of the village. Men's role was beyond the palisade, beyond the village site. Their job was to cut wood, to do warfare, to hunt and fish, diplomatic relations.
In the oral tradition, the word is of primordial importance, and the necessity of keeping your word. And you have a core of elders who are presiding over the recitals just to make sure that it is repeated exactly on from generation to generation.
Huron society had 3 levels of representative democracy. This village would have been administered by a council, and in turn, individuals from that council would have been appointed to the Council of the Nation, and then the Nation Council would have appointed individuals to the Confederacy Council. In looking at how people achieve political consensus, the Huron had great orators who would argue at length about specific topics. Political relationships establish group rights and responsibilities and individual rights and responsibilities.
But
they had to meet challenges.
we're all
in solving those challenges, their cultures developed.
Uneducated. Remember, folks.
If there is an Indian tradition that is the most Indian of all traditions, it is the necessity to adapt to the circumstances in which you are creating your communities.
Interesting. Remember, folks, what they taught in schools about how us indigenous people were nothing but savages and had no understanding of anything. We were so primitive. Understanding Aboriginal identity.
My name is Alexandra Lazarovich, and I'm a member of the Whitefish First Nation. Growing up in Canada, I've heard many opinions about who I was or who I was supposed to be as an Aboriginal person.
As Native people, we know that there's certain stories that are told about us and that are lived about us, and then they become part of our lived experience.
Racist stereotypes of Native people typically arise around the polar opposition of noble and degraded savages. They are degraded versions of their own ancestors.
Drunks, welfare.
People ask you where you learned to talk so well, or ask you whether you only had to read half the books in law school.
Parents or grandparents didn't want to identify as Aboriginal because of the prejudice that some of them had to face. And the reality was it was there.
In high school, they would run around me and do woo, and that was one instance, I think, where I felt, my goodness, these people don't even know who I am. They only see the TV Indian person.
All of these are images which don't conform to anything about lived reality. And in any case, when that arises, then people are endangered in various ways. And they become dehumanized, and they become the subjects of all kinds of dangerous practices.
For decades, partial truths and stereotypes have formed the Canadian public's ideas of Aboriginal peoples. But how have these perceptions affected our individual and collective sense of identity? What are the factors that shape who we are as Aboriginal peoples?
Long ago, when explorers sailed west from Europe in their wooden ships, they sought a northwest passage to the Orient. What they found was a new world.
Since the first early interactions between European colonists and Aboriginal peoples of Canada, a number of treaties, acts, and laws were established. Early settlers made up labels to identify Aboriginal peoples, which are still used today. Indians, Eskimos, Indigenous, Native American, First Nations, Treaty, Status, Non-Status, Urban Indian, Inuit, and Métis. Ultimately, the legal control over who is an Aboriginal person still resides with the federal government.
Being Aboriginal is both a public or cultural perception, but it's also a legal category. The Indian Act today creates several legal categories of Aboriginal people. And those people have that legal standing only through participation in that system.
There are many distinct Aboriginal cultural groups across Canada, from Cree to Ojibwe to Gitxsan to Blackfoot, each with their own unique customs, culture, and traditions. However, the Canadian Constitution only groups Aboriginal people into 3 legal categories: Indians, Métis, and Inuit.
When you think about it historically, our communities had our own ways of defining who was a community member, and it wasn't based on race or blood quantum or any of those things. We had ways of adopting people into our nations, ways of integrating between nations, and ways of continually evolving and defining ourselves as who we are. Identities have always been changing throughout time, right? And we've always had the right to do that. And it was with this, interference on the part of the state that suddenly it became so prescribed and so static about who is what and what you are. Why, as Indigenous people in Canada, are we distinct in terms of identity issues? Is because it's been formed for us by the state.
The Indian Act is federal legislation first passed in 1876. For over a century, the Indian Act has controlled every aspect of Aboriginal life and identity.
Yep.
To be federally recognized as an Indian, individuals must be able to comply with a very distinct standard of government regulation laid out in the Indian Act. These are the different legal categories of Aboriginal people. Status Indian, a person who is legally registered as an Indian under the Indian Act. Non-status Indian, a person who is not registered as an Indian under the Indian Act. Inuit, an Aboriginal people in northern Canada who live in Nunavut, Northwest Territories, northern Quebec, and northern Labrador. Métis, people of mixed First Nation and European ancestry who identify themselves as Métis, as distinct from First Nations people, Inuit, or non-Aboriginal people. First Nations, a term that came into usage in the 1970s to replace the word Indian. However, no legal definition of it exists.
The laws of Canada have primarily been exclusive. The main focus of them is to limit who can be Indian, at a loss, I think, of a much fuller, deeper, richer understanding of who we are as a people.
If you look at the various definitions of indigenousness, it comes down to a particular set of things. Sometimes it's priority. Are you the descendant of the group that was there first? Sometimes it has to do with cultural practice. For example, do you have a particular kind of spirituality and you are not a member of a world religion like Islam or Christianity? Are you a speaker of your indigenous language? My problem with all this is that it's easy to find people deficient on those terms. Checklist notions of indigeneity, do you have these and these properties, don't work, because there are people who are rightfully indigenous people who don't fit those criteria.
It was in the past, decided at a certain point in history, and it's kind of arbitrary sometimes about who was where and which communities get defined as what, always from an exterior source, right? And we have to always be mindful of the fact that this wasn't ours to begin with. It was a very deliberate strategy of dividing us so that we begin to fight amongst ourselves among the meager resources that are there.
Yep.
For more than 100 years, the Indian Act stated that status Indians were considered to be wards of the state and were unfit to take care of themselves and their children. Aboriginal children across Canada were forcibly removed from their homes and sent to residential schools, a boarding school system created by the Canadian government and run by the churches. It was a way to strip Aboriginal children of their language and culture and assimilate them into Canadian society. Many students at residential schools were subjected to severe physical, psychological, and sexual abuse. For many survivors, attending residential schools was a negative experience that impacted generations of Aboriginal families and created a deep sense of shame about being Aboriginal. These historical and legal perspectives are aspects of how our identity is formed, but it was time to examine our backgrounds and cultural influences. I spoke with 3 members of Aboriginal communities in Alberta.
No matter where I meet Aboriginal people, one of the first things you ask is, where are you from? We identify with that, no matter who we are as Aboriginal people. Where are you from, eh? The Kikino Métis settlement. We're in the northeast part of the settlement now, so we're heading west. To the other end of the settlement is 20 kilometers, and then 20 kilometers to the south.
What does Kikino mean again?
That means our home, free. This is it. This is our home. The Kikino Métis settlement is 107,000 acre, 4 2/3 townships. That's a good chunk of land. It creates, opportunity for us. The Métis people were always good hunters, and were always kind of tied to the hunting and having that ability to live off the land. So, those ties have always been there. On Kikino here, I am an entrepreneur. I have a buffalo ranch here, bison ranch. We have horses, we have pets. My wife's a dog breeder. So the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well here. These big guys here, they're our team that pull our carriages. This here is Max and Jake here. A lot of our history was around the horses and everything else too. And in the early years, it was transportation, and a lot of times your life probably depended on it. Another way is keeping the culture alive is through the raising bison. Ties to our history and that. I've always had the dream of owning my own bison ranch when I was young. We as the Métis settlement members, I guess, are fortunate where we don't have blood quantum as part of the makeup of our of what makes you Métis or not. The Métis National Council definition is you have to be tied back to the Red River. So any one of those other nationalities with an Aboriginal woman could create a Métis person. Skin color, you see it where, I know my wife faced that a few times where she's fair skinned and light hair, and people, she's not Métis. How do you prove you're Métis? How do you prove your identity, whether your ties go back to Red River or back to Script or whatever, eh? Some of those issues are coming forward now. So that's another process that we will have to define.
I grew up thinking I was full Aboriginal, like I was just originally from the reserve. And it wasn't until I moved to the settlement that I actually developed a sense of, that I was a Métis person and that's who I was. I went through a really troubled time in my life. I started getting into drinking a lot and drugs. And missing school, just not having a care in the world. And I got really kind of depressed and, I had a lot of issues with suicidal thoughts around the thing. And kind of, I just felt like I was stuck there and that there was nothing to do. So I called my dad and I told him kind of what I was going through and he invited me to live with him. And ever since then, I've been living in Buffalo Lake and I was since the age of 14. I identify myself as a Métis and I am proud of it. I love being who I am. I love having the heritage that I have. I'm very proud of it. I really feel tied to the Métis community and I really want to go and give back to my community before I give back to anywhere else because that's where I got my roots from and that's where I kind of developed into the person that I am today.
I wanted to look into my own family roots and learn more about how my family stayed strong and kept our culture alive.
Can you tell me about you being an Indian princess?
I've always been an Indian princess.
Well, how old were you when you won that title?
I think I was 19 years old. I just got back from Ontario.
Much love, sister. We'll see you later.
There was this princess pageant, and my mom said, "Okay, you want to run? I'll make you whatever you need." So she made me my outfit. So I became the Indian princess. But we had to sell all these tickets. But we also I had to make a speech at the Friendship Center, and there were 5 panelists. And so I had to talk about my views as to what I wanted to do, right? It's a role, right? And I think a lot.
So let me explain. Indian princess is a powwow thing. It's not an actual thing in indigenous culture. It is a powwow thing that's like it's very similar to like a pageant in a sense that it's the representative of that tribe in powwows, not in actual like traditional culture, like not like, you know what I mean? It's not, oh well, my great grandmother was a Cherokee princess. Well, back then there was no such thing as a Cherokee princess. We didn't have powwows like we had back today, like we had like back then. We had events and gatherings, yes, but nothing to the extent of a powwow today. And where we have this Indian princess in the powwow system that we have.
A lot of people have to understand that there are different roles you play. But being Indian is not a role. Being Indian means who you are, the very person you are, the very essence of your soul, the roots that you come from. I was born in Greward, Alberta, small community on the shores of Lesser Slave Lake. From very humble beginnings. My mom and dad had to do a lot of things to make a living. And we were brought up with an ethic that said that you had to work really hard in order for you to be able to get where you want to go. And my mom was the driving force of our culture and making sure that we knew who we were. We always had that sense of pride, that sense of knowing, the sense of my grandma was always around, our aunts were always around, that maternal and matrilineal line was always lived to the fullest by my mom. She knew if we didn't know who we were, that we'd get lost somewhere, and she never wanted that. So she was always strong in terms of what she taught us and how she taught us, and knowing who we were, knowing the very essence of that identity. She taught us everything about life and family. in how to survive in this world.
When you have strong ties to your community, you can go anywhere in this world, and you always feel safe that you have a place to go home. I know that the retention of your culture, a lot of it is based on the retention of your language. If you lose your language, you lose your culture. And we're very fortunate here to have our own school in Kikino. Cultural programs that they put into the curriculum is awesome. You know, they're teaching them Cree. They have fiddle groups and that, and they also did jigging. You know, that's part of the Métis culture. That's being taught in our school.
People know that I'm Aboriginal by my skin tone, but they'll know I'm Métis if they know about a Métis sash. And a lot of people take curiosity to this because they see the different colors and they figure it symbolizes something. So I'm glad when they ask. To me, I guess it's just it helps to identify who I am when I'm in public. A sash still is a symbol of my Métis culture and my Métis identity, but at the same time, I'm still going to use it for the same things our ancestors did, which is a tool, whether it's, you know, a scarf or just something to wrap around your bag and carry. So when I would actually wear my Métis sash around my neck, people would be like, "Oh, nice scarf." And I'd be like, "Actually, it's not a scarf, but it's a Métis sash." And I would start to, you know, kind of tell them about Métis heritage. Everything that I do know, I'd be willing to share because I just want people to know that there are people out there and that we exist. Identity for me is just knowing that I have Aboriginal culture, and not only because of the color of my skin, it's just knowing that, you know, I have those Aboriginal roots.
Part of the current Indigenous world is those adverse circumstances and the scarring that that creates, but it can also create positive outcomes. You know, people can be motivated to reestablish their connection to what it was their parents and ancestors had in mind and how to live. And people all across Canada are doing that.
We have to be realistic about the fact that our societies and our laws have been impacted by colonialism, but we don't have to be defined by that. People are, on all different kinds of levels, pushing back the colonial story and creating new stories for ourselves.
So much of what's written about Native people, whether it's in the media or whatever's produced about us, is negative, and it kind of pathologizes Indigenous people. And so I wanted to write something that was like, well, no, it's not all negative. And in spite of all that people are up against, look at this magnificence that is there in terms of people's identities.
We have to start making sure people know and understand their language. They have to be able to understand the teachings in order for them to be able to come together as a people again.
Young Aboriginal people in this country are operating at a whole other level now. And a lot of them are becoming very sophisticated in terms of law and politics, and they're communicating this to each other with all kinds of social media, and a new world is coming.
It's up to us as the next generation to just take that step forward and, you know, not have to lean back on what had happened to our people. That, you know, it's up to us to push forward and just to, you know, create the change and be the difference for our future generations.
As an Aboriginal woman, I've come to understand that Aboriginal identity is a unique and personal journey, and legal definitions don't have the power to define us. We have to look to our vibrant communities, our loving families, our beautiful culture, and unique language to form our identity.
So you have to remember, you're taught in schools and media and these things a stereotype of indigenous people that doesn't equal up because it's a falsehood. When you see an indigenous person sitting on the street corner drunk or high or both, or homeless and poor, remember, it's not always their choice. It wasn't theirs by choice. When you're taken from your home by Child and Family Services and you're tossed into foster care, or even adopted out, in most cases, the ones that were adopted out end up losing even that connection once they turn 18 to these adopted families. Foster care is even worse in the aspect that once you become 18, they just kick you out the door, set you up on welfare and say, there you go, goodbye. See you later. Thanks for giving us fucking thousands upon hundreds of thousands of dollars for your whole entire upraising. And see you later, bye. No, hey, here's your real family, here's where you come from. You know, let us return you back to your community, or any of that. Or hey, you know, none of those things happen. You're just kicked out the door. Fend for yourself, even though we didn't teach you anything, we just housed you. See you later, bye. And that's supposed to be healthy, right? A lot experience all kinds of abuse in these places and have no opportunity to receive any kind of help or treatment or anything. Nothing. Just punted to the curb. See you later, bye. And then you walk by them thinking, oh, look at that dirty, filthy, rotten, savage Indian. Sitting there all drunk and fucking high. And, ugh. Well, it's the system that you're putting money into, that you're supporting with your taxes, that is doing that. That is making that happen. That is making that a reality. That is responsible for that. Which is why I keep saying be very careful of who you pick and choose to put into the government and what you allow your government to get away with. We've already watched today how the government loves to hide things from the rest of the population. Keep it secret. Don't want the people to know, so that they can perpetrate and continue on this ideology or thought pattern that indigenous people are unable to look after themselves or raise their children or have any control over their lives or anything, and must become wards of the state. Interesting. And then you wonder why so many indigenous people are living in poverty. Yet the very treaties that were signed was that we would be sharing the wealth taken from the land. But we have yet to see that wealth. Why are we in poverty? While this 1% corporations and government are living high off the hog. And they go even into making sure that you don't live very well either. So when you hear indigenous people talk about land back and indigenous sovereignty and self-government, realize that when we're talking about these things will directly affect you for the betterment. Not for the hindrance, but for the betterment. That means less likelihood of you being kicked out of your home because some greedy landlord decides that you haven't paid them enough money. The less likelihood of you looking in your fridge or cupboards and going, where am I going to eat? What am I going to eat? How am I going to feed my family? All these things you have to take in consideration and understand. When we indigenous people are telling you, hey, yo, giving us back our sovereignty and self-government and honoring the treaties in what they truly were intended and were actually signed before they went back to Parliament and were ratified to exclude indigenous people from it all. You have to understand you see, you even get these lies that they tell you, oh, indigenous people, if they get their land backs and everything, then they'll kick us out and we'll lose all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. No, that's not truth. The truth is you're going to gain. By indigenous people having our lands back, our resources back, all these things back, you're going to gain. As you heard previously, we have ways of bringing people into our community, which means if you're sitting now in a house or an apartment building that is traditionally belongs to an indigenous tribe, you're going to be safe in that place, in that residency. Landlords will actually have to get a real job instead of living off of you. We have a very different outlook and a very different philosophy and belief than what you are brainwashed to believe is an acceptable form of existence in today's world. Understand that. We're not interested in making people suffer like how we have been suffering. That's not our heart. That's not our mindset. We want healing. We want there to be a healing between indigenous people and non-indigenous people in North America, or what's now called North America, what we call Turtle Island. We want healing to begin. True truth, justice, and reconciliation. We believe in worker co-ops. Where do you think most of these practices and ideas, a lot of these ideas and practices come from, and the philosophy and the mindset of the left comes from, originates from indigenous people throughout the world? Even the colonial ideas have taken some of our ideas and belief systems and way of life, even though they bastardized it to suit and fit their ideology. That clearly is not working. Everyone can agree. Doesn't matter what viewpoint or political standpoint you come from. We all agree that the system is broken. It is beyond repair. It needs to be replaced with something new. Something that actually works for the people. This is what we talk about. And the people that stand up and go, oh, well, you know, no. You have to think either one, they have been brainwashed and still continuing on that brainwashing thinking and haven't stepped out of that yet. Or they are in fact, either being coughed up money by the 1% in corporations to say those things, and landlords these people stand the most to lose the most, that are afraid of it because they're too used to living off the lap of luxury, off of your hard work and sweat and suffering, and gaining the most amount of profit from your hard work, while handing you peanuts, chump change, trinkets for your hard work. Indigenous way of life isn't about that kind of thing. We're not about that idea. If you're happy and you find something that you love and you don't have to worry about a roof over your head or food in your stomach or health care or medicines that you need to live, you work harder because you're happy and content, which makes you work even harder because you're doing a job that you love and that you have a say in, that you have a position of standpoint. Do you see how this all connects? Here, message for all humanity.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed. The bitterness of men fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Yes. Some true words right there.
We the people are the ones who gonna have to fight. We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? The truth is, we're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? On.
Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on, no matter what? Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on, no matter what?
See, before I draw the line, let me welcome you close to all the folks who knew Obama sold the people a hoax. Gave the money to suckers while our community still poor. Withdrew the troops but started another war. Colonizing, terrorizing, creating the oil crisis so they can make a killing on food and gas prices. Prisons is filling, they trying to lock up the future. Militarized borders and control of computers. Wanting stupid bumping music that ain't healthy for the shortest. Privatizing schools and policemen in the hallways. Can't be dormant, I'm awoken. Rise up, be ready. Brought the family with us and we hold the machetes.
Riding the fence. Too many people be riding the fence. Yeah, you say you ready for war, but are you convinced? I'm not convinced. If you're a rider, freedom fighter, crowd excited, then let's do this. We can make one big united, middle finger to the US. Give me the bravest and the truest. Fuck the hippest and the coolest. We gon' spark this revolution and cross this off our to-do list. Put your foot down if you look down on this criminal system. Put your book down and get shook down like my niggas in prison. Don't be condemning and condoning their actions in one sentence. Make up your mind, choose your side. Is you a patriot or a menace to society? So riot or sit by quietly. But don't pull out your flag and try to say you gon' ride with me. You flip-flopping like hip-hop. I don't get locked in that trick box. Get got like Big and Pop. Shit's got to stop. I am the people, not the pig. I repeat after Fred. So please blow my brains out if I ever forget.
I'm with the independent thinkers. I'm down with the movers and the shakers and the ex-Henny drinkers, the non-smokers, the health advocates, the non-voters, the young bloods in the hood hood training like soldiers. I'm on the side of the tracks with the hood gardens. The little child that don't color inside the margins. I don't ride the fence, I cultivate my strength. Cause if it ain't about power, it don't make sense. I've been down with Boogie Down since BDP, some Brown Pride, and Black Power make RBG. A OG told me choose battles wisely. In the struggle, don't forget your children and your wifey. If you don't see me on the podium preaching it, every day I hope my every action is teaching it. Cause revolution is a process, it's not a speech or a panel. Don't bite off more than you can handle.
Shot City, Palestina, Venezuela, the South Bronx, baby. Yo. Hey yo, I still rock hard like slingshots in Palestina. Con todos los estudiantes por educación gratuita. I'm with workers uprising and the right to unionize. We ain't crossed the border, so you better legalize. I'm with La Peña del Bronx. I'm still with Victor Toro, cause gentrification is polluting my borough. So bro, never. South Bronx forever. Decolonize the block, make your neighborhood better. I ain't down with the rich, I'm more Richie Perez. Don't talk to grand juries or cooperate with feds. I'm with students, doctors, janitors, teachers. We need living wages, but they don't believe us. Monida, Barretto, Spofford, Hunts Point, my hood, I love. We join forces, forming our deck, BX. Taking over buildings, rebel Diaz for the children.
Politics to sickness, streets express symptoms. Caught up with it quickness, big business pimps them. Scholars play the simpleton, fools play with wisdom. Who will stand and fight back? Who will play the victim? Trials and tribulations, injured generations. Stolen history and outsourced innovation. Babel Tower fell, tribes are at war. The battle story's not represented in the score. The game's fixed, most of the faces and names switched. Credit stolen for art, science, religion, language, technology, philosophy, and with strangers. They paid in hatred for the knowledge of the ancients. Power in words, actions, guns, swords. Aim Panthers, brown berets, young lords. Pick a side, one sickness, one cure, one love, one blood, one world, but one war.
Yo, straight up, some truth. These things people forget so easily. This is what we try to explain. When you see people of color trying to explain things, this is what we're talking about. This is what my channel, my stream keeps talking about. Helping to educate. Helping you to understand.
Indigenous people, shine your light, we are equal. I remember the days when our prayers were illegal. I remember the days when being Indian was lethal. Yeah, we had a rough past, but get ready for the sequel. Get ready for the glorious comeback of our people. Oh yeah, rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up, wake up. All nations rise, rise up, 'cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, 'cause now's the time. All nations rise, rise up, 'cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, 'cause now's the time. With forgiveness as my bow and my prayers as my arrows, pull them back and let go. I watch them fly like sparrows. Have hope. Yeah, have hope. With compassion as my shield and faith down to my marrow, I will walk the pollen path even when it gets narrow. Yeah, yeah, I resurrect. Yes, you can bet that we seen the single mama raising children on the res. We seen domestic violence tear apart what we have left. We seen the alcohol take it all and leave us dead. We seen the children take their lives when they can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. Can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. No, we can't take the dread anymore. It's a war. No, we can't take the dread anymore. It's a war, but we've seen it all before. And now we know we can change it, 'cause that's why we were born. We know we are the ones that we have been waiting for. We are the ones Grandma has been praying for. So rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up, wake up. Pueblo hermoso, levántense, es nuestro tiempo. No tienes que esconderte más. Ahora es nuestro tiempo. Mujer indígena, tú eres tan sagrada. Traigas medicina de tu suelo todavía. A pesar del abuso de tu cuerpo y tu tierra, respetamos tus ancestros y la suya cultura. Hombre indígena, tú eres honorable y yo veo la fuerza que todavía sobrevive. A pesar del abuso de tu raza venerable, yo respeto tus ritos, tus danzas, tus padres. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz. Sí, no vamos a escondernos más. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz. Sí, no vamos a escondernos más.
They say that history is written by the victors. But how can there be a victor when the war isn't over? The battle has only just begun, and Creator is sending His very best warriors. And this time, it isn't Indians versus cowboys. No, this time, it is all the beautiful races of humanity together on the same side, and we are fighting to replace our fear with love. And this time, bullets, arrows, and cannonballs won't save us. The only weapons that are useful in this battle are the weapons of truth, faith, and compassion.
I hope we can understand that. Oh, yeah, you know I gotta do it. You know we got it. And thank you for the follow, Zoe.
Get the fuck off our mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the fuck off our mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Open our eyes to see a better way. Work together for a more collective say.
Not go half a call it, go all the way. We living in the blessed era of Max Holloway. It is what it is, us champs grind every day. Steady banging, I know Hawaii ne. Jedi Guardians of the Galaxy, non-fiction, non-fallacy. Our home, not a theme park, museum or gallery. Off the grid, down in the valley. Living sustainably and happily. What we need, we get plenty. Nobody crank it. Go easy, spank it with your hanky-panky. Whole ante. Making big noise and we got them listening. Chanting, singing, dancing, and we whispering. In a battle never ending. Mount a defending, trending. This rebellion beginning to the happy ending.
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
In this circle of assassins, we use words as weapons, tearing tyranny apart while we teaching lessons. Chanting down this Babylon system on pressing, lighting up the darkness, cleaning messes and spreading blessings. Ready, willing, and restless. Kiai frontliners in the trenches, ready to wreck shit. Dug in deep on heavy gangster beat. Bring the heat, never back down, surrender or retreat. Small victories, slight adjustments, press repeat. Our stories we now speak, we no need sneak. Nature over concrete is how we snatching victory from your jaws of defeat.
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Kila que mauna wakea e horo no ikabuve. Okala hui aloha ina hoina kia imai uka keke. E hulia e huli mai 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 e hulia e huli mai. Kila kamauna wakea e holo no ikabuve. Okala hui aloha ina hoina kia imai uka keke. E huli mai e hulia 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 e huli mai.
Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Uka. Oh yeah. Good timing.
I got some natives in here's where they telling me they'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying. Cause to them that be hella weak. Cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep at the wheel. From here on smoking weed and pills and everybody else. I'm praying hope for people we should kill. Strength is kept as a secret. Cause people, they ain't really down to sing and dance of power now and then keep it up in the house is what you afraid of. Our natives of dying slow. So scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me cause I'm after them. But first go out to look around and see what's still happening. Cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete. For anybody involved we got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
kill 'em all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the boozer amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill 'em all. Kill 'em, kill 'em all. Kill 'em, kill 'em all. Kill 'em, kill 'em all. Kill 'em all.
We know where you need to be. You know that this ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know which people got to die. Show me your warfare, dripped up in war pain.
Oh yeah. So understand, understand what we're talking about. These things are important to remember. It's when we don't remember these things, it's when we don't understand, that leads us to danger. When we allow ourselves to continue on being brainwashed and not decolonize our mind and our mindset and our conversations, our discussions. That's when we run into failure. You really want change? Change begins in a mirror and extends outward. You feel me? There is nothing wrong with calling out when you see colonizing mindset still being emphasized or pushed, and saying, yo, we need to step away from that shit. What the fuck you doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? We have to start looking at that. We have to start changing that dialect. We have to move away from that and making these things real, implementing them in our daily lives. It starts from within, looking in that mirror and saying, yo, homie, what up, bro? We need to do that. This is what we've been talking about for generations. People forget. It's like this new generation of people. You know, we need all kinds of people, not just those who have a highly educated mindset. We need all types of people. Each one is valid. Not one's more valid than the other one. We have to learn to respect each other as human beings. When you're watching a shit show, a Dunkin' Slam, that's not being human. That's being colonized. That's being a cannibal. That's what they want. That's not praxis. And it's time we started turning the conversations that we have into human conversations with love and respect for each other as human beings, with understanding, compassion, kindness. If we can't do that, we will get nowhere.
Unless you're one of the first Americans, a Native American, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Welcome, SJW and Raiders. Awesome. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Raiders, please remember to double click the icon of my name, my picture there, my little picture there, so that your viewership counts. Oh, SJ talked mad shit on me, right? Yeah. Hey, SJ, what's up? Welcome in, much love and respects. Yeah, he was like, what? That lawsuit. He's a lawsuit. Yo, welcome in, everyone. How's it going? So this is what we're talking about. We watch too many stuff going on, even in our own corner on the left, where it is nothing but cannibalism, dunking on each other. There's no care anymore. There's no human connection. This is what we have to change. We have to start coming from the place of being a human being. Love and respect for each other. Trying to help each other understand and grow. Health in a healthy way. In a good way, in a positive way. If all we're doing is going to be sitting around in a circle jerk and dunking on each other and belittling each other, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to achieve the goal that we are trying to achieve. We have to start doing things differently. We cannot allow our oppressors to dictate to us our discussion, our conversations, our dialect, we cannot allow that. We have to change that whole entire dialect and conversation. We have to decolonize our minds, hearts, bodies, and spirits. We have to decolonize. And forever, continuously doing it. Thank you, SJW. We'll see you later, bro, if you're taking your rest. Thank you for the raid, bro. Hope you had a good stream. Ace. My sister Ace. This is what I talk about. This is what you learn here. Coming from an indigenous perspective, point of view, understanding. Growing as a human being. Oh, you're almost halfway there. We're all healing. We're all trying to heal. Sorry, side note. We're all trying to get it together. We can't do that if we continue to fight amongst each other. We can't do that if we allow these colonizers, these oppressors, to keep pushing that, to allow that kind of dialect to continue on. This is something they've done for over 500 plus years. Infighting is the best way to ignore reality. Keep them all fighting amongst each other. They won't catch up to reality, because they'll be too busy fighting each other to get anything done. Or they'll offer, oh well, you know, like they did with the Irish and the Italians in North America. Here we're going to give you a little bit of chump change so that you'll walk away from these other people, and will make you turn into hatred towards them that we're oppressing. Like the moms who all this summer were standing there getting sprayed by the cops and everything. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, hey, look, it's over. Yeah, media's gone. Okay, time to go for brunch. Stop falling for it. Stop being duped. Wake up. You're being duped. You're being duped. I want you to understand that. I don't know how I can express it as much as I possibly can. Let's see here. What do we got going on that we can look at some more?
I'm so excited. I feel like that little girl with the cotton candy. Tamarack is my absolute favorite bark to be able to witness, along the same lines as the idea where plant medicine or Nishnabemshkeke takes a lifetime of dedication and takes a lot of work, that it doesn't really work very fast. We just want to get fixed now. But what I want you to understand is that Tamarack and how amazing it is, how perfect it is for your nerves. Tamarack is extremely fast. So it's like an instant. Within a few hours, there's already some really intense, noticeable benefits. And so it's really fast. And so I like to use Tamarack to be able to get people sort of hooked on plant medicine, to be able to be like, hey, this stuff is pretty legit. This is, I didn't know you could do this. I thought plant medicine took forever to be able to, we look at plant medicine as being nutraceutical, or as being as like a part of our nutrition, which it should be, like in the case of prevention, but in the case of treatment, it deserves a very real place in that realm of treatment and therapy. And so Tamarack is what I use to get people interested in that idea, because of how fast acting it is. It's one of my favorites to share to communities. And also, like diabetic neuropathy is probably one of the most common issues I use Tamarack for. Diabetic neuropathy is when sugar, because sugar is incredibly toxic to nerve cells. You have excessive or elevated amounts of sugar because of diet or because of stress or because of diabetes. This destroys your nerves, and your nerves start to recede off of your feet. And we've worked with people who have had no feeling in their feet for like 15 years or 20 years. And so what we do is we take Tamarack bark, make a nice solid bath, like a nice solid strong tea, and then soak their feet. A lot of times, a lot of communities, I'll just get somebody with real bad diabetic neuropathy, just make them their own pot of tea, and then tell them to just sit in the corner and soak their feet. And then, because what happens is somebody who has absolutely no feeling in their feet for like 15 years, you soak your feet in Tamarack, and within a half hour, they'll feel temperature change. In a foot that they haven't felt temperature change in over a decade, they'll feel the water is warm. And they're like, hey, I can feel something unusual. The water's warm. And I even had one guy, in this case, we were with a big group, all had diabetic neuropathy. We were soaking our feet. The nurse was there helping for the bath, the foot soak, making sure it wasn't too hot so there was no scalding. And it was really neat because Buddy put his feet in, and after about a half hour, I said, hey, and his English was real bad. I think he was like, real Cree, this water's hot. And then and then the nurse freaked out, and then she ran over and she ripped his feet out of the tub and started drying them off because she thought his feet were scalding because we were just adding warmer uppers to the foot soak. And then he's like, hey, my feet are hot. And then she washed his foot, and then but he wanted to say that this water, it's warm. I could feel that it's getting warm. I could feel that it's getting hot. But he just busts out like, it's good. This water is hot. In his case, what was wrong was that nurse pulled his feet out of the tea. And then the nurse, because she thought he was scalding, but he knew his feet were getting better. And so he's trying to push that woman off of his feet. But his belly was too big and he couldn't really bend over to push her. So then he's yelling in Cree at his wife. And I could understand a little bit. I'm not fluent in Cree, or I'm not even fluent in Ojibwe, but because the languages are so similar, I could hear that he's yelling at his wife. He's telling his wife, asking his wife, get this woman off of me. and then his wife speaks better English, so she yells, get off of his feet. It's okay. He's trying to tell you that his feet are doing better. And then the nurse sort of put her hand in his foot soak, and it wasn't scalding temperature, so she put his feet back in, and it was a real hilarious little misunderstanding. But after that, there was two other women in that group who spoke out, and they were like, hey, my feet are getting warm too. I thought I was just feeling things. I thought that was just in my head. So after about 90 minutes, generally what happens is they'll have a change from it being very painful to it being quite bearable. And to just feel a little bit more like pins and needles. After an hour and a half, man, you got some trench foot going on, especially hot water. Their feet are real wrinkly looking, but they don't want to take their feet out because they could feel what's happening. They could feel all of this feeling is coming back, and the temperature change change. They're starting to become sensitive on their feet. And so after 3 hours, we'll do the prick test, the diabetic neuropathy prick test, and on their feet, and be able to identify that after 3 hours of soaking your feet in that medicine, you have sensation throughout your whole foot. And that is one of my favorite programs to deliver absolutely anywhere, is to give people that experience, that if you soak your feet in 3 hours, you'll have feeling.
So for those of you who might not be in my Discord yet, that is the Discord link I just dropped there in chat. Feel free to join. As long as you're not a chud or disrespectful and rude to people, you're more than welcome.
In limbs and appendages that you haven't had feeling in 15, 20 years. Doesn't matter. You could be like Mr. Deeds, and at the end of 3 hours, you're going to have some form of feeling. Some really dramatic change is going to happen for people who have chemotherapy-induced neuropathy, which is also really common. Usually women who will have this because it's a consequence of one of the most common breast cancer chemotherapies, to be able, and I keep doing this because that's what they do. One of the things that makes them so happy is that they can do buttons again, from having chemotherapy-induced neuropathy in their hands or in their fingers to when they can't, they have no feeling, and so they can't feel to put buttons on, so they cannot wear button-up shirts. Or if they have an admin job, if you have an admin job and you're typing, you're back to typing like, with just 2 fingers again, and you have to watch where each finger is going. And then more often than not, you lose your job because you can't do admin work anymore. You can't dial a phone very easy, and you're not productive, and so you have to be replaced. I've met women who were right in that exact situation where they were just about to lose their job, and soaking their hands and their feet for a couple hours, and then taking more tea home and soaking them again before bed. The next day they come back to if my workshop is a continuation, they'll come the next day with a button-up shirt on. We got like just stories for days about how amazing Tamarack is to be able to help with your nerves, for all kinds of neurological sort of degenerative diseases. I just can't get enough of Tamarack. It's really, really incredible what it's able to do. And you look at how devastating neurological diseases are, neurodegenerative diseases like MS are really incredibly scary. Probably numbness, waking up with numbness or something like this has got to be one of the scariest feelings. I can't even imagine. But I think one of the reasons why there's such an intense fear around neurological diseases is because this idea that you're born with a certain number of brain cells and they only die from there. And so if you experience a disease that die off of brain cells, those are not replaceable. And this has been, of course, proven false. And we know that you can regenerate brain cells. And we'll cover all kinds of real cool different pathways and mechanisms, how Tamarack helps with that, to be able to induce neurogenesis. But there's this idea, this fear out there that nerves don't come back. And we still have this in the back of our head, even though it's false, even though there's no reason to believe that this is even a thing anymore. But we have this fear that we were raised with, that these don't come back. I think that's where that fear comes from. And then if we wake up and we have numbness and it's like, oh no, it's happening to me and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do. We've had so much experience in all of these different communities and with all of these different people with all of these different neurological diseases. And every time they get to experience Tamarack, there's always some massive results. It's incredible. And so I just wanted to figure out how is it working. And when I looked to figure out how it was working, I was able to realize that Tamarack has, out of the 8,000 phenylytics that have been extensively studied, of all of those that have extreme neuroprotective, neurogenesis inducing, anti-inflammatory properties, Tamarack has all of them, all combined into one perfect little plant. how the heck is this possible? And then researching the mechanism of action of each of those phenylytics was able to uncover pretty well every problem that has to do with neurological diseases. And Tamarac's role in helping to fix that, exactly how it works, has been mapped out. This is how the map looks. And it's just like a phenomenal, perfect plant to be able to help with so many different problems. So focused on that one problem, like as if it was made for it.
Okay, we're gonna whip through a couple little questions here. Just
Okay.
So, taking a look at that, learning that there is indigenous medicines that actually work. That colonialism, and especially because it's heavily pushed into this indoctrination that pharmaceutical companies are the only ones who can give you anything that works, when in truth, pharmaceutical companies only give you the just maintain drugs. That's all they give you, just maintain. That's all it is, just maintain. It has nothing to do with helping you to heal or helping you to get healthy. All it is a way for them to continue on collecting money for you, to get rich off of you. That's it. That's all it is. Hey, Fun. Sorry, I just got here. Was he speaking about Tamarack or Tamarack? Yeah. My fucking God, it's so true. They act like they invented something when it's been used in native cultures forever. Exactly, Gargoyle. Exactly. It's like, penicillin. Oh my God, they invented penicillin. Penicillin has been around in native culture for generations, way before any of first contact. All these things, tons of things that have been here on this side of the planet for generations, for decades, for generations and decades, has been here since the beginning of time on this side of the planet, and they act like they are the ones that have it. They came up with this, invented this whole entire thing, all to trick and fool you. And they don't even give you medicines that actually cure anything. Muskogee Creek uses marshmallow root to calm bladder infections. Guess what a lot of new OCT bladder supplements contain? Acting like they discovered it. Yeah, exactly, Gargoyle. Exactly. Aspirin, all these different things. And you're not even, you have to remember, when the pharmaceuticals pumping out this stuff, it's not even the actual plant that they're pumping into you. It's, what do they call it when they make it? I forget the word for it, but it's not even the real thing. It's a made up thing. It's synthesized. Yes, that's it. Synthesized. It's not. You're not even getting the real thing. You're getting a synthesized dosage of it, meaning they're not giving you the true dosage of it. They're just giving you just barely enough to keep you constantly at their doorstep, and while they're making profit off of it. These are things you have to look at. They don't want you cured. They don't want you healthy, because they don't make a profit if you're cured or healthy. Which is why they continuously pump out these just maintain drugs. And the government, because the government and doctors all make a profit off of it. They all make money and kickbacks and stuff off of it. And you continuously are stuck living with it. It's all a profit gain. It has nothing to do with your well-being. And even doctors have a hard time with it, because you hear so many of them talk about they took a Hippocratic oath to do no harm, but they're not actually harming you in some aspects. In the way that the way that it's pushed is it's not harming you. It's just not fixing you or curing you either. Or it's an acceptable form of harm. These things you have to look at and understand. So I want to take a moment to add a little Maui, or Mayan, not Mayan, Maori.
He was planking. Oh, look at it.
I wanna share. In no way or shape or form am I telling you to stop taking medications that you're taking currently, but I am telling you to look into more indigenous medicines that may actually help you. I don't want to be that kind of a person that says, oh no, stop taking this all, and all of a sudden someone kicks the bucket and then I'm responsible for that. No, that's not what my intentions are. But I am telling you, be aware and be fully aware that you are part of what it is that this is a profit thing. It's not something that they actually want you to heal from. Like we watched a couple of days ago about a medicine that actually will cure cancer, but because pharmaceutical companies can't make a profit off of it, they're not going anywhere with it. They're not willing to take it on and put it through human trials and testing. They're not interested in that because they can't make a profit off of it. So understand that there's plenty of things out there that can actually be a cure, but if they don't make a profit off of it, they're not interested in it. For-profit medicine is designed to be maintenance before remedy. Exactly, Carfax. Exactly. Exactly. This is how that's such a good way to put it. Yeah, it is, right, Gargoyle? I mean, that's the truth. Cure kills customership. Exactly. Exactly, Carfax. If they find a cure for something and it cures you, they no longer have a customer. You're done. They no longer can make money off of you. You're done. Their customership is gone. If they can give you all the stuff to keep you maintained and keep you prolong and keep you alive as long as possible to make as much profit off of you as possible, that sits perfectly fine with their shareholders and their corporates and their board of directors who gain the most profit off of it all. Prime example. You know, we look at it. There is so many different statistics that are currently showing us that the rich have gotten richer during COVID than the rest of us have. The rest of us are plummeting towards poverty while the rich are making more money. The same with electric powered vehicles. Could have done it in early earnest standing in the 60s or 70s, but the oil companies fought it hard. Exactly, Carfax. Exactly. They bought out the patent for it and shoved it away in some file somewhere, some desk somewhere. You do have to be careful mixing herbals with pharmaceutical drugs. I found out the hard way while drinking nettle tea to help with pain and muscle spasms. Turns out interacts with antidepressants, drops your blood pressure like crazy. Yeah. So like all things, education is key. Yes, exactly, Gargo. Education is very important. Know what you're doing. Be educated. Look into it. If you're going to, you know, I know some people who have intermixed it. So one day they'll take a medicine, a pharmaceutical medicine. Next day they'll take a traditional medicine and find the balance in which so they don't do any harm to themselves. So you have to really educate yourself. If you have some form of illness, look into it deeply. Don't just do a light skim. Really educate yourself. Really look into it deeply. Really investigate it. If you find that one works much better than the other, by all means. These things we have to think of. These things we have to remember. These things we have to understand. A woman who returns, adopted into her Haida clan after 30 years.
Growing up, I felt like something was missing, as if something was calling me. I can feel the raven in my blood. I always have. When I was a teenager, my mom told me that my dad had adopted me, and that my real dad was from Haida Gwaii. I met Rick when I was 16 and we grew close. Rick passed away 3 years ago, and I miss him. Although I've been back to Haida Gwaii many times to visit, I've never participated in my culture, because being with my dad made me feel Haida. But now that he is gone, I have to figure it out on my own. When I found out that I had been adopted by my father, I was really interested in coming back to my roots and understanding this side of my family, and it's been a long journey. My father passed away a couple of years ago, so I'm trying to reach out to the other family member I'm really close to, which is my nanay.
I thought maybe the here other than.
Dinot graus angen dila kichagan dila tulgurangai lagen. It means my granddaughter was gone for a long time and then she found me. This made me very happy.
But the clothing can go.
Rick is my oldest son, and he is the father of the granddaughter that was missing to me for a while. When she disappeared, I was very upset because Rick phoned me and told me about it. So now that you're here with me, it just makes me want to cry because I lost you for so long. And I really love you.
I love you too.
Okay. The government decided that we were no longer Indians because we married white people, and you were no longer an Indian. So I belonged nowhere.
Yeah.
I was neither white nor Indian. That was weird. When my brother married a white lady,
she became
an Indian. And I was not.
And how did that feel?
And well, in those days, white people weren't allowed to live in the village or spend overnight in the village. And we were not allowed to live in the village because we were white.
Was it hard to figure out who you were between those two worlds?
No, you just felt like you didn't belong anywhere. Because my skin was dark, I wasn't white. And I was an Indian, but I was not.
I really connected with my nana's story because that feeling of not belonging is something I've struggled with my whole life. I get questioned about my identity all the time. I really am from two worlds, and it's hard to find the balance. My nana and I are going to make a traditional Haida blanket that has my clan's crest on it. It will be part of a ceremony. So far will see me being adopted into the Eagle clan. I am struggling with this because my father and my nana are ravens, not eagles. The lineage is matriarchal, but my mother was not Haida. So I don't know where I belong.
You can't be a raven.
How come?
Because your mother's not a raven. You can be adopted by the opposite clan, no matter what.
Wouldn't it be possible for you to adopt me back into your clan?
No.
Because I have no familial ties with the Eagles?
That's not the way to do it. I don't think we can do that.
If we sort of missed a generation here. So I would feel like, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like if I was wearing an Eagle clan blanket or something, I'd sort of be floating without an identity that I understand.
Yeah.
What if we could? What if we asked and they said it was okay?
This is the damage that stealing children does.
Rick and her mother were together a long time ago when she was a baby, and her mother was never adopted by anybody. So what she wants to do is wear raven blanket.
You want anybody that's got Haida blood to have a place, right? A clan.
Yeah.
So to take your grandmother's is perfectly reasonable and right.
Oh,
So her principle would be the raven. Everybody's either a raven or an eagle, every Haida. And then from there you got different clans and then they have subcrests.
Okay.
So hers are the raven and then the moon is their major. You were saying there's many people like you who get separated and they don't come back, and the ones that do come back because there's something missing.
Yeah.
Understand this doesn't happen for all of us. There are still many that are lost out there. That have not come back home.
And just made it up. It's mostly filling in the design to make it look like it's together. These are small ovoids.
Yeah.
And this is what they call a clover leaf. I put it on my boys' jackets too.
Yeah.
Like just my family.
Yeah.
So that's why you're getting it.
I want you to understand, for a lot of those of us who were stolen, this is a bonus. This is like a blessing story. A lot of us who were stolen don't get that. A lot are still out there lost, who don't know their culture, who don't know their community, who are lost because the government felt they needed to kill the Indian and save the child and turn this child into a culture that does not belong to them.
That should be about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, depending on the waves.
Yeah.
Yes. And we have to go way around because the tide is low and the sandbar comes way out, all the way from the land over there,
Yeah.
all the way out to this green candleway out here.
Well, it was really important for me to go back and see just a little bit more of my roots, where you started from.
There isn't really much there. There's just holes dug in where they put their houses, like the long houses. And the last time I was there was only a totem pole left there. This is where my mom lived as a little girl. I was away for 40 years, and I am now just catching up to how things were a long time ago.
There is nothing like the feeling of going home. Any home that you have connects you to the earth, to family. As I walked around the island, I felt the energy of this place. The people that came thousands of years before me. I felt lucky to be able to walk on the land that they once did.
There was one girl, when I said I was a raven, she said to me, she says, "Oh, we're eagles and we're very beautiful." And I says, "Well, I'm a raven and we're really smart."
My dad has a peaceful place.
It makes me cry.
Yeah, me too. I miss him. There's no end in sight. Taking a while.
Welcome into our clan.
It just means to be a little more whole, understand a little bit more about your culture, feel more inclusive within my family. I came here to make a blanket with my nanay. I wasn't sure what else would happen. I didn't know how I was going to fit in. But I got a lot of help from my family and the community, and I'm really grateful for that. I feel happy and relieved that I've been adopted. The best thing about this trip was receiving the Haida name my nanay gave me. Jat Stithlaha, the woman who returns.
Now, we have seen a positive we've seen a positive outcome from being stolen. Now we're going to see the other sides of the coin.
The last foster mother I lived with didn't really let me use the stove because she didn't feel like I was ready to use it. I guess she cared about my safety, right? But then again, you know, it could have been helpful for me to be able to use the stove early on so I know how to cook and feel more confident. We gotta go this way. Hi, my name is Troy, and I just staged out of CFS Care. $0.57.
Carpax, how much do you think the lack of connection to family history and heritage contributes to people attaching themselves to the generic concept of race or color? Tremendously. Tremendously. Carpax. Tremendously. Huge. Huge.
Compared to the chicken, save 2 cents. I love noodles because I feel like a college student. Sometimes I feel like that's the only thing I can eat. If I had a full-time job, even on minimum wage, I'd probably get more than EIA gives me right now. I'd be able to pay my rent and have enough money to save, like I'd probably be able to save $40 a month.
90%.
I've been looking for a job for a couple years. I've applied for all kinds of stuff, like labor kind of stuff, working at retail stores, clerking, like doing like the stocking shelves and stuff. Looking for work is stressful in itself for me. Sometimes I just go home and take a nap, just to forget about it for a while.
You see, Carpex, you know your Irish family crest, right? That's never been denied to you. Do you know what I mean? Where for us indigenous people, it's been denied to us. We were stolen, ripped from our families, ripped from our culture, ripped from our communities. Exactly, right? We have, growing up without any of that, being told, not being allowed to know our culture, know our family, know our histories, all of that being stripped from us. Tremendously real.
That wind is just brutal. Youth Employment Services on the 6th floor, 614. All right. We'll wait. I'll wait for that guy to go up.
So you see, this young man is indigenous, and he aged out of foster care. He aged out of child family services at 18. Slapped onto welfare that gives him $400 a month to live off of. And that's not even, you get $75 a week. And you have to go in there a week. Every week you have to go sit down and get a check for $75, $65 a week. And that's what you're left to live on. This is what I mean by they kick you out of child welfare. You don't get these teachings on how to properly look after yourself. They don't teach you anything. They don't teach you things that you would learn if they left you at home with your family. You don't learn nothing. You know, they wait until you're 16, 17 and then place you in this little independent living program and then decide that they're going to slowly teach you how to cook for yourself and stuff. Rather than leaving you at home with your family where you learn these things at a young age. So that by the time you become an adult, you know what you're doing. You're confident in what you're doing because you know how to look after yourself. Because your parents and your family have taught you how to live, how to survive, how to look after yourself, how to have a family of your own and look after that family. This is what CFS and the welfare or the foster care system does to children. It doesn't teach them shit and dumps them out at 18 or 19, depending on what province you're in. And in the States, it's 21. Maybe some of them a little earlier, but they still don't teach you these things until it's at the very tail end. And then go, bye-bye, see you, good luck on your own. It's a self-licking ice cream cone solutions that exacerbate the problem. Exactly, Carfax. It does not fix anything. Designed to get them back in the system ASAP. Exactly. So if you don't know how to provide for yourself and look after yourself, you fall into what? Crime. Because you have to steal in order to make a living for yourself, in order to feed yourself. Right? If you end up producing a child, they're right there when the child is being born, the doctor's calling CFS to come get your child. Birth alerts. To come steal your child from you. It's beyond economic hostility. It is a developmental and educational hostility. Yeah, exactly. So that they can continuously keep feeding this beast that feeds upon the innocents. The innocent. It's disgusting. They make mad coin off of children. Imagine that. 10K a month from the time that they steal you away from your mom and your family till the time you age out. 10K a month. If they steal you from when you were just newborn, that's $180,000 they made off you. And more, and higher, constantly growing. Think of that. They make this kind of coin off of children. And they don't teach them shit. They're still doing it at the border, aren't they? Yes, they are. And they're still doing it still to this day. Whether it's the United States or Canada, this stuff is still going on. They're still making a killing off of children.
Sometimes if I didn't have the money for groceries, I wouldn't eat for 2 days. I drink water, but I wouldn't eat, you know? If I didn't have money for food, I just try and drink a lot of fluids.
Imagine that.
Where's the size cup? Been doing a lot of volunteering.
Great. That'll be good for your resume then.
Yeah.
Think about that. For 2 days, this young man who Child and Family Services apparently made ward of the courts, dumps them out at 18, and they're sitting there without food, trying to find work, no help in employment, no nothing. There you go, goodbye. Barely any skills to be able to look after themselves. No one, they have no family that they know of because they were stolen from their family. So they have no family to call upon and rely upon to help them in hard times. They can't go to their mom's and dad's house or aunties or uncles and sit down and have a meal when they don't have anything. They don't have any family members coming over with some groceries to go, here. They don't have that because they've been stolen and stripped of their family, stripped of that connection. They got nothing. But this is supposed to be helpful, right? In the best interest of the child. Really? This is what you would deem as helpful and best interest of the child?
Okay, I'm Charity Leonard. I'm the Executive Director at Youth Employment Services. For a lot of people, they turn 18 and that's it, and they kind of go. It's a really difficult transition for a lot of people to make. Sometimes we come in here and people are looking for a job, and we start talking to them and we realize it's not really a job you need to focus on right now. It's you need a place to live.
Yeah, you need a place to live.
I was part of the CFS care when I was about 10 months old. My pediatrician when I was a kid said I had some form of autism. I got FASD, trying to think of the other ones. Sometimes I get extreme anxiety.
Was shuffled between foster homes and group homes and spent a year living in a hotel as a child. As a child.
That house right there, the corner right there, the greenhouse. Greenhouse right there. That's the house I lived at right there. That's it. I started living here when I was 13, and then I moved out when I was 18. High school was probably the best years of my life, probably. I even got an award at grad at my convocation. I went to Dakota Collegiate to certify that I graduated high school.
A lot don't
I'll never
graduate
forget
high school.
when I graduated. At the end of my grad, my first foster mother was there. My second foster mother was there. My social worker was there.
Can you imagine that? How many foster mothers and family do you have? 30% graduate high school.
She said, "When you're you're gonna have to move out when you're 18. I think, you know. I'm gonna want you to spread your wings and fly. Try and live the adult world for yourself. See what it's like." I was a little bit stressed out and I was nervous. I didn't know how I was gonna fare. Most days I'd wake up with scratch marches, or like an eye that was bloody or something like that, or a black eye sometimes. I think I even broke my nose one time because there was blood on the pillow and everything. I guess I'd be attacking myself in my sleep, and then a psychiatric doctor said they thought it was brought on because of the stress of having to leave, right?
Yo, look at that. Here's a young man who clearly has issues that he doesn't need to be left alone with. And they just punt him out. See you later, bye. Deal with it yourself. Bye. Never mind bringing him back to his people or his family that could try and look after him and care for him and help him. Just bye. See you later. Get lost. Oh, you have ADHD. Oh, you have these other issues. Not our problem. Goodbye. We've milked you for as much money as we can. See you. Bye. Really? This is what you have today, people. This is foster care today. This isn't some fucking form of make-believe world or some small percentage. This is 90% of all children in care go through this. And some of us believe that the percentage number is even higher than 90%. Just not reported. And this is acceptable. Right, Ace? The only problem, Ace, is that you're stuck with this same thing because the foster care system, the people that will be your bosses, will tell you to disconnect yourself from this. Once they age out, it's not your concern anymore. And if you make it your concern, you'll get fired. You'll lose your license. Because this is acceptable. This kind of garbage is acceptable. Especially when it comes to people of color, BIPOC, indigenous people, black Africans. This is acceptable. Oh, they will suck in regards to things like this. However, change has to start somewhere, even if it's one person, and children and their needs are worth my job. Yes, I feel you, Ace. I'm not telling you to be disheartened. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just telling you to be prepared what you're going to be facing. And this is what you'll be facing. This is what you'll be looking at. This is a reality. This is the system today.
This is Red Roulage. This is kind of the place where I wouldn't say I had some of the probably say some of the worst. I guess it wasn't the best place to live. CFS had to put me in here because it was the only place. Because when I was leaving the HSC, the doctors there gave them a timeline to find me a place to stay. They were going to kick me out. I mean, I met Naomi here. That's a blessing. I met her and I saw her cats, right? And I was like, "Oh, yeah. Can I meet you? Can I pet your cats?" And then that's how we got our start as friends,
When we met and started becoming friends, it was like also someone that ran the lodge also had part to play. She's like, "You guys should hang out," and she's like, "Keep an eye on him. Go help him."
But most of the time, we usually watch TV and talk and stuff, and I usually hang out with the cats and stuff.
I find that he's becoming a fine young gentleman compared to like when we first met. So I see like a lot of maturity and growth and all that, and like it's been amazing just watching him become that adult. To me, he's energetic, wanting to do things, wants to work and be in the workforce, just be independent.
So during the interview, your body language is very important.
Rolls.
Yes. Yeah.
Like this.
You do remember. Yeah. Relaxed, open posture, lean forward, eye contact.
I'd rather be formal because I want to impress them.
You want to be There's not even close to enough support. Typically, as I understand the system, when you age out of a foster care situation, if you have a good foster parent, they start to prepare you ahead of time. They teach you about money management, how to find an apartment, how you keep an apartment. They hopefully provide you with some sort of resume or get you volunteer work so you have at least something to move forward with. And other than that, that's about it. You get $1,000, I believe. And you're basically cut loose at 18. He has a phenomenal hockey knowledge. So in-depth and incredible memory.
I'm an encyclopedia man.
The difference with Troy is that he understands that to move ahead and have a better future, he has to have a job. Job is what centers his life.
I don't want to live my whole life under. I don't want to have support my whole life. I want to try and find a way to help myself too. I want to be able to provide for myself and maybe for someone else one day. Still, because you don't know how things are going to happen in the next chapter. You don't know if things are going to be easier or harder. For me, I don't have to worry about looking towards the good stuff that's going to happen because I know that I'm going to do well and I know I'm not going to struggle.
Oh. So I want to explain something.
No, cut. Action.
No, hang on. Okay, I want to explain something. You get released when you age out at 18. They give you $1,000. Well, that $1,000 goes to putting you into a slumlord's apartment to pay your first month's rent, and then try and buy you some groceries and little things, whatever you might want for your apartment. It's usually a one-bedroom. Most times, though, it's usually a bachelor's. So it's not even a one-bedroom. It's just a little tiny little bachelor place. First month's rent, that comes out of that $1,000, plus some groceries. And most cases, the social worker pockets the rest of whatever's left over that you don't spend. They pocket it. Then you're given an appointment with welfare. That's it. Here's your go set up an appointment with welfare. There you go. Goodbye. See you. And you're left. That's it. Like they said, you're lucky if you have a foster parent who teaches you how to manage your money, how to get a job and stuff like that. It's literally, I went through this. When I turned 18, I went through this. Placed into what they call slumlords that had houses that they turned into bachelor suites. And here you go. It is hard, Gargoyle. And that's what I was left with. When I turned 18, I was punted. It wasn't, hey, here, come here. Let me introduce you to your mom. Here, come. We're going to bring you back to your mom and your family and your reserve. All of that. Nope. It was punt by. That's what I lacked when I turned 18 and aged out of the system. Punt, bye. See you later. This is what I mean. This is what they do. This is how they treat kids that they're supposedly supposed to be protecting and giving them a better life. They're not giving them a better life. They're not giving them anything. They're collecting money off of them. So, what do I want to do? I want to... Here, we're going to look at this one. This is the other thing that happens when they age out.
Hi, my girl. Hi, sweetie. How's your day? That's good. So, this is my niece's room. She shares it with me. That's Emma's side, and this is my side, kind of. But we share this dresser. Right now, I've been here about 4 weeks, and I recently got out of a treatment center, and I struggle with addictions. There's 6 people. There's me and baby in this room, and then there's my sister and Emma in that room, and then there's Darren and Jeff in that room. She said I can stay here as long as I want to till I get back on my feet. I never liked that word, like homeless, like, oh, it's so ugly. I don't know. I guess I kind of am in a way.
Research estimates that for every 1 homeless person on the street, there are 3 hidden homeless.
I figured out 4 times in my life I've been homeless. Once with my biological mother, once when I aged out, once when I came back pregnant with Jordan, and then when my marriage fell apart was my last time. My first degree is in child and youth care, and then my next degree is education, sleeping on an air mattress, and I was teaching out on a reserve.
The hidden homeless can be found couch surfing with family, friends, and often strangers. They can also be found filling hospital beds, fleeing domestic violence in motel rooms, attending treatment programs, or serving a jail sentence.
I got pregnant, and my mom kept kicking me out, and I had no place to live. I was just lost and alone, walking with all my bags, and I was just broken inside, like, holy crap. I was just like, what am I fucking gonna do, you know?
Off the street and out of the public eye, there's an entire community of homeless people in Edmonton who are invisible.
Maybe there's... I want you to understand, when you walk by a homeless indigenous person or even any homeless people, there's a huge storyline behind it. And you're beginning to see it. This is what has transpired and led these people like myself, into homelessness, into such hardships. Most of us didn't have the privilege that a lot of you did, with having family to rely upon and fall back on and stuff like that. We don't get that. And because we grew up in foster care, we don't even understand what family is, because they don't teach us family. What we end up with is gangs as family. Crime. Other homeless people. While people walk down the street past us with their nose up, acting like we're some horrific thing, or that we've done this to ourselves. Take a look at reality.
Problems of finances, there's problems of, a dysfunction of some kind. They have no place to turn.
The Indigenous population in Edmonton is growing faster all the time. As more people migrate to large centers, the pressure to house them increases. Recent studies show that Indigenous people are 9 times more likely to be homeless than the rest of Edmonton's population.
Well, my common law and my daughter, we left the reserve. We had nowhere to go. We bounced from home to home in Edmonton for 3 months, and it was in the winter time. There's a lot of times when there'd be alcohol and drug use. I don't know, it was rough. I didn't like it. At night I used to just lay there with my baby and on the floor and hold her and cry.
I'm on day pro right now. I'm working for my full parole. I was in a few foster homes in Vancouver because of abuse.
They come from these dysfunctional situations where mom isn't a mom and the dad isn't a dad, or they come from a single mom family, and they really have nothing to turn to.
So I always rebelled, and that led me to my negative peers out drinking, drugging, stealing cars, getting into trouble, right? So that led me into my crime cycle, my drug cycle, the jail system.
My grandparents were residential kids. They grew up in residential schools, and the intergeneration trauma and stuff, it just passed on to us. And that's all we seen was alcohol and violence growing up. And after a while, it didn't scare me anymore. It was just natural. It was like, oh, whatever.
The intergenerational impacts of colonization have created a generation of young people who probably have not experienced being loved and cared for. Sometimes have lived in very overcrowded situations their entire life. They're one of the herd in a very large ecosystem. Living on somebody's couch is absolutely no different than the experience that they've had their entire life, and maybe their mom has had, maybe their grandmother has had.
As the problems from intergenerational trauma mount at home, many Indigenous people decide to leave their communities for the opportunities and support they hope will be available in Edmonton. However, the trauma often stays with them, and only the location has changed.
Yeah.
We all understand the economic issues that face First Nations and Métis settlements. The jobs aren't there. The economic development doesn't exist. On reserve or on settlement, people don't talk about homelessness. It exists. There's couch surfing everywhere. So when they move to Edmonton, they latch on to maybe people that they know.
Stay for one night turns into two nights turns into a week. And, youth particularly can stay at different people's houses, and those houses don't even know how transient they are.
I think couch surfing has put our youth to a place where they're so vulnerable, because I remember talking with a lot of the youth, and they'd tell me, I'm staying at this complete stranger's home. I don't know how it's going to be there from night to night, or I could be at a different person's house. And I don't know how the people are going to be in that house, if they're going to be drinking or using or have expectations of me.
The lack of health and support services on reserve or Métis settlement causes many people to choose to move to Edmonton. This is particularly true when it comes to mental illness.
We were living in Fishing Lake. Jean Paul was actually doing some yard work for my cousin. As we were talking, red flags started going up, and I was like, oh dear, I think my son is schizophrenic. So he constantly hears the voices. I moved to Edmonton because there was nothing in the area to help him. After he moved out of my home, he moved actually in with his dad for a while. And then his dad got sick and was allowing Jean Paul to stay in his apartment. And Jean Paul wasn't stable enough to stay in a home by himself, so he would do things like put chicken on to fry and go lay down and go to sleep. Or he'd have a bunch of people over, and that would cause problems for the apartment. So he ended up getting evicted.
Becoming homeless for personal safety can be a necessity for some Indigenous women as they flee domestic violence.
And why am I in a hotel is because I'm fleeing domestic relationship over a year now. 21 days is what you're given to be placed in a women's shelter. Within those days, if you cannot find a residence to reside in, then you are placed in a hotel. I mean, I'm here by myself from a small community, moving into a hotel that is pretty much run down, no kitchen.
Homelessness has many teeth, and it's a predator, and it can rip and tear and really hurts people. It comes in many variable sizes and shapes, but it all has that sort of aspect of just not knowing how long that place is going to last.
I was always living in my bag at every foster home that I've been in. I've never really unpacked my bags. They were always packed and I was just digging through them. I knew it wasn't gonna last.
I don't have any pictures of me or my kids on the walls. I don't have any decorations. I don't even have my own dresser. Like my niece, like my suitcase is in the basement with my clothes in it. Like I'm still living out of my suitcase. The same suitcase I took with me to treatment, so.
For the longest time, I didn't have a mirror in my room because I didn't like looking at myself. I didn't like who I was. Is a 6x9 cell what I really wanted in my life? Or did I want my family back, my freedom, a sense of who I am?
I wouldn't eat and starve. I knew they didn't have any money. And they were sweet people, they were kind, they would feed me, but it felt like a beggar. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna walk around Edmonton. I'm gonna find a job. I'm gonna find a place to live. I'm gonna dreaming about having my own home, having my own space, breaking the cycle of poverty.
At summertime, I'd go out late at night and go longboarding all around the city. Eventually I got to the point where instead of having a place to sleep at, I would stay up all night so many times in a row that I got to the point where my legs got wobbly and I could barely walk.
My sister asked me if I ever sleep. She said I'm like the Energizer bunny that runs on empty because I'd be up at 5 o'clock in the morning and just have like that moment, that time to myself before I start my day. Usually like around 7 o'clock, wake up the kids and then
500 years.
Come into school, and then I go to my program and I try to fit everywhere where there's a slot. Like even just a minute, it's like who can I spend 20 minutes with, I barely come home for supper, and I always come home like around 10:30.
Felt like an alien in somebody else's home. You don't feel complete. You don't feel grounded. You don't have roots. I'd go on the bus and drive all around the city and get off in Mill Woods and then walk all the way downtown just to kill time.
The power imbalance. And it's not malicious all the time, but the people who own the house have all the power. The person who is there provisionally has no power. It's very difficult to self-determine or to raise concerns about safety or what have you when you have no power.
There are times that I called my sister and I wasn't okay to come here because she was protecting her kids because I wasn't sober and doing things that I need to do to get my life on track.
Well, she knows I don't talk to her when she's not sober or clean. Like when she's using or something, I won't talk to her. I'll just keep my distance. I won't even answer her phone calls.
If you don't understand the expectations of that home and aren't able to meet them, or the finances of the home are stressed and can no longer take on another mouth to feed, I think there's huge vulnerability attached to it. It is a step away from the street.
We ended up in the hospital that time, and when he came out, he went to stay with his sister, who was very close to his age as well. And that didn't work that well because she didn't know how to cope with some of his behaviors, and he would bring people home, and then it wasn't a safe environment for her. So another friend tried to, here, I know somebody, let's stay together here at their place. But every kind of situation didn't work out that long, and so it just was a vicious cycle.
Eventually, options with family usually run out, and the situation gets more desperate, and the options fewer and more risky.
I couldn't sleep because everybody was drinking in the living room, there was fighting going on in the living room. It's always in the back of your head, you're thinking, holy shit, what if I'm sleeping and somebody just freaking all of a sudden just throws himself on me, what am I gonna do? So you can't sleep, but you can sleep, you're half asleep, so you don't get the rest that you need because you're always listening and waiting for something to happen. It's exhausting and tiring, and it just wears you down.
Couch surfing and those really underhoused and really vulnerable, or living in really short-term situations and really compromised situations, are exposed to circumstances that ultimately are eroding their ability, their self-worth, their ability to even access resources. If you're couch surfing, you still don't have an address. You still can't access resources others have.
You get this message that you're not worth it. You get this message that you're lower than everyone else.
In addition to suffering from the impacts of intergenerational trauma, Indigenous people also face widespread poverty and racism that is built into the structure of Canadian society and government systems. These realities often cut to the core of an individual's self-esteem and identity.
There was times that I felt ashamed to be a Native. I grew up in a white society most of my life. Sometimes I felt like I didn't belong with them, and sometimes I felt like I didn't belong with the Natives, my own people.
I wanted to be white like everybody else, you know. Maybe if I dyed my hair blonde, you know, I would fit in with the white kids. You know, I didn't like myself. I was racist against myself.
For example, I'm many times a reference, renter's reference for many young people and families, and you get on the phone with some of these landlords, and they'll say, well, you know, I'm looking at the last name, and then they kind of whisper it like they don't want anybody hearing, but are they Aboriginal? You know, it's like, you know, and that's a factor. That's a factor that somebody like me, a middle-aged white male, can come knocking up to any rental company, and I'll get a different reaction than somebody that's identical to me except the color of their skin.
Some are racist, judgmental. They don't give you a chance. So the lady just looked at me like, you know, a disgusting look. Rolled her eyes and made a face and, "You dirty Indian." No, it's gonna be. I don't know. We didn't fill out an application. She just said no.
There's so many barriers right now that I'm trying to chop down. I feel that the support system
I want you to understand, when that young lady was laughing at a very serious thing, it is because you are not taught. Social services in the foster care system does not teach you how to speak your emotions or how to feel. It does not teach you these things that your parents teach you and would show you and help you through. It does not teach you any of that. So instead, what you do is you end up laughing instead of feeling your emotion that you're feeling. Whether it's fear, pain, anger, whatever, you start to laugh instead. Welcome back, skeptic. These things you have to understand. You have a quick question. Okay, what's up? What's up, skeptic? Do you support gun control and gun regulation? No, I don't support gun control and I don't support gun regulation, because it is proven that it does nothing to solve or end the crimes that happen with guns. All it does is prevent normal so-called normal people. That's it. It doesn't prevent so-called criminal elements from having or getting guns. It does nothing to prevent that. So no, I do not support gun control or gun regulations. I think the only people who should be disarmed is the police and the state. Yeah. Police have too much freedom with guns and they abuse it too much. You see, here in Canada, Skeptic, back in the 70s and 80s, the old people were talking about burying your guns because the government was coming to take them away so that they could prevent the people from uprising. And this is exactly what it does. Gun control and regulation prevents the average population from uprising. While enabling the police and the state to be militarized and to be overgunned, which leads to a lot of deaths and murders that should never transpire and should have never have taken place. So understand that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when Canada expanded west, the government took away weapons of Native Americans. They did. And then they allowed us to have one rifle. They allowed us to have a rifle and bullets for hunting purposes only. Once it was taken to court and fought for our treaty rights to be able to hunt and fish. Well, you can't hunt if you don't have a rifle, right? Or some form of way of hunting. So this is what you look at. Those rifles shot at a very slow rate with little ammunition. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't like, really decent rifles. It was the basic rifle. Very poorly made, very poorly priced, very low end of a rifle. Yeah, exactly. Rifles that weren't effective enough to rebel against the government. Yes. And that's what they did. It's the same thing. Switchblades, all these different things that are banned in Canada is specifically for the purpose of making sure that the population does not have the means to rebel against the government if it ever chose to do so, while ensuring that police and law enforcement agencies and stuff are militarized outrageously. It's really messed up.
Helping me do that is very limited, especially with the conditions and where you're residing.
I was so lost. I was no place to live.
When Trudeau did the long gun ban, I could tell the Liberals had no idea about those type of guns. They don't. All the government is trying to do is ensure that the population doesn't have any means of rebellion in any way, shape, or form. Whether the population chooses to or not does not matter. because they need to make sure that you don't if the population turned around tomorrow and said, okay, it's rebellion time, that you don't have the means to do it. Not saying that that's going to happen or that that's the intention, but that's what they're doing when they start doing all these bans and stuff, is to ensure that the population has no means of rebellion. They have no means to defend themselves. They don't trust the population. Exactly. So what makes, so that question brings up another question. What is it that they're doing that they believe that they can't trust the population? Could it be things like this that we've been talking about? And other things that we have been looking at? Organizing against state violence. Yeah. Heaven forbid you should organize against state violence. Lord have mercy. Which is why they brought in these, oh, you must pay a fee in order to have a protest. You have to give them the platform on which you are protesting about. You have to give them the routes and everything else so that they can ensure that they have enough militarized police to ensure that you maintain good sheep on their terms. Interesting.
Live, no place to go, broke. I even asked if like social services can help me out and stuff, and they said no, they can't. I told them I had no place to live and I was, pregnant, and they're like, well, sorry, we can't help you. You're out of our jurisdiction.
And then we see what's going on with the missing and murdered Indigenous women across Canada. There's two forms of oppression that collide. There's the misogyny of the Western society, and then there's colonization and colonial assumptions. And it seems like Indigenous women get the full brunt of both of those things. There's a lot of blaming the victim.
The hidden homeless often spend their time languishing within government systems such as income support. The fact that they are currently sheltered is a short-term benefit that often prevents them from accessing housing programs and mental health services offered to the homeless on the street.
Yeah.
Housing workers, they'll give you papers to fill out, or else they'll redirect you to other agencies that will redirect you to other agencies. And it's like there's not really a housing agency that knows exactly what to do from the ones that I dealt with. They pay paperwork to fill out, but then it's like, oh well, this one's a really long list, this one's a really long list. Like I'm just burning out trying to keep busy, and it's like I'm supposed to be filling out papers and this and that and everything, but then it's like I don't even think I fit half of the criteria because I'm technically not homeless because I don't live on the street. I live with my sister.
It's not surprising to me that so many workers within government become so jaded. They are constantly having to say no, or they're constantly, and how do we support the entire system so that actually we don't have hurt people trying to help hurt people?
And I think in general, it's kind of everybody's burnt. They're burnt out. They're tired. Everything is work. You're another intake, or you're another you're another person that stayed there for a moment in time but you're gone again. They don't get the compassion.
Working with a mom with 6 children. She and her 6 children had to be put up in a motel for 9 months because you just can't find a place for 6 children. And they had to put them into 2 motel rooms. It was $8,800 a month they were spending on this family of 6. And part of the reason they spent so long in this motel is the workers wouldn't give them any bus tickets to go look for a place because they were spending so much money for what? For a lot of misery and confusion. It's like the hands of the drowning trying to save the hands of the drowning. It's just this big flailing mess. We just can't cut through all of that fog and get to the issue, which is there's not enough resources.
We don't have enough, but I would say even more than not having enough, services have really lagged in terms of the kind of support we're talking about right now. You know, understanding trauma, intergenerational trauma, really very little understanding.
I'm tired of hearing the word reconciliation because nobody understands it. You can't put Band-Aids on a situation and not deal with it. There's consequences to pay. The old people tell us that. Take the hardest route.
We look at the immediate cost, you know, and we don't look at that in terms of an investment. We don't look at all these hidden costs for letting the problems go on or the potential cost to the next generation. Instead of looking at it in terms of investment in this family, investing in a community, investing in a nation.
The answer to that issue, the most economic way to deal with it, is provide supports for the family. If housing is the issue, provide housing. If mental health is the issue, help parents get the support that they need. But then they come up against the yeah buts. Yeah, but we can't give people housing because then where's my housing? That's not fair. If you're going to give it to them, how come I have to pay for my own? We know better. We have research. We have lived experience. We know what we need to do. We're afraid to do it. We're afraid to support families in meaningful ways because we label those families as lazy, as broken. We label them as abusing the system.
Sometimes it's like a high-pitched stress. People tone out, right? And getting to Albertans so that they understand how broken things are and how possible and how we could do something so differently and really save money.
I don't think we as Albertans or we as Canadians really want to put the work into the situation to the degree that it needs to. So when things do happen, you'll see the results of that hard work. That's what reconciliation is.
Yep.
It's long-term thinking for long-term healing.
The only reconciliation most people are interested in is everybody else change. The moment that reconciliation means I have to change or I have to sacrifice, all of a sudden we get a lot of defensiveness, a lot of resistance. And that's why we're very comfortable dealing with the immediate crises and the symptom of the problem, but dealing with the root causes of the problem is really difficult because the root causes means every single Canadian gets to look at ourselves. And how are we participating in that? You know, not necessarily consciously or maliciously, but how is this all set up that we have some people who cannot do anything about their circumstance? And what happens is we wind up spending a heck of a lot more in apprehension and incarceration than we would have if we would have just housed a family.
Yep. Yep.
Home. That's all awful about it. It was a home.
All they wanted was the home.
Hi, my name is Helen, and I'm Deniza Anihail from Prophet River First Nations, living in Fort St. John, BC. And I wrote a poem for Justin Trudeau. Here you go.
Thank you for the subscribe button.
Hey, Justin. There's some words that I've been meaning to get off my chest. I've even traveled twice to Parliament steps. I've heard Some of your MPs say that this new relationship is based off of give and take, and we can't have everything that we're asking for. We have 500 years of giving behind us. But hold up, let me check, are you good? Or can I get you anything more? Because your cabinet ministers and departments are sitting behind desks and signing off on permits, while you're in the public eye paying lip service to indigenous populations. Well, y'all are making decisions that are going to be impacting the next 7 generations. Doing so in spite of Section 35 violations, signing off in light of supposed consultation. And now you are the head of the paternalistic patriarchal structures that be, the ones that change their names over time from Indian affairs to indigenous affairs, as if a name change would change the fact that y'all are still operating on the bones of the Indian Act, trying to govern how your Indians act. Or when it comes to Site C, the mega hydro dam that they want to build in this territory, you'd rather we not react. Rather we take your silence for fact, your approval for law, and your blind eyes as reasons for your wrongs. Well, I thought you should know. I'm delivering this poem from within the proposed flood zone. And this land has been my people's home since time immemorial. I don't come from a placeless people. I come from spines that were made sturdy while sleeping on spruce boughs, from legs that grew strong by scaling the sides of these mountains, and from arms that were taught to navigate these waters that span out like arteries all across this territory. This land is my ancestors' living memory. But do you even understand this concept? I think that you like to pretend to, especially when you're donning headdresses and sporting indigenous-inspired tattoos. But when we say places have no monetary value, we actually mean it. Take our no's for what they are. Because we can't just head south when everything heads south. We are the ones who have to stay behind and clean up your mess. Our children, the ones who are going to have to suffer from your regrets. So if you want real change, you can't give half measures and only kind of oppress, only kind of continue to violate treaties, only kind of continue to colonize. So please, don't promise anything if you're not even willing to try. As for me and mine, we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to rise up like sage smoke carrying valley and prairie prayers, just like we have done for the past 500 years. Because in case you haven't noticed, in spite of everything, we are still here.
In case you haven't noticed, we are still here.
It's something we take for granted in Canada, access to fresh drinking water at the turn of a tap. But believe it or not, there are some communities in our country that are still without it. Case in point, Shoal Lake number 40, an Ontario First Nation that has had to boil its water for the past 18 years. As Lorraine McNabb discovered, it's only one of many communities without the basic necessities because of an outdated government plan.
Shoal Lake number 40 First Nation used to sit along one of the main canoe routes, the Trans-Canada before the Trans-Canada. A trading hub where voyageurs came to trade furs with the Ojibwe people of Shoal Lake. It's hard to imagine today that Shoal Lake number 40, a First Nation about 200 kilometers east of Winnipeg, is cut off from the world, forced into isolation. It all starts on this strip of land that was built by outsiders who came to take the water.
Where we're standing right now is a man-made dike, or we can call it a man-made dam.
If you visit the First Nations community of Shoal Lake number 40, Stuart Red Sky is likely to show you around.
We're standing right here.
Show you what happened to his land, his people.
The dike was made back in the 1900s for the water supply for Winnipeg, the city of Winnipeg and its citizens. When that happened, we were basically relocated, forced into a man-made island. To this day, the situation has not changed. We're still on a forced, isolated, man-made island.
The community of about 250 people here at Shoal Lake number 40 is cut off on all sides, surrounded by water.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way around.
This man-made canal is where Shoal Lake number 40 First Nations problems began 100 years ago. It was where the community was severed from the mainland, created to divert dirty water down into the reserve and away from the pristine waters drawn into an aqueduct bound for Winnipeg.
We certainly were not involved in any kind of negotiations. It was more or less just take without asking.
This is Shoal Lake number 40's chief, Erwin Redsky. He says his community's problems began 100 years ago when the city of Winnipeg came to take the water.
And this wheel was made
the city
in
of Winnipeg was growing at the
2015.
time. It was becoming the Chicago of the North, and they decided to look for water elsewhere because it was growing rapidly. And unfortunately, they looked to the east here, 100 miles east, where Shoal Lake has pristine water and 350 feet higher in elevation. So they thought they can just drain, take the water from here.
The water from this lake was taken for the city of Winnipeg. The indigenous people of Shoal Lake say they didn't even give their consent. That water still feeds the citizens of Winnipeg today with fresh, clean water to drink.
That cement area where the rails are over and above it, that's is exactly where the water pipe is that goes to Winnipeg.
In the early 1900s, Winnipeg had a problem. It was drawing its water from the Assiniboine and Red Rivers, but outbreaks of typhoid fever sent them looking for another source of clean, fresh water. The irony is that here at Shoal Lake number 40, they haven't had access to clean drinking water in nearly 2 decades.
Did everything around our backs in terms of getting their necessary approvals.
The Canadian government expropriated nearly 3,400 acres of reserve land to the city of Winnipeg to build its aqueduct, without the consent of the people who lived there.
Columbus. Their engineering study said that with the exception of a few Indians,
500 years.
uninhabited.
Kill him!
So they took that as a right, I guess, to take whatever they needed.
Approvals for the aqueduct project went all the way to Washington, D.C., to the International Joint Commission, which oversees water shared by Canada and the U.S. The people living on the land say the only notice they had was this tiny ad, published in the local newspaper. The hearings went forward without Shoal Lake at the table, and the aqueduct project was greenlit.
We still live the consequence of that decision to this day, 100 years later.
100 years later, here are some of the consequences. Crumbling, overcrowded houses. Buildings in need of repairs, like this primary school, or the band office. There's no road access, so garbage piles up. So does sewage underground. It leaks into the water supply. So it's no surprise that Shoal Lake number 40 has no access to what the United Nations considers a basic human right: clean drinking water. Shoal Lake number 40 has been on a boil water advisory for nearly 2 decades. There's a generation of children who have never known anything else.
My name is Ainsley Redsky, and I'm a junior council.
I'm Trina Redsky, and I'm a junior chief.
Ainsley and Trina describe a scenario most Canadian kids could never even dream of. They can't drink the water from their own tap at home. It's filled with bacteria and parasites that can make people very ill.
Well, it's kind of hard. Yeah, because sometimes they wouldn't drop jugs off for us, and because there's lots of us in our family, and we go through a lot of water all the time. Usually they keep the water jugs over there in the arena.
The water used to be stored here until the floor rotted and caved in.
It became to a point where it couldn't hold our water jugs anymore, our bottled water.
so the bottled water supply got shuffled over here to the youth center.
And you're about to see our water department. Winnipeg, they have a state-of-the-art water treatment plant, you know. This is normally a youth center. A lot of children that are 18 years old or younger don't know nothing other than boil water advisory.
Yeah, and I really appreciate
The cost
that.
of bottled water for Shoal Lake number 40 is
Fucking
$75,000 per year. But that's just the cost of the water itself.
Means the world to
Transporting
me.
it, storing it, distributing it, that's all extra.
All our discretionary funds are going towards access costs. That should not be. We should be building houses and improving our education system.
To make things right, the chief is trying to build an all-weather access road connecting Shoal Lake number 40 directly to the Trans-Canada Highway. No more ferry, no more treacherous ice roads. The place marker he's erected says it all.
There's never enough funds to fix everything, but I understand that. But you give us some infrastructure like this road that we desperately need to be self-sufficient, so we don't depend on government handouts and be self-sustaining community. We always were.
So remember, folks, when places like Haiti and other places around the world that have had, where cities of non-indigenous people live, where they have disasters like hurricanes and so forth, within 24 hours, the Canadian government is able to go in and set up clean water supplies and everything. But for over 100 years, the Canadian government has done nothing for most of the reserves in the backyard of Canada. Whose resources Canada's been using to get rich off of, that you enjoy as you're sitting in a city, in a nice house or an apartment. All these resources that you are enjoying, while us indigenous people are left with that. But we're lazy.
We're, we have it, we can be again.
They've started to build Freedom Road with what money they have, but there are obstacles beyond the 25 kilometers of forest they'll need to clear. They still need $10 million from the federal government,
which the federal government doesn't want to give them.
Tomorrow, there will be an announcement here at Shoal Lake that could change everything. Trina and Ainsley have high hopes.
I hope they say there is going to be a road because everyone would be so happy and stuff like that. And no more struggling for people who don't have cars and stuff like that. Everyone would just be excited for it. I would. I hope there will be a road being built. The Freedom Road.
Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very troubled man today.
Holding out hope for government help.
Are you committed in principle to seeing the road constructed?
Right story, girl.
It's a big morning for Shoal Lake number 40 First Nation. Delegates from the city of Winnipeg, province of Manitoba and federal government are here to talk about infrastructure.
Are you committed in principle to seeing the road constructed?
Today, the community here will find out whether they'll get the final $10 million they need to build an all-weather access road, a lifeline to things like clean drinking water and economic opportunity. And if it doesn't, the children of Shoal Lake No. 40 will be ready with their homemade protest signs. See, the situation isn't simple. The feds and Ontario government want to add another lane to the Trans-Canada Highway. But since it's on First Nations land, they need Shoal Lake No. 40's permission. And Shoal Lake No. 40 wants something in return. A road for a road.
That's not hard. That's not a difficult choice.
The community and the politicians seem to be on edge. The outcome of today is anyone's guess.
The community now has opportunity.
First up, Warren White, Grand Chief of Grand Council Treaty 3, to which Shoal Lake No. 40 belongs. He sets the tone for today's announcements with a firm reminder about honoring the treaties.
I want to make sure the Canadian public knows and the Government of Canada knows that if it wasn't for Treaty 3 and the strong leadership and the spiritual traditional values that we hold, there would be no Canada, but we agreed to treaty signing, and we have upheld our treaty. We've never ended our end of the bargain.
Yeah, right.
We've always practiced it, we live it. As long as the sun shines, as long as the river flows, that means forever.
Yep.
But members of Shoal Lake say that treaty was broken 100 years ago by the Canadian government. The community is anxious, waiting to hear if the federal government will pledge $10 million to build Freedom Road. Conservative MP Greg Rickford takes the stage.
I'm pleased to be representing the Government of Canada, and in particular my colleague Minister Valcourt, Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, to announce that the Government of Canada will invest $1 million in support of the design, not the study,
chump change,
not the proposal, but the technical design of the Freedom Road. This is funding that's made possible from the government's Economic Action Plan and a commitment to support community infrastructure.
$1 million for a design study, but it's not anywhere close to the $10 million the community needs to build their road. The people here want answers.
They've said that they are committed in principle.
Greg Rickford slips away with nothing more to say. But there's someone else here that is compelled to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a very troubled man today. For 100 years, Shoal Lake No. 40 First Nation has had to pay so Winnipeg could get fresh water.
Now, on this day, with this disappointing news, the people of Shoal Lake No. 40 have reached the limits of patience. Like this mother, Roxanne Green.
We don't have clean water, but yet we're the supplier of clean drinking water to the city of Winnipeg. We live in Canada. Most people have clean drinking water. Most people can come home freely whenever they want and leave when they want. Those are human rights. Our human rights are being violated right here.
No reliable road access means no clean water.
Basic rights like water we don't have. These little ones, they know nothing but jug water, bottled water.
The possibilities are endless once we have that road. But right now, without a road, the excuse of why they don't want to build us a treatment plant is because there's no access for things to get here.
Without basic infrastructure like safe road access and clean drinking water, the First Nations people of Shoal Lake No. 40 worry about the future of the youngest members of the community.
Our children.
kids, every kid out there, every human being in this man-made island.
This is your government, people.
Until
This is your
things change here,
government.
life goes on status quo. No clean drinking water and no easy, safe way to get on and off reserve.
It's embarrassing to call yourself a Canadian when these things are happening right here.
Next.
And you will understand that I am the deputy minister that helped implement this cap, something I'm ashamed to have been part of.
Reneging on a deal. Again.
Jesus. Fucking Christ. Truth and reconciliation.
All of our communities live next to water, on or next to waterways. This is how our communities were formed. This is how we traveled. So it's built into First Nations beliefs that water is, precious. There's a spiritual value to it. We respect it, we honor it. It's a basic requirement of life, and water is the lifeblood. We hold that the women, hold the water of life when child is born.
But for many First Nations communities across Canada, the relationship to water has become tenuous. As of January 2015, 126 First Nations communities had drinking water advisories. That accounts for 20% of all First Nations in Canada. An estimated 20,000 or 1 in 16 First Nations people living on reserves are without access to running water or sewage treatment.
Without the funding in place, we're putting First Nations in jeopardy.
Bringing First Nations water infrastructure up to standard with the rest of Canada, building things like water treatment plants, would cost an estimated $4.7 billion over 10 years. Irving LeBlanc is Special Advisor on Infrastructure for the Assembly of First Nations.
I don't think it's too simplistic to say that.
But stealing our children and putting them into foster care is more important, right? So that non-Indigenous people can make a huge profit. Right? This is acceptable, right?
That's about 470 million a year, and we're only getting 165 million.
$165 million a year might sound like a big number, but it's less than half the money required for the water infrastructure needed by First Nations. And that's just the shortfall for water infrastructure. It's even worse if you include the shortfall for all infrastructure on reserves. Here's why and where that short.
So here's the other thing, right? That amount of money. So considering that to get actual clean water from any city to a reserve, because it does not have the roadway, a safe roadway or passage to get to it, they charge an extremely amount of cost. To bring in basic fundamental human needs. So a big chunk of that goes to bringing in things like that, clean water in the jugs, food, things like that. outrageous pricing. You go to the store, you buy a carton of eggs for $2-3, but it costs you $20 on a reserve for that same carton of eggs. You pay $4 for a jug of milk that costs $20 or more on a reserve. Because of the cost price that they jack up to suck most of that funding out and back to their pocketbooks. And then you tell, oh, well, look at all the money they get. They should be fine. No. No.
Shortfall began.
And you will understand that I am the deputy minister that helped implement this cap. Something I'm ashamed to have been part of.
Scott Serson used to be Deputy Minister for Indian Affairs, the department responsible for First Nations communities. In February, he delivered an emotional speech, a kind of mea culpa.
Provincial governments have been treated entirely differently than First Nations governments since 2004.
Here's what happened. Back in 1998, Serson was part of a government plan to restrict spending to help pull Canada out of its recession. For his department, that meant a 2% cap on First Nations infrastructure spending. This was meant to be temporary.
18 years later, First Nations have every reason to believe they were misled. How can we expect them to believe anything they are told by government while the 2% cap continues?
This is an eagle's feather presented to me by National Chief Phil Fontaine.
Serson is now long retired, but continues to volunteer and consult on First Nations issues.
So, remember how they said they were only offering $1 million out of the $10 million that was needed for the road? And it wasn't even going to be, they weren't even interested in looking at it going into the building of the road. It was to be spent back to non-Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous people for looking at how to safely build it. So going back to settlers, not Indigenous people. $2% cap. But you know, us Indigenous people have it so easy, right? We're just, you know, should shut up and be happy and grateful, right? We should have nothing to complain about. We get all these great things for free. Really? Most of that money that you supposedly think we get goes back to non-Indigenous people. Goes back to the governments. It doesn't get spent actually on Indigenous people. It goes back to the government and government programs and government people who give contracts to non-Indigenous companies. Understand that.
For me, it was always about making a better country. And this particular issue, some have said, recently, that this is the most important social issue facing our country.
From his home in Ottawa, Serson revealed to 16 by 9 why he ended up in front of that Senate committee in February. He recalls the original meeting with First Nations in 1998 and what he proposed to them.
If you've
Right. You're right, Story. Like capitalist governments and liberal populations treat unemployed and disabled people like crap. But we have it easy compared with what First Nations people deal with. Exactly. And this is your government. This is your government. This is your government. This is not indigenous people's government. This is your government. All those people, all the people who are not indigenous people here, First Nations people here, this is your government. I know it's a hard truth to swallow, but it is true. You will do much better for yourself when you wake up and smell the truth and realize the truth. Because then we can actually look at moving forward equally. We can actually look at reconciliation when we face the truth and justice. Then we can look at reconciliation, people.
Operate with us. When the deficit is defeated, we will establish a new and fair rate of growth. That was the commitment we made.
But in 2004, when the recession lifted and the government started to reinvest in the provinces, it didn't reinvest in First Nations infrastructure as promised. Instead, it kept the 2% spending cap in place.
The failure to honor that commitment made me feel a part of that negative history of lack of following up on commitments by the Government of Canada.
Canada ranks between 6th and 8th on the United Nations Human Development Index. But if you apply the same indices to First Nations people, we fall anywhere between 63rd and 78th. That's a huge gap.
National Chief Perry Bellegarde recently launched a campaign called Closing the Gap.
That means removal of the 2% cap that's been out to our communities for 20 years, which was only supposed to be a temporary measure that has not kept up with inflation, that has not kept up the rising population in our territories. So there's a call for a new fiscal framework.
16 by 9 requested an interview with Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, the department in charge of First Nations infrastructure spending, to find out if there were plans to remove the 2% funding cap. It turned down our interview request, but did provide a statement. The 2% increase is not a cap per se, but rather an escalator for inflation and population growth, which guarantees a minimum rate of increase in spending on Aboriginal core services. Additional funding in successive budgets to support Aboriginal people has been provided beyond the 2%. Irving LeBlanc says the government's response doesn't explain why First Nations people are living without access to basic necessities like clean water, and that the National Chief is right about the funding shortfall.
So that's the gap that he's trying to address, making sure that First Nations, live and their quality of life matches that of other Canadians, that other Canadians have become and take for granted to live like that.
Back at Shoal Lake No. 40 First Nation, Trina and Ainsley Red Sky continue to live under a boil water advisory, still hoping that one day the urgency of their situation will be recognized and addressed.
This has been ignored for far too long, and the consequence is an impact on the life chances of First Nations children.
The people of Shoal Lake No. 40 remain hopeful. Just prior to the federal election, Justin Trudeau said that if elected, his government would commit $10 million to the Freedom Road project and would lift the 2% cap.
And they did.
We'll be right back. That is our broadcast for tonight. A reminder, you can always connect with us on Facebook
And Trudeau and his government didn't do anything of that. Anything of that. There we go.
We have discriminated against Indigenous children for generations, for decades, for centuries.
Dozens of isolated Indigenous communities in Canada have recently declared states of emergency due to suicide epidemics, unclean water, and a lack of adequate infrastructure. Amid these crises, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made a historic visit to Shoal Lake 40, one of the First Nations reserves without clean water and stranded by a broken-down ferry. Trudeau spent several hours with residents here, just one part of an upcoming Viceland documentary on issues plaguing Indigenous communities. Late in the day, he spoke to Vice News about the government's complex relationship with First Nations and what his new Liberal government says they're doing next.
Mr. Trudeau, thank you for joining us. We're here in Shoal Lake 40, and in the recent weeks, the national conversation has turned towards communities like Shoal Lake 40, but also like Attawapiskat and Cross Lake that are enduring and suffering through these crises of youth suicide. And your federal budget has been criticized for underfunding child welfare. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found that our spending in Canada actually discriminates against Indigenous children. So as you've accepted this role as Prime Minister and as you've had this visit today, do you agree with that? Do we discriminate through funding against Indigenous children?
We have discriminated against Indigenous children for generations, for decades, for centuries. And that's why this budget put forward $8.6 billion, never before seen levels of funding for Indigenous communities. And is it enough? No, it's not. And is it going to fix everything overnight? Absolutely not. We have an awful lot of work to do in the coming years, in the coming decades.
For the kids we've met today, I mean, what can they expect like for the rest of their teenage years and adult lives? Is it going to be their kids that are going to see these changes, their grandkids? What can be promised?
If their kids are going to do well, it'll be because we helped these kids now who will have a better experience as parents as their parents were able to have, just because so many childhood experiences or parental modeling were stolen in the residential school years. So listening to these kids, I was asking them what they need. One of the girls said, look, we need more counselors. We need more people we can talk to who will understand us. We need more after-school activities so that we have things to do in the afternoons, in the evenings. Not crazy demands, not things that are beyond what any kid in this country should be able to expect. And these are the things we need to work on.
So here in Shoal Lake 40, where we are right now, there's no access to clean water. You yourself were out in the community delivering bottled water. And the last time we spoke, you made a promise to rectify this issue, not just in Shoal Lake 40, but across the country within 5 years. Your new budget is committed, I believe, $1.8 billion towards that. Estimates say the whole problem is going to take about $5 billion to fix, with $1.2 up front. all these numbers are great to hear, but what can we expect substantially in the next little while? Like, what successes are imminent for this problem?
Yeah, investments in infrastructure, investments in actually getting moving on the kinds of things, projects in many cases that communities have had on the books, solutions that they've had there for a long time that there hasn't been funding for. We're going to look at the quick wins we can get to, and think long and hard about what we're going to be able to start working on to solve in the coming years.
So it's a strategy stage right now, basically.
Oh no, there's immediate actions we're going to be able to take this summer and investing in water treatment in facilities that are needed.
Can you share details on where those would be?
We're still working on it. It'd be better to talk to both our infrastructure ministers and Indigenous and Northern Affairs Minister. I mean,
but the money's being spent.
The money's being there. We know that it's time. It's time that the federal government recognize that this simply can't happen anymore. You cannot have.
Let's be clear. The money is being spent, but it's not being spent on Indigenous communities and infrastructures. It is being spent by government officials in their own pocketbook. And non-Indigenous corporations, and in government, non-Indigenous meetings and consultations that have no Indigenous voice in it at all. That's where this money's being spent, people.
As many communities in this country without water. And the irony of Shoal Lake, where the right water here behind us is where the city of Winnipeg gets its water, and yet this community here doesn't have drinking water. So there are challenges that we have to fix if we want to consider ourselves to be the country that we like to imagine ourselves to be.
And when you are pushed for specifics around Indigenous issues in particular, you say things like the federal government can't do this all itself. And I think you're referring to a nation-to-nation type approach. How do you execute that without being, frankly, like paternalistic? Like, what 500 is the years?
The process involves consultations, involves capacity building. A lot of Indigenous communities have been subject to the Indian Act for so long that they're further from self-governance than we'd like them to be, than they'd like to be. And to get beyond the colonial relic that is the Indian Act is going to take time. Some communities will be able to move off of it within the coming months or years. Many more will take more years, even perhaps decades in some cases, where there's a lot of work to do. But a lot of it is empowering Indigenous communities to develop.
Remember, folks, when it was like Haiti and other places around the world that faced disasters and didn't have clean water, clean drinking water, within 24 hours, Canada had clean drinking water going to them. Had all of this stuff done within 24 hours. Remember that, folks. Remember that.
Develop the capacities to take the lead. But in the meantime, the way we engage needs to be as partners, letting them set the goals, the priorities, and working with them to achieve those priorities and goals.
And to the Indian Act, your Justice Minister compared it to shackles. Mm-hmm. What are the specific parts of that act that you really want to get rid of as soon as possible?
The fact that the federal government controls so completely Indigenous peoples in responsibility, and from when they're born to executing their will. There are things that simply make no sense anymore in a modern and free country, and we need to work very hard with Indigenous communities who are all different, who all have different strengths and challenges and ways of going about it, to build the path forward. So. If you asked a community of Indigenous leaders, okay, let's magic wand away the Indian Act tomorrow, they'd say, no, not tomorrow.
Not that simple.
Some of them might be ready next year. Some of them won't be ready for another decade. And it is important for us that we move towards that in a respect.
Remember, folks, what he's talking about is that the chief and council system that we have in Canada and the United States is implemented and governed and financed by colonial governments. They are not traditional chief and councils. They are not hereditary. It is just another arm of the Canadian or United States government. That's it. And its sole purpose is to keep Indigenous people down, to monitor and control Indigenous people, to keep them from uprising, to keep control of the Indian problem.
Respectful partnership.
You've said in the past that if a First Nation wants to veto a project like a pipeline, the answer would be absolutely that would stand up.
What I've said is that we need to fold in a serious way, the way the Supreme Court has said, consultations. Now, ideally you don't get to a...
But Trudeau, even though he's saying this, has sat back and said we don't need to have consultation with Indigenous communities about anything.
Point where consultation is yes or no. You actually involve from the very beginning, like they do in the Arctic, for example. In the Northwest Territories, they have boards that examine the projects from the very beginning with Indigenous voices from the very beginning. So it's not like, okay, here's our project, this is where we want to go, now let's check in.
Most of the projects that Canada claims that they're supposed to have consultation with Indigenous peoples, they do not. They just do it. Which is why you have so many different roadblocks and everything else going up all over. Because they are not honoring that. They're not doing it. They're lying to you. And then they make it sound like Indigenous people are the ones to blame, are the ones in the wrong, when it is actually the government that is in the one to blame, that's the one to blame, and the one in the wrong.
With the locals and see how it goes. No, in the very conception of the projects, you have those Indigenous voices folded in along with other voices, and that approach is where we need to move to.
But does that mean there is not a veto? It's just a sort of a reworking of that consultation process?
You know what, the talk of veto or not veto is actually highlighting the failure of the process as it exists right now. It shouldn't ever even come to that decision of is it a veto or not a veto, because we should be working together from the very beginning. Obviously, no project ever is going to get 100% unanimity.
And let's face it, to be honest, folks, every project that Canada has come up with and is currently working on, they have had no consultation. They have included no consultation with Indigenous people whatsoever. None. Even those projects that go right through Indigenous reserve lands, they have not had any consultation. They have not done any consultation with Indigenous people.
And what level of approval works is something to be worked out going on in an ongoing basis, but in a real and substantive, honest way with integrity. And that's what the Supreme Court highlighted.
This visit has caused a bit of mixed reactions, understandably, and I think a lot of it has to do with Attawapiskat, especially the...
So, once again, we go back to the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada told CFS they can no longer do what they're doing and stealing Indigenous children. They're still doing it. The Supreme Court of Canada has told the Canadian government they can no longer do these things. But the Canadian government is still doing it. They're not honoring or respecting their own laws that they force every one of us in Canada to abide by.
The timing of what's going on there and their outcry to get you to go. Are you going to go?
I look forward to going there. I look forward to getting out right across the country, and it's just a question of when. But the other thing that we need to highlight is that these, whether it was Laloche, where I was just a couple of months ago, or here today, or Attawapiskat, sometime in the future, there are thousands upon thousands of communities like this that shouldn't have to go through a period of emergency to get the kind of attention that communities are getting now. We should be creating solutions that won't require the Prime Minister to drop in a helicopter to show that, no, we're taking this seriously.
Yeah.
We need to be demonstrating that we are acting
could have taken the barge
in
if it were working.
every community, every community to make that difference.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
They aren't doing shit. They have not done shit. They are not doing anything. They're just doing lip service. They are not honoring and respecting what their own Supreme Court has told them.
My name is Pam Palmater. I'm a mom, professor, lawyer, and most importantly, a Mi'kmaq from Eel River Bar First Nation. I'm holding these eagle feathers because I have something important to say. I want to talk to you about betrayal. When Justin Trudeau swept the Liberals into power just over a year ago, he carried the hopes of many Canadians with him. He spoke to us like no other leader before. Trudeau distanced himself from every former Prime Minister, including his own father, by saying no relationship was more important to him than the one with Indigenous peoples. He is Prime Minister, in part because so many First Nations voted for him. But you know what? It looks like Justin Trudeau is turning out to be as big a disappointment to us as his father was. Pierre Elliott Trudeau met with First Nations leaders all over Canada and also promised a better relationship. Instead, he came up with a 1969 white paper threatening to break up our reserves, abolish treaty rights, and eliminate our culture and identity forever. Justin has apologized for his father's mistakes and promised he wouldn't repeat them. On the campaign trail, Trudeau told First Nations that if we elected him, he would absolutely respect our legal right to veto any development on our territories. That means the right to say no to pipelines. But after he was elected, he quickly forgot his promises to us. He unilaterally approved 2 major pipelines, Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain Pipeline and Enbridge's Line 3. Like father, like son. Prime Minister Trudeau, you betrayed us. You never got our legal consent to approve those pipelines. And all of the evidence points to the fact that these pipelines will continue to destroy the very lands and waters on which we all depend, First Nations and Canadians alike. You don't seem to understand. We cannot sit down, step aside, or be quiet. Protecting our lands and waters is the very core of who we are as Mi'kmaq, Cree, and Mohawk peoples. We have no choice but to challenge you in the media, in Parliament, in the courts, at the United Nations, and on the ground. It has been and will continue to be the fight of our lives. It's never too late to come to the table, nation to nation, and fulfill the treaty vision of shared peace and prosperity, but we won't be holding our breath. For The National, I'm Pam Palmater.
Right on, Pam.
Some months ago, a University of Toronto professor specializing in Indigenous health was a guest on this program. In the midst of one of her answers, she said something off-topic but quite provocative, that the Government of Canada was essentially keeping Indigenous people in crisis in order to get unfettered access to their riches of their land. We instantly thought that would make for a fascinating debate. And so we'll have it now. We welcome Suzanne Stewart, Director of the U of T's Waakaban Bryce Institute for Indigenous Health; Tom Flanagan, Professor Emeritus of Political Science at the University of Calgary and author of First Nations, Second Thoughts; Linda DeBossegay, former Chief of the Chiging First Nation on Manitoulin Island; and Frances Widdowson, co-author of Disrobing the Aboriginal Industry, The Deception Behind Indigenous Cultural Preservation. And we are delighted to welcome all 4 of you back to TVO for what I suspect will be a most enlightening debate. And I want to start by showing how it all came together in the first place. You may remember this, Professor Stewart. I think you had something to do with it. Sheldon, roll the clip.
It's really not in the interest of Canada for Indigenous people to be healthy.
Why do you say that?
Because it's in the interest of Canada to oppress and colonize Indigenous people in order to continue to access the resources that are on traditional lands.
You think the pursuit of those resources that are on traditional Indigenous land, the pursuit is more easily done if the Crown continues to keep Indigenous communities in crisis?
Absolutely. Canada was built on the premise that there's an Indian problem. Canada was built, everyone who lives here who's not Indigenous has what they have as a result of the Indian Act, as a result of harm to a group of original peoples.
Okay, that actually wasn't the topic we were supposed to be discussing that day, but it was such a provocative comment, I thought we've got to get you back and we've got to have a bit of a discussion about this. So you had only about 20 or 30 seconds there to make the case that you wanted to make. Let's put some meat on the bone. Why do you believe that?
Indigenous people's lives are controlled by a federal policy called the Indian Act. The Indian Act was created in the 1800s in order to create a space for European settlement. That European settlement was predicated on the idea that Indigenous people had to be assimilated through cultural genocide into Canadian society. And these were based on the views that Indigenous culture and identity were inferior to Euro-Canadian Christian ones.
Is it your view that that is still the Crown's view today?
Well, the Crown's view might change in the media according to who's in elected position, but the objective and the view of the legislation remains the same.
All right, let's get into this. Tom Flanagan, I take it you don't share that view. Tell us why.
Now, first of all, it's always been true that any resources on or under a reserve were for the benefit of the people who live there. There are various mechanisms for doing that. But more recently, the Supreme Court of Canada, in its jurisprudence on the duty to consult, has really changed the game tremendously, so that now resource development in traditional territories, which are not legally defined, but nonetheless are recognized in practice. Oil doesn't get pumped out, or minerals aren't dug out, forests cut without consultation with one or more First Nations who are close to there. And
consultation or approval of?
No, Supreme Court has been clear that the right to be consulted is not a veto, so there is consultation. But what typically results in is an impact benefit agreement, which will bring with it some combination of cash, jobs, job training, contract set-asides, and sometimes even equity shares in what's being done.
Let me just see if I can get consensus on that. Do you acknowledge that what he's saying is accurate? That when the settler culture wants the resources under quote unquote your land, a deal is done and the Indigenous people benefit?
Well, I think, I think we have to take a bit of a step back from that, and that is looking at what is Indigenous land and what are the original treaties that underpin the stuff that's going on in today's economic and political climate. Because in reality, predating these things that are happening now, all of the land that we're on is Indigenous land. The original treaties that were created in order to provide benefits or compensation to the original occupiers of the land were not actually followed. So it's not only about what's on the land of reserves, it's about what's on the land of Canada and how that's being used.
Let's go to the former chief of Chiging First Nation. You heard the initial allegation from Professor Stewart. Today in Canada, the government of Canada keeps First Nations in crisis in order to have unfettered access to their minerals.
Absolutely.
You believe that?
Yeah, 100%. It's power and control, conquer and divide. You continue to allow First Nations to be oppressed, First Nations to which there was a fiduciary responsibility to by the federal government as representing the Crown. Now, we fail to look at in the gap that has been created over that amount of time, which has left our communities in in crisis, missed opportunities, or having industry run over them. You know, you talk about impact benefit agreements. Well, in some communities, they say that and the industry chose them, they didn't choose the industry, which causes me to believe that they had no choice.
Let's go to Frances Widdowson. You've heard the debate emerge now.
Yes.
What's your view?
Well, I'm in partial agreement in the sense that I think Canada is its history is a history of a capitalist country and the development of capitalism in Canada, which is a very exploitive and coercive system. I get somewhat alarmed, however, when we start to look at all these problems through this lens of the past and historical grievances, legally created grievances, treaty nation-to-nation relationships, because I really don't think that's the way forward into the future, which I think is...
Oh, look at that. Remember, folks, remember. Oh, just forget about things. Just you know, it doesn't matter that we stole your children, beat and raped them and tortured them, stole your land and done all these committed horrible crimes. Just forget all of these things.
It's trying to create a society where we can all live together on equal terms. And we really can't do that by...
We cannot create a society that we all live together on equal terms until we address and get honest and get real about the atrocities that are transpiring still to this day and correct them.
Trying to look to legal agreements that were created 100 years ago, because things have changed so much today in terms of the requirements as to what needs to happen in order to live together, to have meaningful lives, to have equal lives, to treat each other with respect. And I really don't think that there's much that we can gain by looking at various traditional legal agreements and having various lawyers make millions of dollars off of all these different grievances which arise out of those legal agreements.
Professor Stewart, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Indian Act continues to infringe upon the rights and freedoms of Indigenous people and continues to make us wards of the Crown, wards of the state, whatever legalese language you want to use. The Indian Act was created to get rid of Indigenous people so that the land could be used for whatever it was that settlers wanted to use it for.
Tom Flanagan, should we get rid of the Indian Act, and would that therefore make some progress in this?
There's been legislation creating what we might call off-ramps from the Indian Act. Not total, but partial. A couple of examples. The Kamloops Amendment of 1988 allows First Nations to create systems of property taxation, about 150 now, have them. That allows them to derive revenue for their local government from taxing leaseholds like pipelines or utility corridors, things like that. May seem like a small thing, but it generates useful revenue. Another one, more sweeping, is the First Nations Land Management Agreement. I can't tell you the exact number who are in it now,
exactly,
but I think like about 100 have applied and dozens have been approved. And that allows them to manage their own lands without having to have everything approved by the minister. As the chiefs like to say, it allows us to move at the speed of business rather than the speed of government. And it is leading, in a lot of cases, to more productive use of the land and generating useful revenue and a better life for the people who live there. These are some of the best known. There are some other ones. So it's not as if nothing has happened. In a difficult political situation, there has been some incremental progress, and I hope there will be more as time goes on towards relaxing the shackles. But abolishing or repealing the Indian Act is easier said than done, because there isn't, wide agreement on what exactly would replace it. So I think in the interim we're left with these incremental changes. So we should be aware of them, at least, that they're there.
Well, let's do one example here. Water. We know there are boil water advisories in many reserves all over the country. I don't know if it's the case in Chiging. Is it?
No, not in Chiging.
Not in Chiging. So you can drink the water in Chiging.
You can drink the water in Chiging.
Do you feel, though, that the government of Canada, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I just really want to understand your position. Do you believe the government of Canada does not make adequate progress on improving the water filtration systems on First Nations reserves all over this country in order to keep First Nations in crisis so they can have access to the resources?
I believe that First Nations are a financial exercise for the federal government.
Meaning what?
Meaning that significant investments need to be made. If we're just talking about water, significant investments need to be made on all First Nation when it comes to water. Currently, we fall under a national First Nations centralized or decentralized protocol system, which places Health Canada, the Government of Canada, and First Nations as the people who are responsible for the water. Now, our First Nations are bound by what government puts in their budget for us to adequately maintain and operate our water treatment plant systems. I'm currently working on an initiative with the Anishinaabe Nation where our needs assessment has found that when compared to provincial standards, most of our First Nations would fall under a boil water advisory.
But my question is that happening because you think the Government of Canada not only doesn't care, but wants to keep you in crisis purposefully?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes,
they have known for years
absolutely.
what has been needed, and they continue to refuse to provide the adequate resourcing for the maintenance and ongoing operation of the systems.
This seems to me, Professor Widdowson, to be an enormous gulf between some First Nations leadership that believe that they are purposefully being kept in crisis in order to pillage the resources under their land versus the kind of progress that you have, that you and
unless
Professor
you're one of the
Flanagan
first
are reporting
Americans,
on here today.
a Native
So
American,
what are we to believe?
But I don't think there's been a lot
Somebody
of
brought you.
progress myself. I don't agree
You don't share that view.
with Dr.
Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Welcome in, Doc. Thank you for raiding, bro. Welcome in. We are currently watching a debate going on TV. This news outlet is trying to look neutral, but they're doing a terrible job attempting to do just that. I know, skeptic. Welcome in, Raiders. Please remember to double click my little icon where my name is, so that you're counted not just as a Raider,
Columbus
but as a viewer.
has to die.
Hey RV,
After 500
what's up, bro?
years, kill him!
How the hell have I not followed you yet? I don't
Columbus
know. I followed you.
After 500 years,
Thank you for the
kill him!
follows.
Columbus
Welcome in.
has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
We're currently watching a debate going on about how Canada is currently and has been and constantly is holding
Columbus
Indigenous people
has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
in crisis so that it can use that to gain all the resources from what is supposed to be our lands, our home. Oh, Victorious. I hope you be respectful here. Okay. So far, you're doing good. But we want to remember. Hey, Salamander. I'm with Vic before, if that helps. Okay, Doc. I don't know why they got kicked out of all these different places. The Surf's $27. Fresno's not really known for that. Damn. Ah, Cat, I'm working on it. Working on it. Okay, well, just so that you are aware, Vic, Fresno is a mod here, and he is very much so a mod. The Surfs, okay. Central Committee, isn't that Mike from PA? I'm not worried about that. David is a good friend here too, so just, you know, be cool. Vic, just be cool and all good. All right, Kat. I have faith in you, Kat. So, what did you do to get banned from Central Canada? Yeah, exactly, right? Right, mnemonic? So, what we're doing is watching a debate. So, I forget. I may have taken a picture of it. Oh, jeez. Criticize the USSR, probably. So let us get back to watching debate. If you haven't followed, please feel free to follow. It is free. If you are able to, please, if you feel free and are able to, maybe consider subbing to this channel to help improve and help, the daily going-ons and stuff. This is the same work that Jordan Peterson viewed transphobic propaganda. Yeah, I believe so. Skeptic, yeah, I believe so. So, I'm not holding my breath, but it is something that is very interesting to watch. I have a pic. I'm really important was a Biden quote I got banned for. Oh, okay. All right. I know Kat, so Kat says that you're all right. So, in touring news, I just said recyclable stuff from BC appears in Philippines. No idea why they banned me for that, but whatever. Okay. So this network was when he misrepresented the bill that added transgender people to the Human Rights Act. Okay. As well, I am presently also working, as Nightbot has so graciously popped up, I am presently working on getting myself a new complete computer system. The one I have right now is a toaster oven. It's like over a decade old, and it's one of those poor people freebie computers. So basically it's bare bones, like really badly. I am currently only permitted by the computer itself. Oh, nice. I am currently, due to my sweet, well, welcome in. I am currently only able to use Twitch Studio Beta, no OBS or any of the other systems. So I want to get like a whole setup properly. So any donations would be greatly appreciated. I just upgraded mine from one of those huge difference. Exactly, Cass. So I want to get a whole entire setup properly, because right now I have like this really shitty desk that my computer's in. I want to get things properly so I can better present and help you guys out and give a better stream for you all. I've also stated, and I continue on stating,
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
So I am taking, once I get up enough money and get the new setup, I will be taking pictures. I'm going to be heading out in a moment, but I can at least offer follow. Thank you, Public Loser. I appreciate that. I will be taking pictures of once I get the whole setup done and everything. And in the same time, I will be placing them on my Discord, as well as doing a whole entire stream, or doing a stream showing you guys that the money is being spent for what I'm stating it's being spent for. I believe in transparency and honesty as a praxis, not a form of, but as an actual praxis. And maybe as a side bonus, other people will notice that and follow suit, so that people, there's so many different stuff going on today with people lying and catfishing and everything else. I do not wish to be one of those people. And so moving forward, any help would be greatly appreciated and truly cherished and mean the world. I am presently an indigenous person who is disabled. Don't forget to refresh the stream, click on Sue's info to give additional viewers raters. Yeah, RV. Me playing with a 3D anime cat girl avatar. Nice cat. So once again, me being a disabled person, my disability comes from severely damaged and destroyed lungs, as well as having COPD, as being a survivor from the 60 scoop in Canada, which is where they moved from the residential schools to stealing Aboriginal children and selling them to non-Indigenous people to kill the Indian, save the child program, where I was stolen from my mom at 3 months old, placed into foster care, and at 4 months old, they took such poor care of me that I caught severe case of pneumonia that almost killed me and completely destroyed my lungs. So I have been disabled since I've been 4 months old, and Canada has done fuck all in any shape or form to help me with that. Even though this was brought on by Canada itself and its policies with Indigenous people. So as it sits, I still live in poverty. So I'm horrible at shilling for myself, but reality is I live in poverty. As it sits right now, I literally have to have food bank every month in order to ensure that halfway through the month I'm not sitting there without food. I don't have anyone during this COVID time that to be able to go and help me with getting groceries or anything. I have to rely upon myself. So thank you very much, Skeptic. I greatly appreciate that. I truly do. For everyone who helped and donated, I truly appreciate it. Where do I live in Canada? I live in Alberta right now. Unfortunately, I live in Alberta, which is even worse. I used to live in BC. I wanted to go back to BC, but unfortunately, they've made it so it's almost damn near impossible for me to exchange being on disability in Alberta into BC and being on disability in BC. So, hope you don't mind. I told my Twitter to donate to you if they can. I appreciate that, Skeptic. Any help is truly appreciated. But
Columbus has to
Based
die.
Alaskan.
After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow.
Kill Columbus!
Thank you, Skeptic. I am still sitting here because even though I put in for the 60 scoop settlement, then COVID hit, and they're just ignoring doing anything. So I'm sitting here in poverty, doing my best to help educate and bring information and teach and share my people's history, our culture, our spiritual way of life, our music. Help you all out, you know what I mean? I usually stream as much as I possibly can, so it's usually daily. Although there are some days that I do end up taking a little bit of a break, depending upon my body and how my health is doing. And yes, I am in that percentage. I have a hard time believing COVID isn't a bioweapon leaked from American Fort Direct instead of from bats and camels. Yeah, Victoria, I question that too. I question that too. Because we all know every time that there's some form of tragedy, it's usually to hide something that the governments are doing and big corporations and the 1% are doing. And it's been a proven factor in history. So I wonder. And that this time it's interesting that Bill Gates buys. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Or how during COVID, when all this work is apparently at a standstill, that the rich population has increased its wealth. Big corporates and the 1% rich have increased their wealth tremendously, while the rest of us are plummeting even more so into poverty. Quite interesting. Raises a lot of questions. Just saying. Jeff Bezos doubled his money. Yeah, exactly. His money. Yeah. Jeff Bezos doubled his money. Just saying. Makes you go, Makes you question. What are we being duped about now that we're not aware of? That's going on behind the scenes. So let us get back to this very interesting debate and see where it leads to.
Flanagan, in fact, I think that we're on opposite sides of the political spectrum.
I'm always an outlier, Steve, you know that.
But I really don't, I take issue with the idea that the government is intentionally trying to keep Aboriginal communities in crisis.
What would you put it down to?
Well, I think that one of the major problems is what I call the Aboriginal industry, which is the lawyers and consultants who make their living off of maintaining Aboriginal dependency in various communities. The government is trying to figure out its way forward. It's not doing a very good job. It's often incompetent, and it's trying to basically, transfer monies of various kinds. Billions upon billions of dollars are going to out with the intent of trying to solve the Indigenous crisis, but that money gets siphoned away. It gets siphoned away through land claims, court cases, the missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry. That is, $60 million. If you look at the staff of that inquiry, there are 10 legal people on the staff of that inquiry, and when that inquiry is finished, there's still going to be the crisis that exists in those communities. So
but we'll know more theoretically, won't we?
It'll just be people who are upset and who are grieving and who are putting forward their concerns about what's happened. That's not going to get to the bottom of why all these problems exist. And what we're talking about is a serious lack of adequate services which exist in Aboriginal communities. But anytime you try to provide those services, you have endless meetings, negotiations, court cases, legal wrangling,
okay, let's see
and
if
you never have any services.
Are you an outlier on this one too, or do you agree with her on that?
Well, I love Frances because she always makes me look moderate, you know. I want, if I could go back, if I could, because on water, something really important. The current government, Liberal government, has twice announced in their budget speeches that they're going to be spending a lot more on
Sorry to hear that.
on the Aboriginal file, and specifically with water. And I just wanted to ask the chief whether this has become visible yet at the level of the First Nation. Are you seeing an increase in budgets and specifically an increase in in water?
500 years.
We actually saw a decrease in our enhanced water and wastewater funding last fiscal. In terms of the current projected budgets coming into the regions, they distribute them regionally.
The money is flowing out. Yeah. So where's it going into?
We've been asking the same thing. We've been asking the government, where has this money been flowing to? Where has it been being used?
Do you know? No.
No, and
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we've been asking the same thing. You know, and that's disheartening. I don't know where the money is going, if it's going to studies, but grassroots, First Nations on the ground, we're not seeing those increases.
There's no doubt that Indigenous people in this country have suffered. Now, whether you want to say that it is at the hands of the federal government today, purposely to keep them down in order to pillage their resources, is another question. But do you want to meet them halfway and acknowledge the terrible history they've endured in this country?
Yes, I will. But I also want to look towards the future. I guess in my recent research, last few years, what I've been trying to do is to focus on First Nations which are demonstrably doing well for themselves in terms of the Community Wellbeing Index, which is an amalgam of income, housing, quality, formal education. And
it's more than just GDP.
Yeah, it's not. It includes finances, but it's more than that. And it's got to be good. It's computed by the federal government, so it must be good. I think it's something. It's a measuring yardstick anyway. So I've been looking at those that are doing better, demonstrably according to that index, and looking for the common features. And
are these your 7 traits of the most effective reserves?
Right. And what I find are traits like taking advantage of the off-ramps, taking control of local affairs, taking advantage of economic opportunities. For some, you could almost call it community capitalism, engaging in business through their band government as the owner. Not all are doing it that way, but many are. There's different forms of it. But I think there is demonstrable progress. Sadly, it's not for everybody. It's not even for a majority. But it's significant, and I think we can all learn from the progress that is being made on the ground. I would say, and interestingly, it's not coming from the government telling them how to do it, and it's not coming from outside experts saying, hey, this is what you should do. These are the people themselves, through their chief and council, who are finding a path forward. So that's all part of the mix.
Can I get Professor Stewart to say whether...
So I just want to do a little bit of a take on that, what that guy just said. Most reserves, the chief and council system hires non-Indigenous lawyers who rip off the reserves and barely do any work. They just collect a huge paycheck. Most of the finances and stuff are run by non-Indigenous people, government employees. They're hiring the wrong people. Exactly, Shepty. And chief and councils, like I said, is a government program underneath, brought in by the Indian Act and the government Indian officials to monitor Indigenous people and to ensure, right, They need to be very critical of the so-called chiefs. They don't make them like Chief Joe. Yeah, exactly, Victoria. Exactly. They don't want to own up, or they don't want to acknowledge the hereditary chiefs, because most of the hereditary chiefs can't be bought. But the chiefs that they have set up through a colonial system can be bought and paid for. And they even make jokes about it in the government. Seems like the money should just go to individuals who can then decide whom, if anyone, to hire. Exactly, but it doesn't happen that way, Nomnomic. It's all watched over and decided by the government. It's an inside elite operation, yes.
She agrees that significant demonstrable progress is being made today.
Well, I guess that depends on how you define progress and who's defining it. So when we try to measure Indigenous well-being and Indigenous health or education or life even on a reserve, and we're looking at measuring that from non-Indigenous perspectives and worldviews, it's not going to really make sense from an Indigenous perspective. So it's sort of similar to what was said earlier about the Aboriginal industry and the problems with the inquiries and the lawyers making money. And I think many Indigenous people would agree that these are problems, because what the Aboriginal industry and these inquiries say into missing and murdered women, or even the residential school inquiry, through the TRC or through any other Western body, is a reproduction of colonization and assimilation, because these are Indigenous or non-Indigenous ways of looking at Indigenous problems.
Can I understand that? Does that mean you think the Murder and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry ought not to have been called?
In the way that it's being done. How it needs to be done should be determined by Indigenous people, by Indigenous knowledge keepers, by Indigenous elders.
As opposed to by the government of Canada.
That's right. The inquiry should be done in Indigenous ways, not in European,
settler
Canadian,
culture ways.
European, Western ways. All of this should be done from Indigenous ways of looking at things. The indicators of wellness, or even because I work in health, we talk a lot about the social determinants of health. Well, the social determinants of health, or these indexes for measuring wellness, don't really fit for Indigenous people, because Indigenous people have a different history, have a different culture, have a different identity, and have different definitions. If we want to really talk about how to measure wellness or success in Indigenous communities, we need to define wellness and success from Indigenous paradigms.
Did you want to follow up on that?
Oh, I just had a couple of comments from previous comments made. When we talk about where First Nations have made significant progress, that's dependent on each First Nation. It depends on their geographical location, their access to urban settings, whatever their base economy is in that surrounding area. Manitoulin Island, for example, is heavily based on tourism, which increases or decreases depending on the economy, how much people can afford to visit. And the bands in the Western First Nations, the report, Mr. Flanagan, that I think this successful First Nations, a lot of those Western bands have a significant amount of land base. Most of them weren't subject to treaties and are now in different agreements, such as the Miska. Now, when we talk about the First Nation Lands Management Act and the First Nation Property Ownership Act, those pieces of legislation simulate what the Dawes Act did in the United States in the 1800s, where it creates an individualized ownership of land, which theoretically improved the economy or well-beings of the people, and that's similarly what the First Nations Lands Management Act and the First Nations Property Ownership Act is based on.
I just want to take a moment to share the BC tribes that they're talking about, that where the chiefs have turned around and have opened up the lands for industrial building and stuff like that and received taxes from that. That was because the chiefs and councils, the one chief sat back and started that movement, because they were tired of constantly waiting for the government funding that never came. Like BC with Eagle, yeah, exactly, with like in Eagle Landing. So the chiefs got tired of it, and I was actually there, and I actually know the chief that started that in Shuswap territory, and started doing that of banding different bands together and helping each other, so we can manage to try, and they can manage to try and bring some form of equivalence to the rest of the population in Canada, for the people. So this wasn't a government thing. This was literally, the bands were tired of constantly getting cheaped out and not getting the proper money or funding for programs and stuff, and infrastructure and so forth, because it was being eaten up by non-Indigenous people before it even got to the reserves. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And so that supports a completely Marxist attitude where it says, we all must be equal, and in order to contribute to equally to the society. And then it creates different classes where the haves have and the have-nots have not. And all of this put together from this Western view supports the government by keeping our Indigenous people poor and capitalizing on our poverty.
But one of the, forgive me, former chief, but one of the things that I'm trying to get a handle on here is, you've talked about the 7 characteristics that successful reserves have, and you have your metrics by which you measure them. And then I hear Professor Stewart, and to a certain extent Linda DeBosige here as well, saying, well, hang on a sec, those are metrics that are fine in your culture and your world, but they may not be the same as ours. Now, if we can't even agree on how to measure success and or failure, how are we making any progress here at all? Can you help me with that?
Well, I don't agree that we can't reach a commonality in trying to understand what makes people fulfilled. That's what we're trying, how can we have a society where everyone has a fulfilling life? That sort of idea. And I think that, when we look at many of these communities, and I think Dr. Flanagan was correct when he said, it's not even going to be a majority who are going to do well under these tinkering mechanisms. We have a huge number of Indigenous communities which are living in areas which are not viable, which cannot support a fulfilled existence, no matter what you do. And that's a huge problem.
And that's nothing to do with Canada keeping them there. That's
no, it's a reality. No, well, it's a very.
Oh my God! It is not our choice when you are holding the key to it all and preventing us from getting anywhere. But that's a typical colonizer mindset. Oh, it's just the Indians' fault. And on a side note, the reason why I know the story of the chief who started that whole entire process in British Columbia was because I was at a child welfare conference, Indigenous child welfare conference in British Columbia, and apparently I inspired that chief to do that by what I had spoken at that conference. So I know full well. Yes, you are sitting here with the man who in my younger years was very much so a part of all of these things. I am also one of the very first indigenous people to come forward about the 60 scoop. As I was in a child welfare and indigenous people when they were having the conferences in British Columbia and Vancouver to do with residential schools. I am one of the very first people to bring forth the truth about the 60 scoop. Do you agree with the notion that Republicans tend to be guys and Democrats tend to be ass guys? I have no idea, and I really don't care about that. All right, Robin? And if you say another stupid thing, Robin, you're going to be gone. Why didn't Native Americans build guns to fight the colony? Oh my God. Goodbye. Which is a joke, skeptic. That I was one of the very first people to come forward about the 60 scoop? Oh, I don't know. I think there's just a troll. That's all it is. It's just a troll popping in, pulling a troll. What else is new? You know how it goes. Yeah. So, which earned me being charged and convicted of sedition and treason in Canada. And told that if I come before any more courts anywhere in Canada ever again, that I would spend the rest of my life in jail. Hey, Sarah. Do you mean that the system essentially traps some people on reservations? Can you explain? Yes. It traps them on reservations. It is here. Here's this little chunk of land that at the time couldn't feed one generation, let alone all the generations to come. They use poverty, they use starvation, they use germ warfare to do this. And then broke treaties. This is just a continuation, Sarah. The war is not over. The Indian War is not over. Non-Indigenous people get to live in the freedom and luxury off of the genocide of Indigenous people. I know that's a hot take, but it's the all same with all capitalist imperialist colonialists. They have this attitude of it works for me, so it must work for everyone else, or there's something essentially different about them, and then they become racist. Yeah. So, also, Sarah, what you're looking at is a government that sits back and goes, "Oh yeah, here's all this money." Whenever and wherever I read about treaties, I thought they were a joke. It's like a promise unless I don't want to, and then we talk about it, and I'll still do it. Yeah. So basically, the government gives this funding that majority of the funding that they claim is allocated to Indigenous communities or First Nations communities does not make it to the First Nations communities. It gets sucked up by non-Indigenous people in the government before it ever makes its way to Indigenous reserves, which reserves are nothing more than prisoner of war camps. That's all it is. POW camps. And then they come and steal our children and put them in foster care and put them in the system that has nothing to do with indigenous people or way of life, to make a profit off of them, to make a profit off the children. Then they keep the reserves and rapey churches, yes, and clementally assimilation. Yeah. Why? If you're Scottish, Irish, or any other nationality here in Canada other than Indigenous, you're not assimilated. You are given the free reign and right to be who you are as the nation that you are. Celebrated. Except if you're Indigenous. Government-funded rapey churches. These things are a reality. These things that they do not want. This is where truth and reconciliation is failing, because the government is not willing to come forward about the truth of things. They don't want the population to know the truth, which is why reconciliation has become a joke, because they're not willing to be truthful. Even this lady showing, she's not really completely willing to be truthful. She wants to put it all on Indigenous people as the fault, because we're unable to look after ourselves, or to that we need some savior. Everyone wants to feel like a good person, but no one wants to share if it comes to their portion, or if it comes from their portion. Exactly, Sarah. Yes. Exactly. But what you don't understand is that your portion that you're enjoying is coming at the cost of Indigenous people. That are left in poverty. Third world poverty levels. She'd give it to a leader. The leader, not knowing what to do, would delegate it to a committee, and so on until there's no money left. Exactly, Nanomic. Exactly. That's how it works. And Indigenous people don't see that money. She's being somewhat honest in the factor that lawyers and all these different things get all that money. The system of governing, regardless of political parties in Canada, always have had anti-Indigenous sentiments. This democracy is fundamentally corrupted, and all parties will do nothing to make real changes for minority communities, such as Indigenous communities. Yes, skeptic. I am hoping that maybe, hopefully, the NDP leader might be that change. Maybe. I'm not putting all my eggs into that basket, but like I said, Sarah, I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket. Yeah. Truth and reconciliation seems like a sham attempt at moving past wrongdoings, but we will never be able to move past it when all of the same racist policies are still in place. Exactly, Exactly. Rachel Notley is pretty conservative by NDP standards, yes. So this is what we're looking at, right? And these are the people that all us Canadians are voting in and putting in. NDP and BC are responsible for Gustafsson Lake. Yes. But I have some hope and faith that maybe Jagmeet Singh will be the change that's truly needed in Canada. I'm not putting all my eggs into that basket. I'm not putting 100% faith into that or trust into that, but I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, let's face it, Lord have mercy. I was really hoping for Nikki Ashton to be leader because she's literally one of the few socialists in the NDP. I know, skeptic. I know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Come election time, we'll see. Because we already know conservatives and liberals are the same coin. There's nothing going to change. Only thing that's going to change is the rich are going to get richer, big corporations are going to get richer, and the rest of us are just going to be stuck getting poorer. We already know this. And the People's Party Canada is becoming more and more showing that it's racist and that it's all about white supremacy. They both sided with the wealth tax the NDP proposed, so that says a lot about who's controlling them. Exactly. I'm scared that too many Canadians are racist for us to get NDP right now. Well, Sarah, I'm hoping that they will overcome that racism and realize that both conservative and liberal parties are what's fucking up Canada and what's making them go into poverty. Yes, skeptic. Yes, tech. Native people were treated worse than imported slaves. Yes. And still are. When the idea of virtual signaling established liberalism isn't supposed to be what we're all about. Exactly, Sarah. When it was put that to remove Indigenous children out of the hands of CFS and the foster care system to ever have any more of them, the first words out of that whole entire government segment was, oh no, we need multiple years of conferences and things to look at it and to see how that would play out. We just can't give the kids back right away. Oops. Does that mean that all your money is going to dry out, considering that at minimum 90% of the population in care right now is Aboriginal children? Oops. Interesting. So let's take a look at continuing on with this interesting conversation.
Very difficult situation because the history which created it obviously was oppressive and terrible, but now we have to deal with things as they exist right now, which is how can people live a meaningful existence in what is now Canada. And what that means is providing people with the services which will enable them to have a high quality of education, which will give them the healthcare services that they need, which will give them housing which is not moldy, which will allow.
Yes, Sarah, government has blocked attempts by Indigenous communities to administer their own child services. Yes. Yes. Underfunded and done everything in their power to ensure that indigenous communities aren't permitted to administer their own child services. And the child and family services that they have for indigenous communities are run by non-indigenous people. All of the whole entire upper echelons, the people in charge, are all non-indigenous people. To ensure that it does not get anything. A 2021 approved excuse to take children from their communities and heritage. Yes. And it's a continuation on, Sarah. There's nothing has changed. Business as usual. Going right back to Sir John A. Macdonald's and his residential schools to this very date, 2021. Nothing has changed. It is still the same mandate. Nothing has changed. This is what we talk about. This is what the governments don't want. Eugenics evolved, yes. The government does not want you to know these truths. Because if you know them, you'll be going, whoa, what the fuck? And you'll have something to say about it. And put them to task. These things are a constant. Nothing has changed. It's still the same stuff over and over. Nothing has changed. And yes, they keep indigenous communities in poverty and emergency levels, so that way when these corporations come in and say, hey, we want to do this, we'll give you a little bit of trinkets, here you go. Because of the poverty that has been going on for generations, they know, oh, we dangle just a little bit of trinkets over their head and we'll get whatever we want. Because they've kept us indigenous population in poverty for so long. Specifically to do that. Planned. Premeditated genocide. This is why you hear so many indigenous people saying the war is not over. The Indian War is not over. It's still going on today. While the rest of the population in Canada thinks the war is over and everything's fine and there's nothing wrong. And enjoying everyday life, thinking that, yeah, hey, without realizing you're being bamboozled, lied to by your government, and covered up and hidden and hidden so that you will not know the truth. We've gotten so good at it, at hiding it. Yes, Sarah. They had just on the murdered and missing indigenous women and girls alone, they have had tens of thousands of boxes. That's boxes of files that the government was hiding and claiming they had no idea about. All the while, they knew about it. They had it sitting there, hidden away. So that way the general population of Canada would have no idea. Because most Canadians would look and go, well, fuck, if that was my kids that it happened to, I'd be fucking tearing up arms. I'd be going into an uprising. If this was happening to me and my family, holy fuck, what the fuck? Right? I believe most Canadians have a heart. The biggest serial killer in Canada history only was able to continue so long because he targeted Indigenous women. No one cares enough to find him. Exactly, Sarah. Or them. Not just him, them. Because shortly after the missing murdered Indigenous women in Canada started to gain public headway or news or recognition, all of a sudden, while still continuing on up here in Canada, all of a sudden missing and murdered Indigenous women started happening down in the States as well. Oops. So what does that tell you? There's more than one culprit, and it's got sanctioned by law enforcement and government. These man camps, corporate, sanctioned by the government. Thank you, Star. That's so true. It was really that they didn't care enough to find those victims. Exactly, Sarah. But a white girl goes missing. There's fucking a picture of her on milk cartons and cereal boxes and plastered all over the news until they find her. Hey, musically pain in the arse. These things you have to remember, people. There is a truth out there that your governments are hiding from you, that they do not want you to know, because they're brainwashing you to believe everything else but the truth. So continuing back onto this discussion.
Water to be clean and to be drinkable, and that all can be done if you have concerted effort to do it and don't get tied down with all the legal wrangling, the comments about resources. Attawapiskat, Petanjicum, these places, there are no resources in those areas. These are people living in a very marginal existence which really need to have these high quality services which they've never been provided with because of all the legal wrangling.
Time running
that
out
goes
here. I
on
want to get
endlessly.
some comments over here. Go ahead.
There are many First Nations and territories who are wanting to self-determine, who are wanting to get to that point of self-government. And the starting off point is addressing those historic wrongs, the historic traumas. Without addressing the historic trauma, we can't expect a human being to actually want to move forward built on a history of distrust, hurt, basically raping our lands. So we need to create that relationship first. And I've read the works of both of yourselves, and I believe that, when you combine that with the Anishinaabe view, you do have a lot of good research, but it's very, very biased, very one-sided. And in our worldview, the Indigenous perspective, anything that we do to get us out of our poverty has to be First Nation led and First Nation driven, and not.
What's biased about their work?
It's very right wing. It doesn't talk about environment, land in the way we talk about environment and land, or honor, or truth, or humility. Any of those. It's very capitalist. It's very corporate, and it supports corporate Canada. It creates very good debates, and I think Miss Widdowson and Mr. Flanagan have been shielded by the veil of academia to be able to continue pressing what they talk about within their work.
But is what they've said empirically provably false?
See you later.
Yes, I believe so.
You wanted to add?
I just wanted to add that I agree that there's a lot of overlap and ways that we can work together. But in order to work together, the damaged relationship between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous Canadians needs to be addressed, and that is through what's commonly referred to nowadays as reconciliation, which is an act that's being taken up federally, provincially, locally, by schools, by school boards, by universities, by corporations. And reconciliation really means addressing the harms that have been perpetrated on Indigenous peoples by the systems in which we currently live and work. And for Indigenous people, reconciliation is about healing from our own wounds, from the trauma that's been inflicted by the policies that have affected each of us on a very personal level.
I was told the other day by an Indigenous person that we can't get to reconciliation until we first deal with truth, and that there are too many Canadians who still don't know the truth. So is that job one at the moment?
Well, that's really for the job of the education system to educate its population about the history of Canada, and that
So, Sarah, yes, exactly. Indigenous people are still having to fight for their place in the conversation when they should be the ones having it. Yes, Sarah. And that includes on the left. On the left, we Indigenous people still have to fight for our place in the conversation. Sadly. This is what the things that I talk about all the time. Also, the other aspect is very simple. The correlation between the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada and the United States is a correlation to the direct factor that in Indigenous populations, in Indigenous nations, our women were the landholders. They were the ones that held the title to the land. Understand that correlation and you'll see why. Is there a moral lesson or story that you would like non-Indigenous people to learn? Yeah. Wake the fuck up and stop this continuation of genocide. Decolonize your mindset. Decolonize your thinking. Start to respect and understand that you are sitting on Indigenous lands that were stolen. And that the continuation, that the war is not over. Your governments, by the backing of corporations, are continuing this war, except in a genocidal way. And in order for this to end, we as a people, not just Indigenous people, but all of us here on Turtle Island, need to stand up together to make it stop. To make this world that we live in for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, for generations to come, a better place. And it is until that time that you are able to fully wake up and realize, and help others to wake up and realize, we will constantly be in this. And that the amount of harm and genocide will grow. Not just to Indigenous people or people of color, but non-people of color as well. It will grow. As you see when you walk down the street corner and you see a homeless person, and they're not Indigenous or they're not a person of color, but that they're Caucasian, Euro color, white, and you see them homeless on that street corner, that is the direct correlation to the continuance of this genocide. And in order to end this genocide, we must first they came for POEM. Yes, Sarah, exactly. Exactly. That first they came for POEM. And until we as a people on Turtle Island set things straight and right with my people, the indigenous people, and then moving forward with that, with i.e. land back and self-government, sovereignty, the honoring of treaties and so forth, and truth and reconciliation or conciliation, and start building a world where the understanding is equal to each other. That we have the same common memory. Rather than having two different memories of this same world that we live in. We must bridge that gap. We must heal as people, as human beings. We must heal. If that makes sense. Yeah, right? Right, Mnemonic? Now that everyone has seen society not collapse under COVID, the government's printing money for the businesses, I have hope it's going to be much easier to show people the big lie. Exactly. Exactly.
The history of Canada is one that is a dark history full of human rights violations and harms that have been done through the Indian Act, which, going back to where our conversation began, was really what our country was founded on. Our country was founded on an act and its policies that were designed with an objective to exterminate a population based on race. And the ideology of that act has been well internalized, as we can see by some of our panelists, well internalized into the psyche of individual Canadians and Canada as a nation. So it's going to take some time for individual Canadians.
There is a plethora of things. You can start off with the Truth and Reconciliation done by Murray Sinclair. Other things include Pampometer, Mark Charles, if you're in the United States as well. Plenty of it out there. Written and written by Indigenous people. Plenty of it. There's books. There's also YouTube videos. Plenty of it out there. And not just by Turtle Island Indigenous people, but other Indigenous people all over. Didn't Indigenous people have separate schools up until the 90s because of the Canadian government? Don't ask me to fix my... Yeah. I know. Yes, Indigenous children did have separate schools. It was called residential schools. Also, you're always welcome to hang in here and learn more because I cover all those things here as well. I literally showcase tons of it, as well as on my YouTube, which you can find the link to my YouTube on the lower part of my section of my page. There where you see it has the links. One of them is to my Twitter, the other one's to my YouTube. The other one is, of course, to the donation link that keeps popping up from my bot that I have. Most of my videos that I do end up on my YouTube channel. The other one is Twin Rabbit on YouTube as well. There's lots. There is lots.
And the nation to decolonize their mind from that colonial mentality on which our country is built. And many of our own people have internalized this colonial mentality because it's what we had to do to survive.
Everyone should have the ability to participate in our economy and society. It's a capitalist economy. If we want to change that capitalist economy, we have to transform it. But what you're going to see in these communities is many children, maybe many young people with the serious suicide crisis, the fetal alcohol syndrome problems, do not have the ability to participate meaningfully in Canadian society. And many of these communities, these small isolated communities with no economic base, no hope for the future, there is no path forward in that situation.
And they therefore have to do what?
Well, we need to provide them with the high quality services which you need as a human being living in the world today. And it's not just Canada, it's the globe, it's a worldwide system. We should be able to communicate with people from all over the world and work together to create a better future. We shouldn't be looking back 150 years to what our ancestors did to try to figure out the way to live in the world today.
Do you think they're doing too much of that?
I think they exactly are. All the talk about Aboriginal spiritualism and going back to traditions and all these aspects are not meaningful to the youth that are living in the communities today. They are told to do that by various consultants and lawyers, and this is part of the grievance mongering.
You don't think they just feel it?
Well, I think they've been told that that's the way in which they're going to be able to live the life in the world today. And many people that I know actually pretend that they think that this is a beneficial way for people to live.
Okay, response over here.
Yeah, I don't think you have a right to talk about First Nations wellness. You know, that has to come from the communities.
I'm here to
I'm
give my
talking
opinion
right now. So I was a youth who attempted suicide 3 times. How did I come out of it? Was my understanding who I was as an Indigenous person, as a woman, and I listened to my elders and I participate in ceremonies. Even as of today, I don't rely on the healthcare system of Canada. You know, I rely on the teachings of the cultural practices and medicines that I have learned from my grandmother. So when you talk about the suicide and what's best for our youth, identity is what we need for our youth. Identity is what's going to empower them and make them strong. I'm 35 years old, and if I didn't find that in my early 20s, I would have been dead. If I waited for Canada to help me, I would have been dead. But when I turned to my elders, to my community, to my friends and my family, and asked for help, that's what got me out of it. So I disagree with you saying that going back doesn't do any justice. What we're trying to do is reclaim our identity and to allow our youth and our children to get that opportunity that I never had when I was young. So they're just getting that now, you know, and that's preserving our language, our culture, and our identity that ensure that we are a unique and diverse people of this country. We are the original people.
Do we have to acknowledge that what may work for European settler culture in terms of repairing, in terms of making progress, may not work for Indigenous people?
I disagree with how that's phrased, is that we have people in universities today in Canada today who are from all over the world, from Africa, from Asia, from every single country in the world. We don't see them as having to go back to what they were doing 150 years ago to be able to survive in the world today. What we have to do is work together and figuring out how all people can live together a meaningful existence in the world today. Maybe that will involve them following their own path. But what I really disagree with is prescribing that for all Indigenous people just because they happen to have Indigenous ancestry. Maybe they're not going to, follow the ceremonies and listen to their elders. That might not be helpful for them. Why do we assume that just because they're Indigenous that's going to be the path forward for them.
Let me give the two on the ends the last words on this. You want to pick up on that, Professor Flanagan, and then Professor Stewart will give you the last word.
Well, I'm hoping there's some overlap or middle ground here. Yes.
See, this is the typical shit that we indigenous people have to deal with all the time. Oh, forget about who you are. Just jump in here with the rest of us. While the rest of us enjoy the freedom of who we are and being able to have our identities as what nationality we come from and our heritage and culture. But you all need to forget it. You all need to just move on and accept it and swallow the colonial way of life, rather than being who you are like the rest of us do. If you do our way well enough, we'll let you stop suffering. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Right? Does that make sense? If you do our way well enough, we'll let you stop suffering. But there's plenty who are still suffering, who have done their way well enough, who are still suffering to this day. This is a fallacy. This is where we get into that white privilege, white supremacy ideology. That only white ethno-European way of thinking is valid and everything else is invalid. Damn.
Healing through re-immersion in the culture, and I mean, I believe in all of that is true. On the other hand, if you had tuberculosis, I would hope you'd get antibiotics for it, which was not part of the traditional culture, at least in the form in which we have them today. So there is a modern world which has conferred all kinds of material benefits on us, and I would have thought the goal is to have the First Nations participating in that modern world while retaining their own.
Of course, white European settlers who brought us out of barbarism and caveman style life and gave us all these great things. Yeah, right. We had penicillin way before any settlers or even the first contact. We had medicines, and we still have medicines. But of course, only colonial settler way is the right way. White European ethno is the only way, right?
Own cultural background to the extent that they themselves wish to, but I think it's kind of coming together rather than being on separate tracks.
Professor Stewart, last word to you.
Well, there's just so much to say.
Isn't there, though?
Last word.
Happy birthday.
There is an overwhelming body of research that shows that Indigenous young people have a desire to be involved in traditional culture and ceremony and language. And I think the reason that that's important in a way that's different from other cultural identities in Canada is that Indigenous identity, culture, and language was made illegal by the Indian Act, and that was taken away, and systemically people experience systemic
see the racism on her
harm
face, that white woman.
Due to being Indians in Canada. And because of that systemic racism and oppression, Indigenous people need to have the opportunity to reclaim those aspects of their identities, the cultural aspect.
I know.
And I don't think there's any Indigenous person who is being forced to engage in their culture or ceremony. Young people have the access to their culture and their ceremonies now that they may not have had at one time because it was against the law to practice their culture.
There is, as you pointed out, just so much more to say, but that proverbial journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and I've hopefully taken some of that here today. I want to thank Suzanne Stewart director of the University of Toronto's Waakaban S. Bryce Institute for Indigenous Health, and Linda DeBossegay, the former chief of Chagin First Nation on Manitoulin Island, Tom Flanagan, professor emeritus, University of Calgary, Francis Widdowson, co-author, Disrobing the Aboriginal Industry. It's good of all of you to come into TVO tonight and help us out with this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Help TVO create a better world through the power of learning.
So let me do this, folks. Let me do this, folks. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Which one do I want? This is what this lady's talking about when she says, just get on with being white and forget about being
didn't really let me use the stove because she didn't feel like I was ready to use it. I guess she cared about my safety, right? But then again, you know, it could have been helpful for me to be able to use the stove early on so I know how to cook and feel more confident. We gotta go this way. Hi, my name is Troy, and I just staged out of CFS Care.
So, yes, mnemonic, exactly, right? If one's culture even survives this genocidal process, if you could call it survival, whatever's left becomes a brand, something capitalists can sell and consumers consume. Exactly. Disrobing is a pretty good metaphor, yeah. Disrobing meaning getting rid of, removing indigenous way of life. Stop indigenous people from being who they are. Because we all just need to become white, right? Because white is always right, isn't it? And actually, I want to go more to, wait, this isn't so much of the one that I wanted to do with. I wanted to do this one. This is what this lady is talking about.
Hi, my girl.
This is what happens to it.
Hi, sweetie. How's your day? That's good.
I want you all to watch this.
This is my niece's room. She shares it with me. That's Emma's side, and this is, well, my side, kind of. But we share this dresser. Right now, I've been here about 4 weeks, and I recently got out of a treatment center, and I struggle with addictions. There's 6 people. There's me and baby in this room, and then there's my sister and Emma in that room, and then there's Darren and Jeff in that room. She said I can stay here as long as I want to till I get back on my feet. I never liked that word, like homeless, like, oh, it's so ugly. I don't know. I guess I kind of am in a way.
Research estimates that for every 1 homeless person on the street, there are 3 hidden homeless.
I figured out 4 times in my life I've been homeless. Once with my biological mother, once when I aged out, once when I came back pregnant with Jordan, and then when my marriage fell apart was my last time. My first degree is in child and youth care, and then my next degree is education, sleeping on an air mattress, and I was teaching.
Wait. She has a degree in healthcare and education. Oh my God. She went and did exactly what that white woman was talking about. But look, she's homeless. She's homeless. Well, if you only, got along and did what accepted letting go of who you are and your culture and heritage and everything and your history and just become white, that you will achieve what we've achieved. Wait a minute. This lady went out of her way to do everything, and she's got degrees. And she's still homeless 4 times. Do you know what I'm saying? Can everybody understand this? Please say yes. Understand the reasoning for high suicide rates. And all of these things is directly correlated with the constant bombardment of genocide to erase indigenous people as a people. If you have learned nothing from watching my channel, learn that all these tragedies, all these emergencies is all based on the genocide of my people. And this ideology that we must forget who we are and become white people, it's correlation to the effect and cause of all of this. It is a direct correlation. Which is the same thing with the correlation in Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Hawaii, the Pacific Islands, all indigenous cultures. It is a direct correlation. Everywhere we go, not just in North America, people, everywhere where colonizers have went and colonized, we see the same thing happen with the indigenous people. The same things. It's the myth of white excellence. And let me tell you, I don't see much of it here in the rural South. Just a lot of domestic abuse and hyper-individualism that takes the form of social abuse against themselves and others. Right, Days? Everywhere in this world where there is indigenous people and colonizers have came and colonized, it's the same thing that happens everywhere in the world. And this lady's talking about, oh, we just need to remove our history. Forget about who we are and just become white. And struggle hard, and we will become just as well off as they are, as she is. Yet she's enjoying the fruits of genocide and stolen lands. It's easy to sit there from a place of privilege and make comments and things like that. It's easy. It's another thing to actually have that and living through that and experience it. That professor bringing up modern medicine might as well be saying black people are better off because of slavery. Exactly, Sarah. In all seriousness, fuck that noise. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, right? How our black African brothers and sisters were better off because of slavery. Slavery made them improve their lives. Right? Interesting. Interesting. This is what we're looking at, Sarah. This is what we indigenous people and people of color and BIPOC are constantly trying to share with it. This is why I tell white people the truth about themselves that they don't want to hear, because way too many of them believe the lies. Exactly, Kenny. Exactly. 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 So here we have truth, people. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Welcome to Truth and Reconciliation. It was an easy lie to sell in the golden 50s, but it's a pretty hard sell these days to say, come to polite white society. It's better over here. Exactly, Dazed. Exactly, right? Exactly. When you see that homeless person, that person of color that's sitting there homeless, that is a direct result of that. Come over here. Come to polite white society. It's better over here. That is the exact result of that. Every single person, the 35 people or more that are watching this stream right now, you are either one paycheck or two or maybe a few months away from being homeless, on the street starving. While that bitch who sat there talking about how, oh, just come over here, she's rich. She doesn't have to worry about that. Serious question. Do you think that most white people believe the lies, or that most of them do realize they are benefiting off of the suffering of others, but pretend not to so they don't lose that privilege? It's a 50-50, Sarah. I believe that we trick our minds into believing whatever allows us not to wake up and smell the reality of the truth. And the government and these white people like that lady. Exactly, Kenny. Agreed. Half of one, half dozen of the other. When you walk by it and you go, ugh, look at that homeless person. I mean, you know, why can't they just get off their ass and get a job like the rest of us? You have no idea what that person's been through. We've just watched all these different things and videos and documentations and truth about how horrific these things are. And you know yourself, as you struggle to make ends meet, to pay your rent, to pay your bills, to put food on your table. It's hard for me to believe that most of them aren't ignorant. I don't know, Sarah. I want to try and have some faith and belief that people aren't as ignorant as it seems, but it's kind of hard. You know what I mean, Sarah? I want to believe in the good faith and good nature of human beings, of my fellow human beings, but it's a little hard. Do you know what I mean? They are. I was even thinking it wasn't every time I come to Sue's stream I learned something horrible I was literally and historically ignorant to. Yeah. Well, they are ignorant, but it's tough for people to face the truth of who they are really, so they double down. Yeah, right, Kenny. Ruby, yeah. And where do the mixed people belong in that scenario? Exactly, Ruby. Exactly. Right? Exactly. But what we're seeing here is even the mixed people are being fed the same lies and finding the same truth. Whether you're Métis or whether you're whichever. The amount of arguments I've gotten into with white people who finished with, yeah, well, when I read it in a textbook, then I'll believe it. Which illustrates where the problem lies, pun intended. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. What about mixed people? You called? Hey, Ace. They feel it every time they see someone holding a sign by the road, but they can't put their fingers on the cause, so they turn away. Yeah, well, the cause is blatant right in front of them, right? Blatantly right in front of them. But like that lady did. Oh, look, here. If you just become more white and forget about who you are and the history and everything, well, you know, life will be much easier for you and you can enjoy all these things. But yet here's this lady who just finished she got 2 fucking degrees and she's still fucking homeless. She's still in poverty after 2 fucking degrees. I don't blame people for what they don't know, but once you do know or are presented with the info, where you go from there, then blame can be placed. Yeah, you're right, Kenny. You know what would make things so much better? If that 1% would share the wealth. Where the fuck is that Robin Hood? Yeah, exactly. Yep. In the US, black people with college degrees have the same employment prospects as white felons. Exactly, Kenny. Praxis or pack it up. Exactly, Days. Exactly. Indigenous people, look at this lady is an indigenous lady. I know she's a fair-skinned, a light-skinned indigenous lady, but she's still an indigenous lady. She's got 2 degrees and she's homeless. But apparently, we're supposed to do it. As someone who is half Italian, half black, I grew up literally poisoning myself, trying to bleach my skin to be white. I hear to this day how I'm too white to understand the black struggle, or I'm too black to understand white people. Exactly. Hey, Boyd. These things are a reality, people. For real, everyone is fighting and you are just like, come on guys, grow up. Exactly, Ruby. Exactly. Everyone's fighting and we're all trying to go, hey guys, come on, grow up. Come on. Wake up. Grow up. Come on. Do you see what I'm talking about, people? Be fair. Be good to each other. Care about each other. And don't be a selfish person. Right. Right, Ruby. Right. Teach empathy to others where you can. Exactly, Dazed. Exactly. It's not that hard, people. It's really not. Now that you know these things and you understand these things,
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow, Ruby. Welcome into the clan. Now that you are aware, now you know, you see it, I've just shown it to you. You've been an eyewitness. Now as you go forth out into the world, whether it's on Not a Problem, Ruby, always, that's my whole entire core being of my streams, is providing good information and true information. The truth. Not a lie. Not a watered down fucking distilled ideology of it. Actual truth. Reality. And that's my whole entire process and program here. I have no idea what the indigenous experience is like, but even as a white kid, I knew of otherisms because my sister was special needs. I knew the horror of being outside society before I knew my own name. Exactly, Dazed. Exactly. Exactly. This is what we're talking about, people. This is when you hear those things of people saying the left should be coming from people of color as the voices, as what we're looking at. This is right here. You're watching it. You're here. And I think Comrade Kenny can agree with me on that. Although I'm not speaking for him, that's why I said I think. Still today, I see people on the left and right arguing eugenics and that my sister should be killed to save them taxes. Right, Days, right? Like we're supposed to just kill our loved ones to save them taxes. While the 1% and these big corporations pay almost nothing in taxes and then get government handouts, i.e. called socialism, while we are all stuck in capitalism and get nothing. Oh wait, anyone else remember when the market crashed in the United States and how the government paid out all the rich people in these banks, bailed them out? Alright, Kenny, cool. Awesome, bro. Slaves to the corporation. Yes, Ruby. While people were losing their homes and the huge fucking Senate investigation and everything went on to how that was fucking possible, when that money should have been gone to help make sure that people still kept their homes and stuff and weren't slammed into poverty and homelessness. Remember? Once again, well, if you only just subscribe to this white ideology that we have of capitalism and work hard, then you can be living in the lap of luxury like we are. So landlords don't work. These corporations and the 1% don't work at all. They get rich off of everybody else's labor or property or land. Why would anyone want to buy into this system? Exactly, Sarah. They scam us is what they do, and they use us and lie to us. Exactly, Ruby. Yep. Obama oversaw the great destruction in black wealth in history. He bailed out the bankers and not the people who needed the help. So the banks took the money from him and took people's homes away. Most of them black liberalism. Yes, yes. And where did all that money go to? Overseas. So that way the United States afterwards couldn't come back and take it back from them. Sounds familiar. Oh no, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. When the pandemic hit, these big corporations, banks, 1%, and landlords got paid money. Huge money. I can't believe we help other communities much more than we help ourselves. Yeah, Ruby. Step 1, teach greed from birth. Step 2, teach that wealth is always just around the corner. Step 3, teach that others want to take your wealth. Insert racial or ideological minority here. You now control people's fears and perceptions of Trump, which Trump played on. Exactly, Kenny. Exactly, brother. Exactly, bro. You know exactly what's up. I can't believe there are enough empty homes for every homeless person to have at least 2. Yes, mnemonic, there is. For every single homeless person, there is 6 homes that are empty, sitting there empty. For every one homeless person in Canada and United States, empty. While they're making bank off of it in their portfolio. The government paid these big corporations to keep people employed. They paid landlords to make sure that they didn't go anything. They didn't lose out or lose anything, and their mortgages and all their bills and everything were all fully covered. Do you know how many new buildings are being created and others left untouched? Exactly, Ruby, exactly. Come on, people. This is what this lady was trying to say. To tell us that we need to buy into this fucking American or Canadian exceptionalism dream. That money isn't help, by the way, by any means. That aid is tied to U.S. imperialist interest, like making sure corporations have access to resources in those countries favorable to trade to America. Straight up funding coups, death squads, etc. Exactly, Kenny. Don't fall for that talking point because the U.S. is only interested in themselves. In Michigan, by Detroit, an old building was left alone and the waste there was not disposed of properly. It was so bad the green ooze started leaking in and onto the roads. Damn, see what I mean? See what I mean, people? Rather than sitting around and debating with each other about ideologies and never getting anywhere, we should be having these kind of conversations. That should be the top priority. Learning the truth, understanding the truth, speaking the truth, and trying to figure out a way past this so that we no longer live in this kind of a bullshit that's being shoved down our throats every day and everywhere we turn. The time for the useless debates is over. The time for educating, truth speaking, awakening, action is now, is here. This is what we need to be focusing on. These are things we need to be looking at. Hey, Adia. You cannot achieve, this is what they're hoping for. This is why they love it so much and laugh at all of us. Because we're spending too much time debating. Not enough time doing anything. Or we're looking for those 5 minutes of fame. And once the cameras are gone, oops, well, time to go to brunch. Well, people are still suffering. These are the things that we need to change. If we people on the left want to be taken seriously by everybody else, we need to start acting serious. We need to actually be serious. Enough of this tomfoolery. We need to be serious about what we're doing. Am I wrong? A good friend of mine says that they will never believe that there will ever be a time when we actually have a full-out revolution because of the simple fact we still have blood sport. The continuation of what the Romans did to keep the population calm and docile. The Colosseums. And we still have fast food takeouts. If those two things were shut down, including our TV and everything, yes, Star, we must be serious. We have these wonderful, intelligent young people learning about environmental science and watching our politicians tell us that global warming isn't real. Exactly, Ruby. Yet when you look outside your window, you see global warming. Global warming doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's going to get extremely hot. It has multiple different meanings and possibilities in which we see going on today. Southern parts are getting freezing cold temperatures and snows that they would not normally have. That isn't normal. Northern parts getting less snow. Isn't it funny how the world was healing all over when the factories got shut down during the shutdowns? Yeah, exactly. When everything was in lockdown, oh, the world started to heal. But then, corporations go, no. We can't have these shutdowns. Economics. We need the GDP. People understand. The rich and the big corporations don't contribute anything to the GDP. We do. The rest of us, population that struggle every day to make ends meet, keep the GDP flowing. Labor. Exactly, Adia. Labor is, and the spending that we spend to ensure that we have food in our home. Our bills are paid. Our rent is paid. Our children have clothing. All this stuff. Because the rich don't spend a damn penny. They bank it all. It's all stuck in a bank. Or in a private vault that they have. We're the ones that keep the GDP going. Not them. Which is why you see during this COVID thing how the rich all of a sudden got way richer. Exactly, Ruby, so they can hoard it all to themselves. Fucking dragons. This is why we see with the COVID, when it hit, that the rich and these big corporations got tremendously richer. And the rest of us got poorer. I know of 120 restaurants that closed in Toronto in my industry. Exactly, Kenny. And probably most of those were probably ma and pa shops. Not McDonald's or these big conglomerate corporation ones. We see it all over. But you know, the rich were sitting in their juicy fat homes just fine. Exactly, Ruby. My partner have not worked in like 8 months. Damn, Holla. I feel you. Made from our hard-earned money. Exactly, Ruby. I told everyone it's a loss to you. The buildings and land it's on is still valuable. So that means rich people are just going to buy them up at a discount, and it's an upward distribution of wealth. Exactly, Kenny. She's in the hotel industry. I'm sorry to hear that, Hala. And when they close, they get scooped up by the companies that didn't get devastated by recession. Exactly, Dorian. Which is why the government isn't helping those small businesses. Exactly, Kenny. Exactly. Truth. Right there, people. Truth. Everywhere you go in these cities, when you remember, those of us who are old enough to remember all these small mom and pop shops where we got good service, we got good quality of food for our buck, gone. Disaster capitalism or virtue capitalism. Exactly, Dorian. Where will there be justice for all of our people? When? Yeah. I got you, Ruby. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Oh, there's a big one. The pattern of exploitation is repeated throughout history. I'm just praying that with the proletariat's improved communication tools, internet, will help lead to a widespread revelation that will eventually stroke the revolution. But you're right. It's just bread and circus right now. Right now. There are more popular unrest. There's more popular unrest, but it's leaning in the wrong direction. And the left is still feeling kneecapped from Reaganomics and the obfuscation of neolib article that makes us look bickering children. Makes us look like bickering children. Yeah, exactly. These things we have to start doing. Start pushing the conversations away from debates and start pushing it towards the truth and reality. Challenge the people that you visit in their streams. Hey, that donation is a lot higher than I last saw. Very cool. Hey, Rabbit, how you doing, Kola? Good to see you. Speaking of, Sarah, have you met Tale of Two Rabbits? This is Twin Rabbit. He is the one that I told you also to check out his videos on YouTube. This is that person. I do stuff. Rabbit, so humble. I love you, Kola. These are what we look at. Start pushing those streamers. Start pushing them to get out of debates and start getting into real talks. Hey, Momo. Start pushing that. Hey, I don't want to hear about debates and shit. I want to hear about what's reality, what's really going on, and what we can do about it. How can we fix it? How can we change? How can we get this shit on the go? How can we get the revolution moving? How can we start this thing rather than sitting there? Hey, Adia, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the tribe. I want you to start doing that. Start pushing them to start focusing on these things rather than debates and shitstorms and circle jerks. Start pushing on it. Hey, Let's take a look at some real issues going on here. Let's take a look at some things. Let's get things done. No falling. Falling leads to landing. And landing is where it always goes terribly wrong. Rabbit. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with changing the discourse. With getting your streamers that you follow and support. Oh, Sue, yes, Momo. To start focusing. Drink some tea. Yes, Momo. Yes, Momo. Yes, I did, thank you. Yes, Momo, I ate. Out comes the mummy voice. Oh, yeah. You has liquids. Liquids are tasty, yes. So, if you support these streamers, then you also have the honest ability to sit back and say, hey, let's get out of this shit and start getting real. Let's start finding out the truth. Let's start looking at the truth. Let's start educating ourselves in that truth. Popular Twitch politics has become a mirror of modern pop politics. Interpersonal drama without accountable substance. Exactly, Dave. We can change that. We can change that whole entire thing. We should change that. If you're not learning about, that's cool, Zen, and it definitely, okay. If you're sitting there and all they're doing is giving you this drama without any actionable substance, then all you're doing is watching sports. You're being shaded away from reality and truth and what's going on, and finding true answers and finding a way out of those and solutions to the problem. Instead, you're stuck in the problem. Been finding actionable substance at GDP show. Hey, Comrade Kenny is also another good one. That's all it is to them, though. Content. People like you and I is the real life. Exactly, Kenny. Exactly. You have to start pulling up at it. You as the viewer, you as the subscriber, have to change that dialect, that conversation. You want your endorphins to flow? Watch a porno. Watch wrestling or UFC on the TV. When we come here to Twitch and we're talking about in the politics sphere, it shouldn't be a shit show. We focus on education, changing people's conceptions. Most of those streamers, especially those who focus on panels, literally don't know a fucking thing. I watched one where out of 7 people admitted they didn't know exactly what happened, yet they are on a panel to discuss it. It's a joke. Yeah, Exactly. Five out of seven. Okay, good. I love the left, Rail. Rail Roberto. I love the left because I am the left. Thank you, Crystal, for the 1,000 biddies. Much appreciated, bro. Nothing but degenerates. Rail, are you here trolling? Let me explain something. I am the left. Right here, I am the left. You're trolling? Well, stop trolling, Roberto. Please. Learn something. Rail Roberto is a well-known shitter. Okay. Roberto, if you're going to hang out in here, learn something. Please learn something. I beg of you. Educate yourself, bruh. Understand you're being duped and brainwashed like the rest of us. Find your humanity, Roberto. It's deep inside you with your suppressed degeneracy. Nah, you're educated is not the real education, bruh. You're educated in what your slave owners want you to be educated in. Your masters, the 1%, big corporate and governments want you to be educated in. As the slave you are to them. Understand that, Roberto. The brainwashed slave that you are to them. Because you will never be them. You will never achieve what they have. You will never get there. And they will go out of their way to ensure that you never get there. Understand that, Roberto. This is what we talk about. Indigenous people, people of color, my black African brothers and sisters. We talk about these things. Here's truth. Here's reality. Here it is. We can't just protest forever. Partly because of the amount of crap the police have been shooting at us is getting into the water. And partly because we need people to get into political offices and push from the other end. Well, we have to bring real historical fact. Every conversation on every subject in the U.S. can and should start with natives. Yes, Star. I can guarantee you aren't educated because you actually think there is even such a thing as the left. Shake my head. Right, Kenny? Yo, Roberto, see this lady here? See this lady here? She's an indigenous lady. She has 2 degrees. She's well educated. And she's homeless. She's living in poverty, brah. Hey, Rabbit, how many degrees do you got, bro? Cola. How many degrees you got, Cola? Roberto, you have 1 degree. Are you poor? Are you living in poverty? You make 130K a year. All right, so you're so-so, right? So if you are what, like 6 months away from paychecks of being homeless yourself, if you lose employment, yeah, you're right, Days. People make that fixing aircraft engines doesn't make them a genius. Right. You're right. Oh, I didn't say I was a genius. Okay. But that you do have some education, right? All right. So you make 130K. I just answered the question. Okay. So you're what, 6 months away if you lose your employment, and you'll be stuck homeless in poverty. Right? Am I right, Roberto? Days. Your house is paid for. Okay. Do you still pay taxes on your house? Kenny, I love you. I love you, bro. Okay. So if you lose your employment and you run out of your savings and everything, which is like 6 months away, and miss your tax payments, as Holler has just said, and see who owns your house. Well, what if you can't, like here in COVID times where people aren't able to just go get a different job anymore? Jobs are becoming extremely scarce and rare. What's your job right now, Roberto? I mean, you could do what, comrade? Railroad engineer. Okay. So if you lose your job, the likelihood of you being able to get a job right away to cover anything isn't likely, my friend. I'm sorry to tell you, you're not going to get your job right away. There are a plethora. Momo, are you here? Momo, if you're still here, can you please explain to this young man how your husband has a high education in practically the same field and is having a really hard time getting any employment? If you would be so kind, please, sister. Exactly. Thank you, Momo. I have a job protection insurance that I pay $85 a month for. And if I get fired, I make $150 a day from it for a year. So, all right, after that year, you go into poverty. As companies are firing more and more people. I have a degree in social work, helping people who can't walk or speak or take care of themselves. Do you think that's as valuable as what you do? Oh, Days is coming at it hard. Wow. Eddie, how Jericho, I have mine, and that's all that matters. Doesn't matter how others are suffering. My house is paid for, and who cares if poor people suffer? I worked for 10 goddamn years in the same field, and I should be able to find work anywhere doing what I do, but there have been hiring freezes in industry-wide. Not to mention the fact that there is still literally a pandemic happening right now, whether you believe it or not. And I've been living off of savings unemployment this whole time. Exactly. His company he was at for 7 years did COVID restructuring and let him go despite rave reviews and multiple teams competing for him. Exactly. Because I'm sure I don't make nearly as much as you, Roberto. Does that mean my job isn't valuable? Kind of assumes the company that provides the unemployment insurance will still be around. Yeah, exactly. When watching this, I too am in the living off my savings situation. Exactly. Or that they will actually pay out to him. Because we all know how easily and happily insurance companies pay what they owe to people. Yeah, exactly, Kenny, right? They paid me before. Yeah, that was before. There's a pandemic going on, Roberto. They have that same ideology and philosophy as you just said. All about me. I got mine. Never mind you. They have that same philosophy. Just saying, man. You know, reality is, bro, unless you're in that 1% or part of that corporate upper echelons or government, you don't have the affordability to be able to just think that you're constantly going to be employed or that you're set for life when you're not. Yeah, those CEOs have yachts to worry about. You think they're going to make it easy to pay you out? Exactly. If there ever was an issue with my job as a caretaker, I know 100% the company will throw me under the bus. It's been my safety net, and their bottom line, I'll always come second. So will the clients they claim they want to help. Exactly. Working on my master's degree, I thought the not being able to get a job thing was just me. I didn't realize it was so rampant. It is rampant. It's random. It's out there. Here's the showstopper though. Without socialized medicine, you're basically one cancer diagnosed from losing your house and or trying to figure out how to work while doing chemo. Exactly, Mnemonic. Yeah, and insurance companies don't like to pay out, Roberto. Understand that. There are millions of people that get sick and the insurance companies say, get out, forget it, sorry, we can't do it, sorry, after you've paid for all your insurance. And people have gone literally broke and homeless trying to afford things that their health insurance is supposed to cover. But these insurance companies say, nope, sorry, we can't help you. You don't fit or meet the criteria. They're paid. These people that are the insurance adjusters or representatives that you're talking to are paid to deny your claims. They're paid by their employer, the insurance company, even though they smooth you into thinking that you'll be covered. They're paid to deny your claims. And then you have to take them to court. And by that time, you're either broke already. Literally, I've been watching my in-laws slowly lose their home and property they've spent 50 years to pay for because of their medical debt. Exactly. I have oh my God. So when you can't keep up and lose your job, lose your health insurance, eventually join the medical debt party. Then what? Yeah. Literally, high school graduates sit at desks and look at a list of diagnoses and treatments. And if it ain't on the list, they just strike the claim, and they can add anything they want to the fucking list of shit they can deny you for any time they want. Exactly, Adia. Exactly. Sorry, bro. I hate to burst your bubble. You're just like the rest of us. No better than, nor any less than. We're all on the shitty end of the stick. Sorry, bro. Yeah, the keep forgetting healthcare is a business, yeah. Lose your job, then your insurance, then enjoy government-sponsored plan if you are fortunate enough to live in a place progress enough and have one. Exactly. Wealth for most of the U.S. has a built-in decay period, and it starts the moment you're no longer an exploitable worker. Exactly, Dazed. Exactly. 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 Real education. Because all those fucking benefits and rights you have at your cushy little job, the left fought for those rights. Exactly. Exactly, Adia. Exactly. Here, look at this. Well, look at this.
Canada is the 6th most developed country in the world, according to the UN's Human Development Index. If First Nations were being measured using the same data, they would be 63rd, lower than Russia and Libya. First Nations are about 61% of Canada's Aboriginal population, which includes Inuit and Métis. That's just over 900,000 people. 60% of First Nations live off reserve in cities and towns across Canada. The remaining 360,000 live on reserve. There are more than 2,300 reserves whose populations range from a couple hundred people to more than 10,000. First Nations communities face multiple crises. When it comes to education, First Nations people have a significantly higher dropout rate than other Canadians. 6 out of 10 First Nations living on reserve were high school dropouts. 3 out of 10 were dropouts for First Nations living off reserve. Compare that to 1 out of 10 for other Canadians. On reserve, more than half of First Nations need a new school, while over 70% of the schools need major repairs. Another startling statistic, a First Nation youth living on reserve is more likely to end up in jail than to graduate high school. Now let's take a look at income. Based on data from the 2006 census, 50% of Status First Nations children lived in poverty, compared to 17% for other Canadian kids. The median income for a First Nations person was a little over $19,000, compared to over $33,000 for other Canadians.
Kenny.
Finally, health. The average life expectancy for First Nations men is 69 years, 9 years less than average for other Canadians. First Nations women live 77 years, or 5 years less than average. The infant mortality rate for First Nations is 1.5 times higher than for average Canadians. Compared to Canadian youth, the suicide rate is 5 to 6 times higher among First Nations youth. When it comes to diabetes, First Nations people aged 45 and over had nearly twice the rate compared with other Canadians. How can we narrow this deep divide between First Nations and Canadians? We've asked a variety of people to offer their best single idea. To read them, visit our series, Rich Country, poor nations.
So these things we got to keep in memory, guys. You know, these things we got to keep in memory. Yeah, you guys got taken for a ride by that Brexit thing. The ruling class is about to strip your country down for parts. Yeah, exactly. You must allow that to embolden us, not defeat us. Yeah. So long as we keep moving towards a better future for all of us, and keep pushing for it, the future might not be so bleak. We might actually get a better future. For all of us, equally.
She's a cultureless indigenous, looking for her tribe song and dive bars, betting homelands on stat cards. Smog reminds her of moonlight, a time when she had now lost words, nothing left to describe her worth. I ask her what she's looking for. We only stay in this broken place to remember things assimilation can't erase. No small town dreams of making enough money to leave. We live here. Reflections in the highway puddle. This is where she finds inspiration and stress relief. Old notes ragged from the tumble dry, struggling mothers while men cry. We enjoy the last beer like it's the last rain, the sounds of old coins drumming the tin. And we never forget to eat before we call our husbands in. Even with the same red lights and horns every day, we live like the seasons. Sometimes I melt with the tin roof, but the floor's too thick to let me wash away. I asked her how she got here. Instead, she told me why. This is the land reclaimed by the lost men. Their hands fall to fists with no words left to describe what they miss. These streets are only red because everyone's finger painting, trying to figure out how they got here and why their songs so dead. In their quest for rediscovering remembrance, they overturned our last rock. Still, when we cry, it's for them. Her forte is mad men and listening, sucking ink stains out of tarnished wings, drowning out chainsaw rings. She's a cultureless indigenous, looking for her tribe song and dive bars, betting homelands on stat cards.
Nice. There are plenty of different things. There's the IWW. There's the non-indigenous protection, but here's Huey Newman talking about intersectional minorities. They share this a lot to combat the insurance. All right, Days, it better be TOS friendly.
There are a couple of other minority situations, or at least cleavages, on which I would like your comments. There are many groups of women today
All right, Dave.
Who are all categorized as women's liberation, and yet again, they represent a variety of groups, only some of whom are politically conscious, and there are other groups like the homosexual groups. I would like your thinking on their relationship to what you're talking about.
They definitely have a place in the revolutionary movement, the Women's Liberation Front, the Women's Liberation Front. Some of the groups are politically conscious. Those groups of women who are politically conscious, we would like to unite with them, and we would like to also have unity with the homosexual groups who are also politically conscious. We've had meetings with the homosexual representatives of the homosexual group, and also the Women's Liberation Front. Now, the homosexual group have been oppressed so much and so badly until it was hard to convince them that the Black Panther Party is relating to them. But we see that homosexuals are human beings, and they're oppressed because of the bourgeois mentality and the bourgeois treachery that exists in this country, that tries to legislate sexual activity. Most of the laws are laws not to promote freedom, which is, I believe, that one of the most essential things that man universally strives after, whether it's internal freedom or external freedom. In other words, freedom from compulsions and obsessions. Man is not happy when he feels forced. These are the internal things. When he's obsessed and feels compelled, whether it's through religious reasons or backwards values reasons, that even if he carries those values, that he's unhappy. And of course, that when we start legislating from the outside, there's force on the outside also, and this is on the laws, on the law book, saying that adult people can't have any kind of sexual relationship they want to. I don't think that the homosexuals should be...
Wait, hang on a second. I feel awkward. Remember, bruh, you found it here. Remember, you found it right here.
Harassed and badgered and brutalized because of their desire to have a sexual relationship that's not popular at this time. So we plan in the future to make sure that we're have solidarity with all oppressed people.
Yes. Have solidarity with all oppressed people. Yes. Exactly, Dazed. Do I have any mods still here? If you are, can you please say hello in chat for me, please, and thank you. If any of my mods are here, can you please give a shout out as well to Comrade Kenny, so that I Feel Awkward can also follow them as well. Please and thank you, or I think maybe others might be able to do a shout out. I'm not too sure. if you would be so kind. But we have to remember the history of political success on the left always came from intersectionality. We only succeed together. Exactly. Exactly, Dazed. Exactly, Adia. Damn. Do I have no mods here right now? There has been a strong issue of that history with the intent to separate us. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. These are things that I've been talking about with everyone here. Malcolm X said it. Huey Newton said it. Martin Luther King said it. Division is a powerful tool. It keeps us in warring tribal states for centuries before we could even start to unite under common causes. Exactly, Adia. Exactly. Lost my sense of taste. Damn, Duffy. That must be some good weed, brah. Puff pass, brah. Don't go to COVID swap time. Damn, I hope you don't have it, Duffy. Let's play good weed or COVID. And even under those common sense causes, division was still used as a tool for continued oppression of the marginal groups in effort of maintaining the status quo of power. Exactly. I don't think I hate that game. Yeah, hopefully it turns out okay. Exactly. All right, so I hope, Duffy, that you don't have that, you don't have COVID, bro. I really hope you don't. Yeah, it has, Days, exactly. It has, Days. It's worked pretty well, and you only need to see the internal volatile spaces on the left, online spaces, to see that, exactly. Spend an afternoon in Destiny stream if you want to see what the ensure of intersectionalism got us, exactly. The erasure. So
we the people are the ones who gonna have to fight. We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? The truth is, we're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? On.
Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on, my lordy? Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on, my lordy?
See, before I draw the line, let me welcome you close to all the folks who knew Obama, so the people of hopes. Gave the money to suckers while our community still poor. Withdrew the troops but started another war. Colonizing, terrorizing, creating the oil crisis so they can make a killing on food and gas prices. Prisons is filling, they trying to lock up the future. Militarized borders and control of computers. All the stupid bumping music that ain't healthy for the shortest. Privatizing schools and policemen in the hallways. Can't be dormant, I'm awoken. Rise up, be ready. Brought the family with us and we hold the machetes.
Riding the fence, riding the fence. Too many people be riding the fence. Yeah, you say you ready for war, but are you convinced? I'm not convinced. If you're a rider, freedom fighter, crowd excited, then let's do this. We can make one big united, middle finger to the US. Give me the bravest and the truest. Fuck the hippest and the coolest. We gon' spark this revolution and cross this off our to-do list. Put your foot down if you look down on this criminal system. Put your book down and get shook down like my niggas in prison. Don't be condemning and condoning their actions in one sentence. Make up your mind, choose your side. Is you a patriot or a menace to society? So riot or sit by quietly. But don't pull out your flag and try to say you gon' ride with me. You flip-flopping like hip-hop. I don't get locked in that trick box. Get got like Big and Pop. Shit's got to stop. I am the people, not the big. I repeat after Fred. So please blow my brains out if I ever forget.
I'm with the independent thinkers. I'm down with the movers and the shakers and the ex-Henny drinkers, the non-smokers, the health advocates, the non-voters, the young bloods in the hood training like soldiers. I'm on the side of the tracks with the hood gardens, the little child that don't color inside the margins. I don't ride the fence, I cultivate my strength, cause if it ain't about power, it don't make sense. I've been down with Boogie Down since BDP and Brown Pride, and Black Power make RBG. A OG told me choose battles wisely. In the struggle, don't forget your children and your wifey. If you don't see me on the podium preaching it, every day I hope my every action is teaching it. Cause revolution is a process, it's not a speech or a panel. Don't bite off more than you can handle.
Shot City, Palestina, Venezuela, the South Bronx, baby. Yo. Hey yo, I still rock hard like slingshots in Palestina. Con todos los estudiantes por educación gratuita. I'm with workers uprising and the right to unionize. We ain't crossed the border, so you better legalize. I'm with La Peña del Bronx. I'm still with Victor Toro, cause gentrification is polluting my borough. So bro, never. South Bronx forever. Decolonize the block, make your neighborhood better. I ain't down with the rich, I'm more Richie Perez. Don't talk to grand juries or cooperate with feds. I'm with students, doctors, janitors, teachers. We need living wages, but they don't believe us. Monida, Barretto, Spofford, Hunts Point, my hood, I love. We join forces, forming our deck, BX. Taking over buildings, rebel Diaz for the children.
Politics to sickness, streets express symptoms. Caught up with a quickness, big business pimps them. Scholars play the simpleton, fools play with wisdom. Who will stand and fight back? Who will play the victim? Trials and tribulations, injured generations. Stolen history and outsourced innovation. Babel Tower fell, tribes are at war. The battle story's not represented in the score. The game's fixed, most of the faces and names switched. Credit stolen for art, science, religion, language, technology, philosophy, and with strangers. They paid in hatred for the knowledge of the ancients. Power in words, actions, gun swords. Aim Panthers, brown berets, young lords. Pick a side, one sickness, one cure, one love, one blood, one world, but one war.
Yo, I want you to understand, those of us who are the indigenous or people of color, our black African relatives, we're looking at making sure that all of us have an equality. That if you lose your job, you're not stuck broke and homeless after a certain time period. That you don't go broke paying off medical bills. All these things. And yeah, you don't necessarily have to. You know, war is not the only way, my friend. I mean, granted, we may have to look at that, but reality is very simple. All it takes is for us to be human beings with each other. To show love, kindness, and compassion, understanding. Work together, help each other. It's not, no, we're not trying to ignore that, Dazed. Trust me, bruh, we're not trying to ignore that at all. We realize that there are some motherfuckers out there that unfortunately we literally have to be prepared for that. We know. We know there are some that have nothing but war bent in their minds. And that unfortunately, even though war is considered to be a last resort, but we must also be ready for it. I'm not advocating for war, but I'm not saying don't be silly to ignore it. But we have to start moving towards our goal somehow, some way, Days. You know what I'm saying, bro? We can't just keep sitting around in circle jerks, bickering back and forth and debating people's existence or right to exist. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Nem, exactly. And it's true, they always. Hey, Kaz. Literally, I'm 20 minutes from Cherokee Nation, surrounded by white supremacist militants. Yeah. Do you blend in? I'm doing good, Kez. I'm doing good. I'm coming up on 12 hours of streaming so far. And it's been quite a day. We've had a lot of good conversations. How's your back? Your back doing okay, Kez? Dazed. I feel you, brah. I feel you. I truly do. I know what you're coming from, bro. I know what you're talking about. I live in Redneckville myself. I know.
This is my home. This is the land of my ancestors. Here we have everything that we need. There are animals to hunt, medicines to harvest, and berries to pick. This is where our ancestors are buried. Their bodies have long since become a part of the earth. This is where my people are from. A treaty to preserve this land was signed over 100 years ago between the Daneza people and the Government of Canada. Now, a $9 billion dam, Site C, threatens to flood sacred land and to break the treaty promise made between us and the Government of Canada. The migratory corridor that will be flooded will make the game that my people depend on even more scarce. The first two dams on this river raise the mercury levels to a point we can only eat fish safely once every 2 months. With the Site C dam, we will not be able to eat fish from this river for the next couple of decades. How are we supposed to live like this?
Yeah, this is a nice one.
Get the fuck off a mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the fuck off a mountain. You get the fuck off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Open our eyes to see a better way. Work together for a more collective say. Not go half a call it, go all the way. We living in the blessed era of Max Holloway.
Oh, come on. Damn, dude.
It is what it is, us champs grind every day. Steady banging, aina o Hawaii ne. Jedi Guardians of the Galaxy, non-fiction, I'm fallacy. Our home, not a theme park.
No.
Museum or gallery, off the grid, down in the valley, living sustainably and happily. What we need, we get plenty. Nobody crank it. Go easy, spank it with your hanky panky. Whole ante, making big noise, and we got them listening, chanting, singing, dancing, and we whispering. In a battle never ending, Mount a defending, trending. This rebellion beginning to the happy ending.